Maestro from Pretoria. Is everything all right? People talk, say things.
Hello?
Why didn't you tell me it was out of order? I suppose you think that's funny.
I'm not allowed out the front door.
Who says you weren't?
Them.
Who?
Them.
It was terrible out there. I could hear breathing.
We told you.
Are you worried about the man?
They hate us. That's the truth. They want to kill and torture every one of us. You can see it in their eyes.
Come now, Frederick. Do you dream about unholy things?
I really don't like what's going on here. There's something wrong, and that's a fact.
Wait. What did you dream last night? This manifestation of evil. You must be delivered from evil.
I better be going.
I'll see you out. What will your testimony be at the inquest tomorrow?
The truth, I suppose.
Truth is relative. Even off the force, a fella can use a little help. Have you decided what line of work you'll be going into?
I only have the one trade.
What do you mean?
I'm a cop. A detective. I'm going private, that's all.
Who with? The Pinkertons? You got something lined up?
Just my own little agency.
I see. When were you planning on getting started?
Well, right away.
Oh, that's a shame. That really is.
How so?
Oh, the paperwork on these matters. A goddamn shame. Red tape. Sometimes an application for a license can be turned down for the most trivial of reasons. For no reason at all, actually.
So that's how it is.
I'll tell you how it is, Mr. Heller. Go out of the department under a cloud and you tie yourself up in a police scandal. Months go by, and you're not going to get your private detective's license till it's over, till maybe, not never.
Suppose I agree to corroborate Lang and Miller's story.
I'm good at cutting red tape.
How good?
You'll have your license tomorrow, good.
And when the trial comes up, suppose I pull a double cross. Suppose I tell a different story, like the real one.
I don't think you do that. You're not a stupid man. Licenses get revoked for no good reason sometimes. The mayor giveth, and the mayor taketh the fuck away.
Shit. God damn it. I'll do it.
Thought you might. Sergeant Miller, get yourself a good night's sleep, Mr. Heller. Nate, you have a busy day tomorrow. Sergeant Miller here will see you home.
Observations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
I've heard it said before, like, it was a very smart man named Robert Meyer Burnett who said the currency of our current age is authenticity. And it's so true.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs, once again, and I mean once again. It is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your sommelier of sci-fi and cinema, your evangelist of the imagination, and of course the never-to-be-defined existential Mr. Rogers for part 2 of our 1,000 episode. It's me, Robert Meyer Burnett. I'm back. I'm here streaming at you, and this next guest I've wanted to meet. Somebody who lives in my neck of, well, I haven't lived there in a while, but I grew up there. Somebody who lives in Ballard. Somebody who knows what a great microbrew is like. I've talked to him a lot, but I've never actually seen him before. This is the first time. Sheriff Carl. Hey. Welcome to Robservations episode number 1000. It is so good to meet you, sir. Sorry, I couldn't say anything while the show was going on because my voice would go over the...
No,
it's good to have you here. It's great to finally meet you.
Likewise, sir. And since we're in Ballard over here, we say skull. Right?
Skull. Is that like a whale's tooth?
I don't think so. I think it's a cow horn.
Oh, cow. Well, there you go. Either way.
Either way.
It's great to meet you. I have some wine. I didn't get any booze for this show.
I have wine in this.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So it's good to meet you. How are you? How's Seattle? What's it like nowadays?
Shit, man. I'm lucky that I kind of, I've been here my whole life, so a lot of my friends are still here, and so I have a foundation that hasn't changed a lot. But when you walk around, it's out there now. You hit a lot of the points about the tech moving in, and then all the crazy fucking drugs and which I'm not totally anti that, but
no, me neither.
Yeah. But you can't let it get out of hand. Yeah.
I mean, I feel that my heart does, in fact, as much as I've lived here, I'm a Pacific Northwesterner, born and bred. I mean, you can't take the Seattleite from me.
No, you do a good job of representing, I think, the old spirit of what Seattle still is to an extent.
Yeah.
But, it definitely, yeah.
I mean, my folks, my mom still lives there. My sister still lives there. A lot of my friends still live there. I still go up there. It's interesting because there is something about growing up in Seattle that I think is different than anywhere else. And I think most people think that about where they live. But there's I don't know what you would call it. There's a certain way of looking at the world. It's a little bit more laid back, yet still upscale. I mean, intellectually upscale, I should say. I mean,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Bunch of fucking snobs. Yeah. We are. But I think a lot of that is geographical, of course.
Yes, of course.
When I was growing up, I basically just ran the corridor of the West Coast in Canada and Alaska. And so everywhere I went, there was that Western and usually Northwestern vibe everywhere.
Yes.
And the scenery was pretty much the same. And it wasn't until I was about 14, I had to go back to the Midwest where my grandfather was from. And that's kind of when I realized what Luke Skywalker felt like on that Tatooine. It was like, there's nothing out here. It's just a bunch of fucking corn. And like, there was nothing inspirational about it. It was pretty bleak. So I took it for granted being from here. But I think that there's kind of a spiritual component to it because the nature here is so in your face.
Right.
The east and west, you got mountains, and I mean that's some Lord of the Rings looking shit. It's
100%.
Yeah, when people go, "Oh, that's our mountain," it's like that's a fucking hill, man. So I think that's a big part of it, and it's also a place with a good amount of diversity in it. It's
I mean, and at least diversity of thought. I never I've said this a lot. My parents, especially, I never heard my mom and dad say a bad word about another human being. No matter what color they were, not their religion. My parents never, like my dad was the kind of guy, my dad just liked people. Like if you took him to a party, he loved nothing better than just get a drink and stroll around the room and just talk to everybody. And he was not overt. He was just like, he'd just kind of walk up to you and, how are you? And start asking you questions. He was very low key, laid back. And, if he was getting in someone's face, he could tell and would walk away. And, he would kind of like, it's funny when I was thinking about Shawshank Redemption, but when Morgan Freeman is talking about how Andy Dufresne would stroll around the yard, not yet knowing that he's dumping the things he's carving out of the wall so he can escape. Like he would just stroll through the yard. That was kind of my dad. He just strolled.
Yeah.
And look around.
sounds like he had tact.
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
and
my dad didn't have that, but he tried to be that kind of person. That he didn't have the self-awareness to pull it off, which was comedy for me. But
right.
My mom didn't like it so much. She didn't find it funny, So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was. Look, I loved growing up there. I find I get along with people. There's a Pacific Northwest, and I go back there, and it's still incredibly beautiful. The whole area, and you take during the summer, and the spring and all that. And I still love. The only problem
is the best time of year, though. This is the best time where it's gray and gloomy. And,
I love it.
I mean,
love it.
I thrive in this shit. So.
And as long as there's, bars you can still go to, like, I hope the 5 Point is still there, underneath the...
Yeah.
It's probably more hipster now, but...
Yeah, they step in some shit once in a while, and, there's been calls to cancel them over shit over the years.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's anywhere. Actually, Tom Morello, the Rage Against the Machine guitar player, he had a kerfuffle with them a few years back that got very public and ridiculous. But no, actually, where I live in Ballard, I kind of live in the ditch of Finney Ridge and 65th Northwest Street, and there's the Tin Hat and Molly Maguire's, the Irish bar, and those are real old hat Seattle joints.
Yes.
And they're neighborhood hangouts. Tin Hat has its hipster.
Well, because you're far enough away from downtown that you can maintain that.
Right. Well, and Ballard is like the fucking nightclub capital, Seattle. Man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's these real hoity-toity restaurants, and it used to be a place for pirates, and real it was like Mos Eisley or something.
It was.
Yeah.
The locks were there. The locks are still there. So
yeah, they're still there. Yeah, I had some friends from France visiting a rock band from Paris, and just a few weeks ago, and I had to take them to the Ballard Locks, and kind of the tour guide thing. But it's fun to do, because I am proud of my town.
Oh yeah. I
feel about it now, but
I just think so many places that were there, like especially the movie theaters, they're all gone. All the big
Oak Tree's still there.
I remember I was there when it opened. I went to the Oak Tree.
I remember you saying you saw Top Gun.
There. Yeah. I saw Top Gun there. And Oak Tree was cool because it wasn't, I worked at the Grand Cinemas Alderwood when we opened up a video store there. And that was Linwood was far away, but Oak Tree Cinemas, it was the Oak Tree and the Uptown. Those are the two theaters and I think, isn't the Uptown run by SIFF now? The Seattle Film Festival?
I believe so. I haven't been there in a while. I think the last movie I saw there was The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
So it's been a fucking...
But it's right across the street from Dick's, so that's all good.
Yeah, bag of dicks.
Gotta eat a bag of dicks. People are like, what? Yeah, you gotta go to Seattle to understand that one.
Yeah.
But trust me, it's good.
Yeah, it is. It's fucking good. Greasy dicks in your mouth.
But yeah, and I gotta tell you though, I'm still a Capitol Hill Dicks guy. The U District, it's all right. I know you're probably a U District guy.
Well, no. I actually, Ballard, so Crown Hill would be my dicks. I've
never been to one. I've never been to that one. I only ever go to Queen.
Forever.
Yeah. For me, it's Queen Anne, 45th, Capitol Hill, and I like 45th was interesting. Capitol Hill, because you used to see when I was there, you'd see Mix-a-Lot. Sir Mix-a-Lot in his Lambos.
Yeah.
And he would roll up and hold court there, and that was always fun.
No, it's true. He wasn't full of shit. His posse is on Broadway.
Posse was on Broadway, man.
Yeah, I think still, yeah.
Those were the days. Those were the... I mean, I talk about it like... I mean, it was 40 fucking years ago, but it was still... I mean, when Swass came out and all that, it was wild. And the film festival was there, and, the Harvard Exit, the Egyptian. I mean, it was... But it's some of that stuff still there. But Seattle's just changed. Yeah. I mean, the influx of the tech boom really changed the city.
Yeah, and
especially downtown.
And I'm from the blue collar end of it, and so it's like do I fit in here anymore? But
Right.
you just, it's like what Rorschach says in Watchmen. I'm not stuck in here with you. You guys are
You're stuck in here with me.
I took over my parents' house after, my father died. My mom got a boyfriend over in Walla Walla, so I took over the family home here. And
Yeah, at least they didn't sell it.
Yeah,
like my mom
right,
did.
Yeah. So I plan to die here.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, I mean, it's come on. I would too. So you said, I love this topic. You said how to be friends with people who disagree with you.
Yeah, or that you disagree with, I guess.
Or that you disagree with. And how do you do that? How do you do that, Carl?
I think it starts with, and I understand for everybody it's different, but for me it's a foundational thing, and I've kind of thought about it once I got your email. I'm like, oh shit, it is happening. Okay, I better think about this a little bit. But my first 8 years of school, I went to Catholic school, and this is the house my parents bought this house in 1977.
Okay.
So it predates me. I'm born in 83. So my world was basically the friends and people I knew at Catholic school, which is in the neighborhood.
Sure.
But also my neighborhood friends that I didn't go to school with. And, that when you spend that much time with the same people for that many years, there's a homogeny, I guess, about it. And it's sort of like stale. It gets stagnant. And I was basically asked not to come back my 7th grade year at I'll put him on blast, St. John's, Mr. Egan. What a fat fucking dickhead that guy was. That was the vice principal. And I remember asking him, is your blood pressure all right? Because he's always red and just real dickhead. But so I was basically told, we don't want you back. And I said, great, fine with me. So I ended up going to an alternative school that was K through 12. And it was much more centered around like artistic endeavors. But of course, it got swallowed up by all the sort of bureaucratic mandates of the Seattle public schools at the time. But nonetheless, it was a total night and day difference for me from the Catholic school, the kind of white bread cheesiness of that place. And, it was a school that had kids from all over the city, like West Seattle. They bus them all from all over the place.
Yeah.
And they, people from different countries and different socioeconomic places. And so it was a great change for me because you weren't around a bunch of people that had your story. I mean, as you always say, you meet every person you meet has a story you've never heard before. And it really rang true in this case because I mean, these people really had different lives than anything I had known before. And so I think, and as I got kind of adjusted to that new paradigm in life and that new environment, it became clear that there was really two kinds of kids at that school. The kind that would go smoke pot behind the portables, and the kind that
sure.
didn't. And I found my tribe, and they found me. So, that's really what it kind of came down to. And that's another thing I think about maybe being from here is it's a pretty common story for people to get into kind of illicit activities before they probably should.
Yes.
But,
yes.
Yeah. I mean, we have one of the best psychedelic mushrooms that grow in parks here. And those are the ones Frank Herbert was into, and so there's a lot to be said about that. But I think, that kind of as cheesy as it might sound, mind expansion kind of thing. You know, you're chasing that, and you kind of want to get experience, and you want to. I mean, Jimi Hendrix, are you experienced?
Yeah, of course.
No, let me get some. You know.
Well, and also,
Yeah.
I think the other thing is that, like here in LA, there's so much mileage where there's no nature. LA is a desert, built in a desert.
Yeah.
And you're you know, where I'm at, there are craggy hills and stuff like that, but they're not green, they're scrub brush. And in Seattle, you drive 45 minutes and you can be up in Snoqualmie, surrounded by the deep trees, the deep forest, and if you want to take a ferry out and you're in the middle of Puget Sound. So, you know, there is the idea that you're a part of. I mean, Seattle's very close. It's not that it's hippy dippy, but you're just close to nature. Yeah, and it's a moist, not a dry place. And to I think to be a Seattleite is to be, you're active, you know, whether you're into hiking, you're into skiing or snowboarding, you're into water sports, whichever kind you want to get into, but literally you're on the lake.
Sure. No judgment.
Yeah, I mean, and there's so much stuff to do. And there's you're, even though it's pouring down rain, you're still out there riding your bike, you know, you're doing, and it was not, and I think that has a lot to do with growing up out there. You weren't, I mean, I don't know what it's like to be a kid now with video games and social media, but like we were always outside on the weekends. You grab your skateboard or you'd grab your bike and you're riding in the woods, you're going someplace, you
grab a rock and throw it at your brother.
I mean, whatever it was, everybody was out. Nobody stayed inside. You were out.
No, I mean,
unless you're listening to Pink Floyd records, smoking your friend's bong or something.
Well, no, actually, I was doing that, stealing my dad's weed. Once I found out that my dad had weed, it was game over for me. I just pinch a little bit and go Pink Floyd it up in my room.
And,
I think, I guess to get to the point of like how you get people to agree with you, I think you have to give everybody their due about what their experiences are in life. And
absolutely.
They're not the same as yours. And I think people have become so sort of, and it's weird because I know you said something earlier about the world's too small to take war on. And I agree with you. I mean, that's my sentiment exactly about it. And I think as the world's sort of shrinking, we're not taking advantage of that in the right ways. You know, we're becoming much more into just going down our own rabbit hole, going up our own asses all the time. And
100%.
And I think how you become able to be agreeable when you're disagreeable is you got to get out of your own ass. You got to get out there in the world. You got to meet people and get in uncomfortable situations, and but have respect for why the situation is what it is in the first place. You know, there's always another backstory to consider than just your own. You know,
100%.
And I think that's a big part of what we're missing right now, the discourse of fucking everything. And
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a weird, you know, we have all this communications technology, but people can't even talk to each other. And yet, but what's interesting is the proliferation of platforms like YouTube. I mean, there's people from all over the world. I was just talking to a dude, Andy from Argentina, who I've known since 20.
I've been listening. Yeah, I've been listening. Yeah.
You know, and there's people that come in from all over the place. And it's such a great, I mean, I've been surprised over the course of the time I've been doing this show, just how many people I've met from all around the world.
Yeah.
You know, that I talk to a lot, like Alon, who lives in Tel Aviv, or
right. Well, I think
Zephyr Chang, who's in China. People.
One of the things you do really well, Rob, is you get down to you get to the distillation of what rings true to people, and it's not bullshit. And you're right when you say that authenticity is everything, you know, and I think it's always been that way. I mean, I know that it's served me very well to be that way in my life.
Yeah.
I mean, I have great friendships. I continue to make great friendships when I travel and, get out of here. And people really respect people that aren't being bullshit with them. And there's just too much bullshit with people these days.
A lot.
A lot of them don't even know. They're not aware of it. And, I was at Thanksgiving dinner yesterday with my cousin, who's the drummer in my band as well. He just got married in September. And, it was the first time I met his now wife's in-laws and stuff. But last night was sort of, okay, now it's for real. I have to have Thanksgiving dinner with these relative strangers, and AI came up, and these, not to be dismissive, but they're old boomers and they don't have any concept of it. They just, and I'm like, well, you should watch Terminator. See where this is heading. But I mentioned the fact that we're now with a generation of kids that are just using AI to do their work for them in school.
Well, that's the terrifying thing.
So we're now socially engineering a generation of people that don't give a fuck enough to learn anything or to be interested in anything other than kind of the masturbatory stuff. I think culture's kind of become,
Well, that's my real fear, is that at the end of the day, any intellectual pursuit that helps you hone your thought process or your critical thinking skills is going to atrophy. And people aren't going to learn they'll just type in something like, you don't do the work. And I remember learning how to write a 5-paragraph essay in school was revelatory for me in terms of, okay, you have your thesis paragraph, you prove your assertion with the 3 following paragraphs, and then you have a conclusion. And I use that in just growing up, like, okay, to understand what I believe, I need to be able to assert my thesis, explain it with 3 different examples, and then draw a conclusion. And if I was ever involved in any kind of not an argument, but if I was trying to explain myself to somebody, that was always a good way to go. And I thought, and that was something I learned in school, and I thought that was a tool that to this day, served me pretty well. I was writing these multi-paragraph essays for Lionsgate about like Apocalypse Now, and
I read those. They're fucking great.
Oh, thanks. But I had to sit down and think, well, what do I think about Apocalypse Now, and what do I want to say? Like I hadn't written in a long time, and I'm like, okay, I got to say something that's general, that's easily accessible, that I believe.
Sure.
But listen, man, it was great to meet you. And I'm a little behind, but we're good. It's so good to meet you. And one day I'm going to come up there and I'll take you out. We'll go out.
No. Drinks are on me, man. Drinks are on me. I'm the I know. I'll probably regret that. But
No.
No, I won't. I always have a fucking great time every time drinks are on me.
Then I'll go buy Dick's. We'll go to Dick's and I'll buy Dick's. I'll buy you a nice meal at Canlis or something.
No, oh fuck! I wouldn't even know what to do with myself in a place like that, man.
It's the food's great.
Six will suffice. Yeah,
food's great.
Well, they had a power outage one night, not the recent event, but they ended up because they couldn't fulfill the orders, so they just ordered like $5,000 worth of Dicks and served everybody Dicks, fries, and burgers. So even Canlis has to bow down to the Dicks.
They do. You always have to. Yeah. No one is beyond eating a few Dicks.
That's right. It's been a pleasure, man.
Hey, it was really good to see you. It was really good to see you face to face.
Likewise.
And we'll do this again.
Yeah, I'm always up for some metal shit. So any midnight metals.
Well, that's happening at 10. Dave's coming on. We're turning this into a midnight metal. So.
Yeah, I'll be listening, but I'd love to get in on one of those one day.
You should. We should do a whole thing.
Yeah, I'd love to, man. I'd love to.
All right, man. It was great to see you. Yeah, well, thanks. Thanks for being a part of it.
Congratulations. My pleasure, and thank you for the service you do, sir.
Well,
Sheriff salutes you.
Carl, It was great to meet you.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Take care.
See you later. That was really cool. I've been talking to Carl forever. It's so great. This is why I do this show. You know, you get to you meet these people and they become part of your life. You know, you think about them when they're not around. It was good to see him. I don't know where Julian Mushkin is, but Steve Rock is next on the agenda. And Steve Rock wants to talk LA law. I'm like, I'm in. You are on, sir. But hang on, you're not. I can see you, but let me put you in, coach, to the show. And hang on, and you're going to be on. You're going to be on. Is your name really Steve Rock? I know it's Steve Carsel. It's just Steve. Yeah. Oh, should I just say Steve? Do you just want me to say Steve? Okay, I'll do it. Well, Steve, I'm about to. Steve. You're live. You're in the show. You're in the big game now. That's what Donald Moffat said to Jack Ryan. That's the Potomac two-step.
Well, I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. I have been watching you for a while, and I'm like, well, I know you, but you don't know me. So here I am.
Well, so tell me about yourself. Who are you?
I live in Plantation, Florida, which is west of Fort Lauderdale, but I'm actually in Roswell, Georgia right now, visiting my girlfriend who's standing right next to me.
I just saw her. She looked lovely. How'd you meet? How did you two meet?
We met. This is the classic, Rob. We met at a funeral.
That's the best. Or the worst, depending on which point of view you're coming from.
Can I tell the story?
Yeah, tell the story.
Okay, her ex-mother-in-law died, and I was buddies
sorry.
I was buddies with a guy from high school, and he invited me to the after dinner at the funeral. And like towards the end, it was, you know, the celebration after, and we just like walked into each other, and she said, "Who are you?" And I said, "I'm Steve." And I said, "Who are you?" She says, "Oh, I'm like Frank's first wife." And I feel like, she said, "I feel like I'm the," what did you say, the mistress or something? Like, I don't even know what I'm doing here, but I'm here with my kids for their grandma. And that's how we started.
Wow. And how long ago is that?
Well, the funeral was 10 years ago.
That was 10 years ago.
Wow. Nicely done. 10 years,
Yeah.
huh?
And then it just sort of gestated for a while, and we didn't start dating till quite a while later. And I'm here visiting now.
Nice.
And we had a lovely time. We went to a place called The Mill, walking around Roswell. It's amazing. It's freezing here right now.
In Georgia?
Yeah, it's cold.
It's like
Wow.
40s.
Well, for me, I live in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Yeah. So it's never that cold. Did you
Yeah,
guys have a
and
good Thanksgiving?
I was with my family in South Florida, and I just came up here this morning.
Wow.
I had a 7:30 a.m. flight, and I just went to check if it was on time, and I got my email, and it said I was invited to join the show. So I said, and I said it to her. I said, "Hey, we're going on TV tonight, you know, when I get to Georgia."
And you are. Well, let me ask you this. When did you start watching this show?
I started watching the show during pandemic. My in is I'm like a Batman DC guy.
Okay.
So I started watching.
I've always been more of a DC guy myself, to be honest.
Okay.
I grew up, you know, the Justice League was my jam.
Yeah.
All my friends like, "No, man, the Avengers." I'm like, no. I was a Justice League guy.
Well, I said in my introductory email, I'm like, I think we were born the same year, and Super Friends, you know, and of course Adam West Batman and the Fleischer, and then Scooby Doo or wherever we saw him, it was just.
And we had the hour-long Super Friends. The first season was an hour long with Wendy and Marvin, and then they changed it. We didn't have the Legion of Doom yet. It was like the good.
And I would. Yeah, you're right, exactly. And the original with Wendy and Marvin.
Yeah.
And I would talk to my brother, like when Zack Snyder and we get all advanced with movies and Justice League. I'm like, they actually knew how to do it better on the original Super Friends because they were off doing separate tasks that according to their specialty.
Right. Yep.
Right now they're like, let's just put them all in the same arena and match together and say, "Cool, bro, yeah." You know?
That's what it was. I mean, look, I did like Zack Snyder's Justice League. Finally seeing it,
So did
you
I.
know, it was. I love the operatic nature of it, and it really was the most metal thing ever. You know, that's how Midnight Metal was born. I'm like, that is so metal. It looks like a van. The whole movie looks like a van painting from 1976. You know,
Well,
and
I actually, yeah, right, exactly. And it's the visuals. I even said like when I saw Batman v Superman, especially, I'm like, that is DC tone print is the term I came up with. Like when you see Gal Gadot and you see Clark Kent talking to Bruce Wayne and the glasses they put on Cavill and all that, it's just like I couldn't, you know, and that's why I could never really get over like how just universally lambasted that movie was compared to, you know, things that I didn't even think were as good that got a pass from the world. And I've been sort of had an axe to grind in DC's defense ever since.
well, I think, you know, it's interesting because I really wish that Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice was just about Batman and Superman. Like, we didn't need Doomsday. We didn't need any of that. Like, after what happened in Man of Steel, it would have been really interesting to see. I wanted to see a movie where Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne were going at each other. Like and we saw that when they first met, and then that Batman and Superman were at odds as well. You know, and you saw, and that Gal Gadot was like the calming force with both. Like, she knew both of them, and maybe knew both who they both were, but she didn't say anything. And it would have been sort of interesting that she knew who each one was, but they didn't know who each one was.
Well, when you watch the movie, you don't know if that's not the case.
Well, yeah, I think it is, but it's just I wish that that movie was too overstuffed. You know, you didn't need. I would love to have seen. I mean, I hate to bring up like Civil War, but one of the great things about the comic Civil War was the fact that Steve Rogers and Tony Stark both had a reason for believing what they believed, and they weren't wrong. And I wanted to see but they did things like I like the ultimate cut of Batman v Superman, but it does stupid shit like why is Metropolis across the bay from Gotham? I always hated that because Metropolis to me was New York, and Gotham was Chicago with the pantheon of villains. I mean, everyone thinks Gotham is New York, but even as a kid, I'm like, no, because all the rogues gallery of Batman's villains, it's like 30s Chicago with the mobs, you know, and Al Capone and all that, whereas Metropolis was more New York. And the idea that they put these two cities across the bay from each other, I'm like, well, that's dumb. I didn't like that, because then why didn't Superman just fly over and use his X-ray vision and find Batman and confront him? Like, oh, there's the Batcave. Let me go down there and check it out.
I don't think I'm like that. I think I have a visceral reaction to movies, and that movie, especially the special edition of Batman v Superman, had a lot of visceral stuff in it that I really like. I always react to.
Well, my favorite thing was the opening. You know, when Bruce Wayne shows up and he runs into the city and they replay the end of Man of Steel from his perspective. And it totally set up why Bruce Wayne would never trust Superman. Like all this massive loss of life and all. There's no way. I mean, if this could happen, it could happen again. And I love that. And I love seeing Ben Affleck, you know, beefy Ben Affleck, who in real life is 6'4". And when he's in that 3-piece suit, he gets out of his helicopter and he just tears right into where the city's being destroyed. I mean, he doesn't even flinch to go in and start helping people. And I'm like, that is fucking Batman. Even though he's
so much stuff in that movie. Lawrence Fishburne in that movie, even those small parts, it's just like it's all perfect.
Yeah.
But I will say, I want to lead in. You know, see, I did like. Okay, I'm a electrical engineer, but I'm also a musician. I'm a drummer. I'm a singer-songwriter, and I did like the most. I'm like, I wanted to prove I could write a song about anything. There's a song I have. It's like a pop song that is basically, it's called I Will Give Away My Secret. It's called Despite a Broken Heart, subtitle, Song for Martha.
That's which one?
Right.
Why did you say that name?
So I mean, if I'm going to plug my own music, I just put out.
You should plug your own music.
Yes. So Monday, I'm going to upload the last batch. I've uploaded in batches. There's a collection of songs. They're all on YouTube under Steve Carcello. That's my name. It's a collection. It's called Overground.
Wait, is there an O on the end of your name? So it's SELLO?
Yep.
Because it doesn't say that. Got it. I got to put the O on the end of your name.
Might have got cut off.
It shows that. Yeah, that's bad. I want to get your name right. And what is your YouTube channel so people know?
It's Steve ROK67.
Okay. So we have to make sure that people know. See, okay, so go there now. And do you have your music on Spotify or anything?
There are a couple of my albums on Spotify, but I've got a brand new collection on YouTube. They're actually like picture song videos with the lyrics and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
And, it's a collection of it's a combination of cover songs of some of my favorite heroes and original songs that are all brand new recordings that I've done over the last 2 years.
Nice.
And Despite a Broken Heart Song for Martha is one of the songs there, if you want to check it out.
I love that.
I
love
it.
And your lady loves it too.
She's right here. You want to see her? I'll give you a preview. Rob, listen, I think born in Sweden, but 100% Croatian blood.
Well, yeah, that sounds good to me. But she'll kick your ass. She'll kick your ass, though.
Introduce yourself.
Well, hello there.
Hi.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to Robservations, the 1000th episode of this YouTube series.
I'm honored. So exciting.
So, what do you think of his music? Is he a great crooner? Does he serenade you?
Oh yeah, that's how he got me, pretty much. Yes.
Oh, nicely
That
done.
and The Godfather. We had The Godfather in common.
Oh.
Yeah,
well,
we figured that out. We figured that out at the funeral. At the funeral, that's how we connected over sad times, but good topips.
So Godfather 1 or 2?
Both, yes.
Okay, that's me too. You can't watch one without the other. You really can't. So
I was like, she's so European, and she quotes The Godfather. Rob, I was in.
All the great secrets in life are in The Godfather.
Absolutely, I raise my kids with the quotes.
All you have to do is learn the secrets of The Godfather. Every question is answered in that movie somewhere.
Totally.
Never tell anyone outside the family what you're thinking.
Exactly.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Yes, exactly. And if history has taught us anything, it's that you can kill anyone.
Oh, God. I mean, at that point, Michael was just so irredeemable.
He was. I mean, that's the thing. Once he killed Fredo, he was. And the thing about it is that his mistake was he didn't have his father's heart. He was too analytical. He was too much of a tactician. And once he killed.
Coppola explained that. He said that like the three sons all had a piece of the Don, but none of them had the package that the Don had Fredo's sweetness, he had Sonny's viciousness, and he had Michael's cunning.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a tragedy. The whole thing's a tragedy. And by the way, how do you come down on Godfather 3?
It doesn't exist.
I'll tell you.
There's lots of good stuff in Godfather 3. It's just flawed.
I had this joke that I used to tell in the late 90s, and I said they should have split it into two stories like they did in 2 and brought Robert De Niro back as the Don in between basically the early part of 2 and Godfather 1 and told those early stories with Al Capone and Luca Brasi killing everyone. And then maybe Sonny as a kid, and then a modern story that they had, and then given Robert Duvall the money, and then called it Godfather 3.1.
Yeah, I mean the fact that you don't have Tom Hagen in that movie is a fatal flaw.
Exactly.
And it should have been about the two of them at loggerheads as to what to do. As to how to move the family forward. And, Michael was obsessed with He wanted some kind of legitimacy. He wanted to go be legitimate. That why I mean, I love all this stuff with International Immobiliare and all that the machinations. I mean, I love when he gets up and he makes that speech and he says, I believe that helping my fellow man is profitable. But the problem is Sofia Coppola is miscast. The Andy Garcia storyline is too underdeveloped. You know, there's not, and the all of that stuff, but it's got a lot of great set pieces. And I love the scene where Michael has to confess to the priest.
Yeah. That's a great, and another angle, even because I'm from South Florida, and because we don't have a lot of Italians down there, my brothers all married Cuban women, most of them.
Nothing wrong with that.
One of my Cuban sister-in-laws said, she was like, I just don't buy Andy Garcia as an Italian. Sorry, because he's Cuban, right?
Yeah.
She was like, he's Cuban, you know? Anyway.
No, I mean, it's true. And I think that's problematic. You're supposed to believe that this star-crossed relationship is going to work.
Well, James Caan was Jewish, and he played Sonny.
But you could believe it. You know, you could believe it.
I mean, here's the thing. Once you saw Sonny, James Caan as Sonny, that was Sonny.
Yeah, right. 100%. And I mean, Sonny and Fredo and Michael don't really resemble one another. But it doesn't matter. You know, because like you said, the movie's about a king and his 3 sons.
Yeah.
But the funny thing about those movies is I've always believed that there's alchemy that happens when the great movies are made. And when you start putting music and butting up against picture, and from the music to the editorial to the acting to the way it's all shot, that movie is magical. You know, both of the movies are magical in the way that they work. And Coppola you try and get that magic. You know, you try and you hope you can get it, but there's an unquantifiable thing that happens. That's the alchemy part of it when it all comes together. You know, and like George Lucas did not know what he had. He thought Star Wars was a mess.
They were both consulting with each other for both of those movies, right?
Yeah.
I mean, did Lucas just tell him, hey, just go make the movie, we need it, and then Coppola told him, hey, just go make the movie, right?
Yeah, and it was the kind of thing where I still don't think George Lucas understands how Star Wars works. He had all these other collaborators chiming in, and he had all of these people, these intellects, whether it was the 3 editors, Paul Hirsch and Richard Chew and Marshall Lucas and his wife, and all these people. And there is a magic that happens when the great movies are made. And it's because people are doing their jobs, but you have to have that, whatever that thing is. And it was because Coppola was always embattled and fighting the studio. They wanted him to get rid of Al Pacino. They didn't want him on it. Did you watch?
Every time Adela sees young Al Pacino as Michael Corleone, she swoons.
Oh yeah, because he's the best.
That was a tour de force performance.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, Matthew Good as Robert Evans is one of the great things I've ever seen in my life. he should have had an award. He should have won the Emmy.
It was inspiring. I mean, that one where he gets up in front of the executives at Paramount, tells them not to fold the tents.
Oh, it's great. And that's based on a real thing that happened. I mean, there's a video of that. You know, he made a video to show the executives, and it's incredible.
Well, you know what, Rob, you know, I know we have a limited amount of time, but it's like one thing I always like listening, you know, because you're West Coast, I'm East Coast, and sometimes your show will come on at like 12 or 1 in the morning, and I'll listen to it, and I always love to fall asleep to people talking. Like I listen to talk radio when I go to bed. So I've listened to so many of your stuff, but you know, like how much you value writing.
Yes.
And when you talk about writing LA Law, that I got into it again. I recently got into it when James Earl Jones died. I remembered he guest starred on LA Law as a defense attorney that went up against Susan Day's character in these really racially charged cases.
Yeah.
And then it was so riveting. And
is that streaming anywhere?
It's on Hulu in high def.
Oh my god, I haven't watched. Like, I loved Arnie Becker. I loved everything about LA Law. You know,
the only thing the Hulu episodes don't have is Susan Rattan's voice at the beginning saying previously on LA Law.
Right.
And then the clips from the last show, they just go into the next episode.
Because those they couldn't, they would have to go in and rebuild them in HD. That's why they don't have them, because they'd have to go in and re-edit. Before, the way they rebuild stuff is they can get the negative and just lay it down, but those, they don't have the negative, they don't have the cut lists for those. Okay. You know, that's why they don't have them, which is too bad. Because, like, you look at things like LA or The West Wing, like the opening credit sequences they're standard def still. You know, they're either upscaled and so because people don't want to pay the money. When shows were posted on tape, they just didn't want to spend the money to recreate. That's why so many TV shows have issues, which is a bummer.
You should go back and check out. It's the last episode of season 2. It's so good. I mean, when this scene, when the case between these two like builds to a fever pitch, they like go into like the little glass room in the other room, and they just start arguing. Susan Day versus James Earl Jones. Some of the best television I've ever seen. And like what you really learn at the end is that, yeah, he wasn't really championing a cause. He was partly, but he was just doing what they all did, which is anything they could do to win their case.
Yes.
You know, they were all sharks. He was part shark, you know.
100%.
And it was the writing. It was initially Bochco and this guy William Finkelstein, and then David E. Kelly really kind of took over the show for the best part of it. Yeah.
No, I want to go back and watch. You know, there's a show on. It just started. I want to say it's on Netflix. That stars Ted Danson.
Okay.
And Ted Danson plays a guy who goes undercover at a Tony old folks home to find this for an insurance company, and Susan Rattan is in it. She's one of the people at the old folks home, and it was pretty good. I watched the first episode, and I liked it. I liked the setup. I liked the story, and Ted Danson was great. It was pretty funny, and I didn't watch more of it. I'm like, that's Susan Rattan. I was like, wow. So I forget what it's called. It's something on the Inside Man or something like that.
Well, I'm gonna check it out, because when it's all that connective tissue of actors or writers or directors, you know, like when we have that connective tissue and you see someone that was a great actor and then they get another chance to be on something that makes you, you know, it's kind of pulls you in to kind of watch it.
It's great. Well, listen, Steve, this has been great to speak with you face to face. Thanks for coming on the 100th show, or 1000th show. I keep saying 100th. The 1000th show, and answering the email, answering the call. And it's nice to meet your lady. She's very attractive. Nicely done. Well done, you know, which is fantastic. I love hearing that. And anyone who's a Godfather fan, we're friends for life.
It's always going to be there, Rob. So
thanks
for inviting me on. It was a real treat, bud.
That was fun. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming on. All right.
Yeah, bro.
All right, Steve. Peace to you, or live long and prosper. Little Star Trek, you know, you can't not do Star Trek. So now let's see who's coming on next. Is Bob Littlepage coming on there? Is Captain Robert April coming on? Oh, look who it is. He shaved. Did you shave for the show, Bob? I know I got to put you in the show. Yeah, because everyone, the schedule, people coming, people going. It's true, I did. You never know. So let me put you into the show. And, okay. Here we go. I'm going to bring Bob Littlepage, or Captain Robert April, as he goes by online. Yeah, well, there you go. And, absolutely. So, welcome to the 1000th episode. You are now live and you're in the show, man. Look at all those model kits. Love it.
And now we can go for more than just 5 minutes.
Yeah, we can go. That's right. Not much longer, but we got time. We got time.
Yeah, we can do some proper skewing of Al Kurtzman, the bastard.
Oh my God! But it's just, oh man, I'll tell you, one day, and that day may never come.
I did a stream earlier. We got into a little bit. So,
you got into it with somebody else?
well, not really, just not really into it, but just a lot of ranting of similar minds. Rosetta, Alan, you stream really once. You'd like to get on again sometime.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really honestly don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Julian Mushkin's here. Julian, you have to wait, sir. You'll be next. Julian is up next.
Hey,
I don't know. I mean, why are they making a Starfleet Academy show that has a big bad in it that isn't just a professor? I don't understand.
It's like, they don't know what. Well, again, we disagree on Lower Decks. I think it's a good show, but it's not in can because it's got the numbers. The studio wants it. The network wants it. The only one standing in the way is Alex Kurtzman.
Yeah.
Because it is more liked than his shit.
Yeah.
It's actually got support of old-time fans, and he can't handle that.
Have you seen
not happen either.
Have you seen Gladiator 2, by the way?
No, I haven't seen Gladiator 1. I think I have it, but I haven't.
Oh no. Well, yeah. I just wondered if what you thought about it. So
I haven't heard good things. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with it. Like I said, I haven't gotten around to seeing the first one.
Oh, the first one's like a Star Trek movie. I love it. It's bread and circuses.
No, I went to because I get these daily Star Trek news email type things. So I picked out a few things. So I was like, a couple of lists of 24 things we can be thankful for in Star Trek, and started off, and then Rosetta came in, and then Rob Shlomo, formerly of Midnight's Edge, but now kind of independent. And we kind of ran through it. No, we're not thankful for that because that's not really Star Trek. No, it's like,
how is Rob doing?
He's getting there. He's getting back on his feet. Probably got coaxing him back into our crazy streams. But
and are him and Mecca still together?
No.
Oh.
No, it was getting to a point where it's like he started really identifying with the Sam Kinison bit, and I just wanted to just get out of the stoplight and just run. Oh God, I hate you!
Oh no!
I just want to live.
Move to the food.
No, he.
You're
Mecca
living in a fucking
crap. Mecca would diagnosed with breast cancer, but it's being treated.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So, but and he's helping from afar. But he's back in Connecticut now.
Darth Plato says, "Can I read chats from part 1?" I can. I mean, I can't read the live stream. I can go back and look at the live stream, but I've got everything here.
Yeah. But it's like everything I'm hearing though. Academy renewed for a second season. Well, it's only another 10 episodes. It's a total of 20 episodes.
They probably greenlit the 2 episodes, or the two seasons at one time. I mean, that's what they do.
Yeah, and it was like an accounting thing to amortize the cost of the entire. Because it's
I mean, they built it.
That's the biggest set ever built for a Star Trek show.
Like, why?
Fucking Academy! What the hell are you doing?
It's a school. It's just like, why do you need to build some big hub? I mean, you think that if there's a clever way to use the volume stages or whatever, that would be a way to do it. But
you do some location shooting at the Presidio.
Yeah,
stick in a few things in CGI and call it a day. What the hell are you doing, people?
Well, it is the 29th century after all, so who knows? Maybe it lives in the mycellular network. I don't know.
They're on shrooms, I'll tell you that.
But yeah, it's not not great.
They're not endearing themselves to David Ellison as they're moving in.
No, I mean, they
weren't consulted. They probably would have gone along with, again, because as an accounting thing, just amortize the cost of this damn thing.
Well, yeah, but I mean that it's weird to me that a Star Trek show is traditionally very expensive, and I don't understand the economics of doing when you're doing a 10-episode fantasy series, you're spending a lot of money per episode. That's a $150 million investment. Why bother?
Yeah.
But I mean, if that's what they want to do, and they want to let's make a show for kids. It's so weird. But
I suppose what Prodigy is, although credit. It's like, it's going to be. They really didn't dumb it down. I give them a lot of credit.
No, Prodigy is actually I liked Prodigy.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's weird to see people trying to make Star Trek for younger people when I was a 5-year-old when I started watching Star Trek and loved it. It's just it's the infantilization of everybody in our country. It's
well, it's lost the thing. Like Roddenberry said, there is an intelligent life form on the other side of that television tube.
Yeah, and that's why people
like.
Well,
they're a bunch of idiots. They'll buy anything. It's like that's the thing with Roddenberry's empty. He fired out of him. Said, "Get the hell off my set."
Yeah, I mean it's it's unfortunate. I wish that Star Trek should be a beacon of thoughtful and intelligent storytelling.
And I just imagine that if he was around, around when they're doing JJ, I was never a fan. It's like I had better time with Nick. Get the fuck off this lot before I take you myself.
Yeah, it's what can you do?
Even if he was in a wheelchair at that point, it's like swung him over his lap and rolled him out and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I got to meet Gene Roddenberry at one of the TNG Christmas parties. I went with Heidi Julian, aka Heidi Smothers, took me, and I got to meet. It was very exciting to shake his hand, and he was not in the best of health.
No, he started going downhill pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every time it's kind of a bear of a guy. It's like, well, that goes two ways. Either a big giant teddy bear, you piss him off, he turns into a grizzly.
Yeah, no, he was.
I've heard stories about him yelling at somebody on the phone. You hear him clap down the hallway.
Yeah, but it was. What can you do? He had, like everything else, he had kind of that thing taken away from him, and it was. I understand, but look, I think that what I'm just interested in seeing. I mean, now we've seen this unification short, and what was interesting was the tone of that. Everyone's I cry, but I love the serious, somber yet reverential tone, and it goes more along lines. I've tried to explain to people. Everyone, okay, Star Trek 2 is great, but the thing about Star Trek that people forget is there were certain episodes that had certain tones to them, like the Immunity Syndrome, the Doomsday Machine, had these very somber, the universe is at stake tone. And then you could go to Shore Leave or Piece of the Action or Tribbles. And I think that what Star Trek needed, because Strange New Worlds to me is like watching a parody it feels it's not authentic. It feels like
they found one of the recipe books. It's, that's how you do it, but they don't have know how to mix the ingredients together, really.
No, they don't. And when I watch it, it's hard to watch the show because none of it rings true. It's all false, and it's not the actors' fault. It's the writing, and I would think that what Star Trek what it needs most is to have a tonal evolution. It needs to start treating the audience, and I'm not saying it has to go grimdark or anything like that, but you have to have it has to be for real adults. They're making Star Trek for it isn't even true to its own universe. It's all like a goof. They have not established a credible, like one of the things, Battlestar Galactica is by its nature grim, but you felt like you were watching real adults if this situation really existed, these people are reacting to it the way that they would normally exist. But the way that Spock is written and the way that he acts, I'm like, this is written by people that don't have any understanding. I don't believe what they're writing. Because they don't believe it. They don't understand.
Vulcans. It's like they have no fucking. They turn Spock into a human. Oh, it's all mush. That's not how. And then this latest thing they got, the trailer's the stupidest thing in my life. I wouldn't. Suddenly they're Vulcan and they're all very logical.
Oh, that was.
That's not.
Well, that's
it's a training.
I mean, those are people that don't understand. They don't know science fiction. They don't understand how something like that works. And I watch that and I'm like, it's so inauthentic. You guys, I can't watch that drivel.
Yeah.
And it's just it's a stupid infantilization of Star Trek. But Discovery did that, although it tried to give itself gravitas. But Strange New Worlds is egregiously guilty of that. And it's literally a show that gets by on the fact that Anson Mountain is so handsome.
Yeah.
It really is. The entire show is like, our lead is a very charismatic, handsome leader. So you should watch it for that reason. But nobody else acts like they're under his command.
I was thinking, like, well, I think he was a fan and he wanted to do something. He originally auditioned for Lorca. He just wanted to be in the Star Trek. And when he got on there in season 2, it was like, he's on news. Yes, I'm on a Star Trek show and I'm liking it. You know, it's like everyone else is like, we're just here doing a job. And supposedly, he got into a fight with somebody. Everyone thinking, I hope it was Kurtzman. Please tell me he punched him out.
Well, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that of all the great TV writing that we're getting, that Star Trek is so poorly written. I mean, I thought Prodigy wasn't poorly written. It's
the only good writer we're getting are the cartoons.
Yeah, yes. And that's an odd thing, and and why they let it continue, I don't know. That's why the last thing in the world I have any interest in doing is watching a Starfleet Academy show written by them.
No.
I mean, what it's going to be insufferable. They're going to finally basically get to write the Buffy show they've always wanted to write. Hey, it's going to take place and we're going to have a big bad. Paul Giamatti's our big bad. It's like in the 29th century. I mean, come on.
It's like Rob said this morning, it's going to be DS 90210. 90210.
Yeah, if that. I mean, and the thing is, I don't buy that it's that far in the future, and it just doesn't work. None of it works.
It's probably closer to Saved by the Bell. You know.
It's if that. I mean, it's what they should be doing is a show like I've said, the Paper Chase. That would be interesting. But, it would be boring because there wouldn't be any pew-pews, because they'd be at the academy learning. Well, that's the thing. You're telling a Star Trek series where the inherent basis of the show is to be in school.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to do that? Like, what does that make? How does that make it Star Trek? You're going to have to gin up reasons why everybody's going into space all the time.
And then whenever they started talking about, cadets on the ship, that's what brought Roddenberry out of retirement.
Yeah, I mean,
that was their plan for Star Trek Next Generation. It was going to be cadets on the Enterprise, and a few sage, what officers teaching them the way. Like, no, that's not how it works. You don't put cadets out there. They're back in school learning. You put experienced officers out there.
Yeah, it's not good.
And when he entered the motor, I could do better than that now. And they said, "Would you?" It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, no,
you suckered me in, you assholes.
No, and I don't know why that's so hard to understand, but apparently it is. And I don't know. Star Trek, I have no interest anymore unless the show turns out to somehow miraculously be amazing. I don't even think I'm going to bother watching it. I'm tired of. I mean, between we're getting Section 31 which looks god awful.
At least they chopped it down. It was going to be a series. At least they chopped it down to one movie, so it's over and done.
Yeah, but that one movie is the most. But I'll watch it just out of morbid curiosity. But it's.
Yeah.
I mean, they've already ruined the idea of Section 31 anyway, so it's like, why bother?
Yeah. Okay, Michelle Yeoh got to play Dragon Lady. Oh, that's a big stretch for her.
Yeah.
But the whole point is to try and get so they don't have to do that. Now she's wading into it.
No, it's.
The best bet right now is this stuff gets put off enough that when Ellison comes in, and it's like, okay, we're just going to let the contract expire, Alex.
Well, maybe. I mean, but they control. Skydance controls the feature film versions. I mean, they bankroll the first 3 Kelvinverse films, and Alex Kurtzman wrote the first 2. So it's not. I mean, it's not.
It's based on that experience. He didn't like working with Kurtzman.
Yeah.
Like, no, we didn't have fun with you. It's like, so it's like, no.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah. I mean, it's we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, because right now they're fighting. It's like the studio wants to do Legacy, the cast all wants to do Legacy, the fan base, the petition to bigger than the one that they had for Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
No one stand in the way is Kurtzman. They said, then they said you can't force me to do it. If you do, I'll sabotage.
Well, the reason, they can't force him to do it because Legacy is a brand new show that he didn't create, and so
you can't have that.
Picard season 3 is still a Kurtzman production, even though Terry was the showrunner. It's completely underneath. And if they started a Legacy series, Kurtzman would have to renegotiate, and that whole scenario was basically set up by Terry Matalas, and they don't want to do that. You know, they're not going to, and I don't know if Terry would want to do it either. He's writing a movie for Fox. He's show running a Marvel show where they appreciate him. Why go back into that viper's nest of backbiting and?
Well, it would be, by this time, I think the best I'm seeing is let the contract expire, send Alex on his way, and bring it. Okay, Terry, let's talk. The bastards are gone now.
Yeah, but he's on. I mean, Terry's going to go make his own stuff. That's his.
Yeah.
And the problem with working, what you need to do is you need to have somebody come in and begin again from scratch.
Yeah.
And move forward. Like, look.
Yeah.
I would reboot it. Reboot the entire franchise and start over. Don't start with Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Don't go redo stuff. Take the universe and start over. And I don't mean go back and retell Federation. I mean start from, go 100 years in the future, start a brand new slate, and start again. Start again in the 26th century. You've got your universe, completely leave behind. That's what they did with Next Generation. Jump 100 years in the future.
One that would definitely is something to just wipe it. No, Discovery, or even just a press release. Discovery, Stranger World. Don't ask for it. They don't count.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. I mean, it's Discovery jumped into the future. It would have no bearing on what's going on. I mean,
Well, I think there's, look at the chronology. There is stuff that goes back not that far, like the Enterprise J. Well, they blew that one.
Well, they've blown everything. All this modern stuff is, and that's the real bummer is that they have to incorporate all this gobbledygook into Star Trek, the Star Trek mythos.
Yeah. That's why I still got to go through that with the two big encyclopedias with the highlights. Nope, that's JJ. Nope.
Yeah, well, at least the JJ stuff is in a different universe, and they deal with that in the encyclopedia. It's alternate universe stuff. It's not, but anyway.
I don't like it even being there.
No. Well, Bob, listen, it was good to see you. I'm Julian. Jump into Julian, but thanks for being on the 1000th show. It was great seeing you, and
hopefully someday we can get a proper one where it's just we just go for a couple hours.
I don't know, man. It just drives me crazy to talk about all this stuff. But thanks for being here. It was great to see you. And we will see you later. That was Captain Robert April. Go check out his channel, and he's always talking Star Trek, as you can see. And now let's see. I'm going to bring in our one of the oldest members of this community. If he's Julian, he is here. You're here. Yes, you are. Julian Mushkin. What's it like being part of our number? This is hour 13. We're into hour 13 on this stream. I mean, I know, right? Can you see me, Kirk? I can't see you, but I haven't put you in the show yet, so nobody else can see you. But I can. I can hear you. Yes, let me just scoot you in and put you into the show. I'll put you in, Coach. All right, Julian, welcome to the 1000th episode.
Hey, congratulations on that. What a milestone. What a milestone.
I don't know what it means at the end of the day, but hey, it's I can't believe it. But hey, I can't believe that I've been streaming now for 13. I haven't had a proper meal today. I'm like, I've eaten bread. I've had bread. That's what I've had. But it's fun.
Bread is good.
It's a goof. It's goofy. So tell us what's going on with you, man.
Not a lot. Just reading. I've been doing a lot of reading and watching shows to come on, and and trying to going back to older shows. A lot of older shows.
Well, I know it's me too. I find myself watching older. You get. I've been watching a lot of West Wing. going delving back into the West Wing. And some of these older shows are good. I watched the Disclaimer show that Alfonso Cuarón directed that was based on that book with I didn't like it, Cate Blanchett. I thought it didn't really work at all. The performances were fine. It was beautifully made. I just didn't dig it. I like Disclosure. The Diplomat season 2 with Kerry Russell. That was kind of fun.
I remember starting that one the first season, but there were too many times when I wasn't able to continue with it. So I need to go back and watch it again because I did like what was going on.
Yeah, it's good, and the second season was good too. It was a little abrupt, but I enjoyed it. So, I thought it was good.
My wife is a mystery fan, and recently we've been sitting watching Midsummer Murders back from the beginning of the series.
And how is that?
It's fun. It's fun. I don't even remember this.
And there's so much to watch these days. So you wanted to talk about growing up in Puget Sound, our stomping grounds.
Well, that was an idea. I had also suggested a comparison of Star Wars Dune type of thing, but I threw in that one about growing. And I grew up contemporaneously in the Puget Sound. I think you're only like a year or so younger than me. And I, of course, originally was on Mercer Island until like midway through 3rd grade. So then we moved, and I find it very interesting, listening to the experiences you've had, percolating and becoming the imagination connoisseur that you are, and the experiences that I had, because I found myself out in the sticks for that formative period, in 76, 77, 78.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's kind of an interesting, I didn't have access to as much like the events and stuff that you were starting to go to.
Yeah, the that one reel I talked about earlier today, the one reel vaudeville show they'd put on the Sci-Fi Expo at the Seattle Center. That's where I met Harlan Ellison in the elevator going up to the top of the Space Needle, and that was great. And then the PSST, the Puget Sound Star Trekkers, would throw events, and there was NorwestCon, and there was lots of comic book conventions things, and just going down to 77, 78, 79, we were riding the bus everywhere. Even though I was like 10, 11, and 12, we were going to downtown Seattle, going all over the place. And it was great. It was, and then we went to the movies all the time. And all the giant theaters. It was so great, those giant theaters that we went to see everything at.
For me, because I was out, and in that time period, were really the only way you were going to find out about a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
So I was never hearing about events like that, even, if I knew they were coming up. So after, my formative was watching with my dad on TV, and as part of that syndication generation, and also watching UFO when that was out. Had to watch on black and white. And we would go to my grandparents' house. They would go off to Hawaii for Christmas, and we would house sit at their place down by the shore club, Mercer Island Shore Club.
Yeah, yeah.
And they had color TV. And I always loved going down there because we could watch it in color. And I was
it was on like cool. Sunday nights, because we always went to our grandparents. Well, I went to my grandparents' house in Madison Park, and we always had dinner there. Either that, or we were on the Jade House on Mercer Island. We either went to their house for dinner, or we went to the Jade House like every Sunday.
I remember.
And then we'd walk over to Baskin and Robbins. And that was
Yeah.
that every Sunday
Yeah.
for years and years and years and years and years.
And there was that Jack in the Box, I think, wasn't there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right across the way from the Jade House. There was that parking lot. Yeah, the Jack in the Box that was there forever.
Yeah.
It's weird that they've turned like downtown Mercer Island is now a residential area with all these apartment buildings, which is such an odd thing.
I was almost totally lost the last time I drove through there. We had to go and do something, and we pulled off, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?"
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, I don't know why you would want to rent an apartment on Mercer Island, because where do you go? You know, like when you rent an apartment, you think it's walking distance from interesting places, but Mercer Island is so, like, I don't know how much those apartments cost to rent, but it's wild to me that there's these apartments on Mercer Island. It's so alien to, I mean, there was always apartments like at Shorewood and stuff like that, but those are more residential, you know, families and things like that. Whereas it's an interesting, I mean, it's so different now.
Yeah.
It's just so, I mean, I go back there and I still have friends that live on the island. The Kelly Goto, who the interview with her was today, she moved from the San Francisco Bay Area. She moved back in when her father passed away. She moved back in to take care of her mom, and they're renovating their house on Mercer Island, which, by the way, is a great thing to do. I mean, if I could renovate my childhood home, I would live on Mercer Island too. I wouldn't go anywhere.
I looked at a Google satellite image of our place on 88th I lived, and I don't even recognize that house anymore. It is twice the size. They've built out over the backyard, totally covered it over. It's unbelievable how much bigger this place is. They added
were you Southeast 88 on the south end of the island?
Yeah, it was right up from the forward throttle and
so you were by North Mercer Junior High and stuff.
Yeah. Mercer Crest Elementary was where I went.
That's now the Mary Waite Pool.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Or at least it was.
We used to refer to it as forward thrust. So.
Yeah. That's yeah. So no, but it's wild. I mean, it was a great place to grow up because there was so much because Boeing. There was always an interest, even when in the 70s, in high technology and, you know, having the Blue Angels perform at Seafair and seeing the hydroplanes. I mean, to me, the unlimited hydroplanes were spaceships on the water, you know, and it was great to have all of those things in like a compact area.
Yeah. You were mentioning the hydroplanes earlier today, and it came into my head. It was, you know, the announcer of the race. It was always between the Budweiser and the Pain Pack.
Oh yeah,
the Bud in the back.
That was those. It's so funny because I've tried to explain to people, if you've never seen unlimited hydroplanes race and you've never been, like, you could hear the engines from miles and miles and miles and miles away. Like when we were playing outside, you could tell when they were the hydroplanes were yeah. I mean, it was, and to see them and to know that what you try to explain to people, these boats can go 200 miles an hour on the water, and people are like, what? And you're like,
that's just when they were the turbine. I mean, not the turbine. The engines, you know, the Merlins and the Allisons.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
the Rolls Royce.
Awesome. Yeah.
And I remember like the first year they had the turbine, the U-95. There was one year they were at Sand Point rather than at Seward Park, you know, and the U-95 sank. It sank during the races, and that was a big deal. It was like, oh, the first turbine powered. But now you watch that stuff. That's why I put it in the first thing I showed today. You know, it was the first thing going up there. I went to the hydroplane races, and I got pit passes and went to watch during race day. I'd love to go. My dad used to take me there, and I loved it.
Yeah.
And now now the hydroplanes look more spaceship like than ever. You know, and did you ever, when you were a kid, did you make wooden hydroplanes and tie them to the back of your bike, and drag them behind? We used to do that, you know, and we would make our own hydroplanes, and you would pound nails down through the back, so the metal nails, and we drag them over the asphalt, and you'd have rooster tails of sparks
Yeah.
flying out. Everybody's watching this show right now going, what are they talking about? What is going on? But trust us, it was fun.
Yeah. Well, so for me, to this, the next, like sci-fi stuff I remember was Space 1999 and Quark.
Quark with Richard Benjamin is what, Adam Quark?
Yes. And the twins.
Yeah, the twins and the space garbage cans. It was and Salvage One with Andy Griffith. Remember that? He built the rocket in his backyard.
Yeah, I do. I didn't like that one.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was stupid. It was stupid. Yeah. But we had great. I mean, Star Trek was on every.
Reading. Huh?
Star Trek was on every night. You had Star Trek, Twilight Zone, Outer Limits. Channel 11 had Sci-Fi Theater every Sunday at 2. It was great.
Yeah,
growing up in Seattle was great.
Yeah,
I mean,
lots of TV to watch,
and lots of movies. I mean, my parents got sick of it, but I would make them drive. Their rule was if I could find somebody to drive one way, they would drive the other. So I got very good at calling my friends, going, "Hey, you want to go do this thing? And do you think your mom could drive one way, and my mom will pick us up?" But nowadays, I'm angry with my parents retroactively because it took 15 minutes to get to any movie theater that we wanted to go to. So give me a break. Give me a break, Mom.
You see, for me, it took like 30 minutes to get into Bremerton.
A
movie, and then so for Star Wars. We, of course, drove all the way over to Seattle so we could see it at the UA 150.
Yeah, you have to go.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the pile of rubble they left that theater in?
I'm afraid I did not, and I think I'm glad I didn't.
It was hard. It was the most heartbreaking thing. I actually cried because I'd spent so much time in that theater. Just between Star Wars, if you just include Star Wars, Empire, and Jedi, and then when Greg Smith and we all went and saw Star Wars when they showed all 3 movies for the first time. Lucasfilm put them in theaters. When I went, my friend said, there's something you have to see. And there was a chain link fence around where that theater stood, and it was a pile of rubble. And I was thinking to myself, why would you do this? Why would you allow this to happen? Luckily, Paul Allen's company gave the Cinerama this year or maybe it was last year, to the Seattle International Film Festival. So it's theirs. Thank God.
Yeah.
Because I saw the Black Hole when it opened. I saw Temple of Doom in that theater. I saw so many movies I saw Blade Runner when it opened at the Cinerama. First show, noon. What was it? June 19th, 1982? I was there.
Well, for the longest time, I had to rely on mostly like books and magazines that I could get from like the local drugstores, like in Belfair and stuff like that. So
I felt that about my sex life: books and magazines.
Starlog and Famous Monsters and Fantastic Films.
Yeah, Cinefantastique too, and I like Fantastic Films. That was a good magazine.
Yeah, those were great because that's how I found out about stuff like, This Island Earth and the Day the Earth Stood Still and Forbidden Planet, and there were great articles in there. And so when I had chances, like when Forbidden Planet came out on cable, I can't remember if it was Max or if it was Showtime, but I couldn't wait for that to go. I read in the thing and I was like, oh my God, I finally get to see it. And then I watched it and I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah, it was great.
Because I was with my grandparents and it was in color. And so I was able to get that. And they had this big console TV in the den and everything. It was awesome. And I remember it was summer and these there were some local girls. They came over because they heard that a young guy was going to be over for the summer, and they came over, and so we went to the lake and played pool and stuff like that. But I was like, you got to see this movie. You got to see this movie.
The girls want to take you out and you want to show them Forbidden Planet. That's the problem with all of us. We all have the same problem. Come on, ladies, let's go watch this movie. I mean, it was and Seattle had the second video store in the United States too. That video file, actually not video file, Video Space where I worked at. Video File was the first Laserdisc store in the area, but Video Space, it was a great, Weston Ishimura, who founded the VSDA, Video Space started in Seattle. It was great. Being able to get videotapes. That's the first time I saw Forbidden Planet. Wasn't even on TV. It was on tape. Yeah. That was when MGM put it out. It was like, oh my God, finally. For whatever reason, KSTW or whatever, Channel 11 did not play Forbidden Planet on Sci-Fi Theater. They didn't have the rights. It probably wasn't part of a syndication package because the movies were older. They had all the Paramount stuff, the George Powell stuff, like War of the Worlds, When Worlds Collide, Conquest of Space. They would play those because they were from the 50s. A lot of that stuff that they played was from the 50s. Some of the Godzilla movies were from the 60s, but most of that stuff was older. So, but that was, those syndication packages, somebody was who was talking about it earlier today, but that was what it was. You got the syndication packages, and it was weird. They always gave us a bizarre amount of stuff to see.
I remember didn't even see Day the Earth Stood Still until it finally came out on video, like in 80, I want to say 86 or 80 something, like 85 or 86. Because I was going to community college, I think, at that time. So
yeah.
We were so excited when we were able to get it at the video store. We're like, we got it.
Oh yeah, well you could. I mean, it took forever to get those movies out because they were not anyone's priority.
Yeah.
I remember when the Laserdisc for Day the Earth Stood Still came out in this big, beautiful gatefold sleeve. It was gorgeous. I think I still have it.
Yeah.
It's over there. I don't know.
The first convention I ever actually went to was at the Seattle Center. It was a weekend thing called Future Fest, I think, and they had
that makes sense.
Blade Runner. They showed Blade Runner on screen that evening, and they had some of the props and drawings, Sid Mead stuff, and they had a large scale spinner hanging in an area. My friend John and I dressed up and went to it. We wore our moon boots and our jeans, and we had shirts that had military style epaulets and pleated pockets and stuff like that. And we made badges.
Yeah. No, I mean, that was another thing. Seattle always had stuff going on. There was always arts festivals, whether it was Bumpershoot, the art, which I loved, but then there was always something going on. And Norwestcon was a really great science fiction convention. I mean, I really liked going, but that was a proper con. It was very much a literary-based sci-fi convention, but it was still, and there was lots of comic book stores, even back, the direct sale market when it was first starting was great because they did have Golden Age collectibles in the Pike Place market. So it was a great, and then when I got into junior high school, there were comic book stores and indie record stores combined into one. There was a store on 2nd Avenue called Time Travelers that had great comics. I would go down there and get that's why I preferred to buy my comics, because they had records as well. And then there was all the Tower Records on Mercer Street. It was a great thing, and I think part of when we were kids was going after that stuff and finding it. That was the fun thing, was to go on the quests and look for things and go and make the rounds. And that is virtually gone. You can go to maybe there's a collectible store, you can go to your comic book shop, but to go to all these different places, and now we know what's coming out. We didn't know it was coming out. Nobody knew when things were coming out. I didn't know when a book was coming out. And if it was something I was looking for, I remember there were authors I started to look for, like Stephen King. I'm like, well, when's the next Stephen King book coming out? Or I started to look at the back of paperback books, whether they were sci-fi or horror books, and you could find they were advertisements for other books that the authors would write. And I'd go to had written, and I would go to the old ladies at our local bookstore at Island Books and order them. And when they would come in, I'm like, Mom, you got to take me to the bookstore right now. This book came in. And my mom did not understand. Wait, you want me to drive you to the bookstore to buy a paperback book? And I'm like, yes, Mom. Like right now. I have to have it right now. Because it's there. If it was sitting there, I had to have it. Why should it be sitting at the end of our small town if I can't get to it? Why can't you take me now? It'll take us 10 minutes to get there and 10 minutes to get back. I need it right now. My mom did not understand. She just didn't get it.
I got a lot of my reading material from my dad, actually, because after my parents split, when he moved into Bremerton and set up shop there, he built himself this like built-in bookcases and put all of his sci-fi fantasy stuff up there. And when we moved in with him, he said, anything here, grab it and read it. It's there for you to read. And I started reading Asimov and Herbert and Heinlein and Clifford D. Simak and Paul Anderson and
Gateway was one of the first books I got from the Science Fiction Book Club.
Yeah.
I was
going to ask you about that on the Science Fiction Book Club. Did you read Dune before Star Wars came out?
No.
Okay.
Because I joined the Science Fiction Book Club after I saw Star Wars.
Oh, okay. All right.
After I saw Star Wars, and because I was in the 4th grade, and it was interesting because I'll tell you so as soon as I saw Logan's Run, I bought the book, and it was very perplexing because the book is nothing like the movie at all. The people die. You die at 21.
Yeah.
Sandman, Sandman, leave my door. Don't come back here anymore. There was a poem at the beginning of it. I couldn't reconcile how different the book was. I remember I was 9. I was 9 reading Logan's Run, and it was so different from the movie. I mean, I thought it was really interesting, but it really put the zap on my head because it was the first time I was like, the book was really cool, but I'm like, where did the movie come from? Like, it was one of those things where cognitive dissonance set in, and I'm like, I'm 9. And no, there wasn't anybody, like, this is a funny thing. I'm a kid, right? And I love all this stuff, and I'll never forget this. So, because I want to say, so Logan's Run came out, the sequel to Logan's Run that William F. Nolan wrote, which was Logan's World, I want to say came out in 1977. So it came out, he's probably cashing in on the movie. And the cover of Logan's World was the Capitol, and it was Logan and Jessica running, but Jessica had long hair, so it was like Heather Menzies from the TV series. I mean, maybe it was, and it was like, but reading the book Logan's Run was the first time I was perplexed. And I'm like, why is this book, I just saw this movie that I loved, it blew my mind, and this book is nothing at all like the movie, other than the fact that, like, I didn't even understand in the book, they have, the Sandmen are carrying, like, what they call DS pistols, deep sleep pistols, and their pistols have, like, different settings, like Ripper and Tangler and all, and I was reading the book, and I'm like, what the hell does this have to do with the film? But there was nobody I could go to. Like, I couldn't go to somebody, I didn't know somebody. I remember asking my dad, like, is this something adults do to kids? Like, I thought that reading this book was so, like, why is this so different? Like, I thought that there was something in life that I didn't understand as a 9-year-old. Like, why is this so different than the movie? Like, if you're going to make a movie of a book, because I remember seeing, I read all of Roald Dahl's books, and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory kind of was like the movie. It was kind of, Willy Wonka, it was kind of like that. But Logan's Run was so different. I thought there was something about life, a secret in life I didn't understand. Like, why would somebody do this to a kid? Like, you go see a movie and then you get the book and you're supposed to read the book, but the book was so fucking different than the movie. I'm like, what the fuck? And there was nobody, it was one of these questions where I'm wandering around in a fog and no one could explain it to me. Like, my father, I probably asked him, he looked at me like, what are you talking about? Like, he didn't understand. I couldn't convey to him. I didn't have the faculties to explain, like, how different this was. Like, I'm like, Dad, there's not even, like, a dome fucking city in this book. Like, they're going all over the world. And it was one of those things as a kid I just didn't get. I'm like, why would you do this? And I'm like, what idiot at the studio? Like, who decided to make this movie and not the movie that the book is based on?
I ran into that with, I think the first time I remember that was with the Blish adaptations of the Trek scripts.
Yeah, why was there something called the Unreal McCoy? The fuck was that? Unreal McCoy. I remember getting that going, what is this?
Yeah, but portions of scripts from episodes, and I'm like, I don't remember that.
Yeah, that was the great part. But I mean, once I came to grips with what that was, it was better.
Yeah,
I was like, okay, I'm going to make peace with this, And then, of course, as you got into like the Vonda McIntyre novelizations of Star Trek 2 and 3, you're like, oh, bring it on, bring or Alan Dean Foster's Star Trek logbooks. Oh, you want to turn an 22-minute animated episode into an entire novel? Go right ahead. I'll read Bem or Albatross or however long those fucking things were. 3 stories turned into 1. It was great.
Yeah.
But it was, learning about adaptation was interesting. But that was I don't know if kids go through that today. Like does a 9-year-old go to see a movie like whatever the equivalent of Logan's Run is today and then go out and get the book and read it? I mean, I can't remember. When was the last time there was a big budget literary adaptation that somebody would want to go out and even, read I guess Dune? People are, why is Chani acting like this in Dune Part 2? How are they going to make Dune Messiah?
Well, that's why. Why make Dune Messiah, since Villeneuve decided to take it upon himself to go ahead and tell everybody exactly what Herbert was trying to say in Dune anyway, which was that Paul is the bad guy. Don't trust him. So he's already done that, and Herbert wrote Messiah because he realized he hadn't actually done that with Dune because everybody was lionizing Dune, Paul.
Yeah.
So wait, you're not supposed to like him. He's not the hero.
It's better than what they've done with. Have you watched Dune Prophecy?
I am watching it. Yeah.
Why does everything why does every future war against machines have to look like Terminator, or some variation of that?
Well, because Brian's behind a lot of what they're doing. So.
I know, and it's not good.
No, it's not, because he's the one who said, "Oh, Cymex."
Yeah, it's not good. Dune Prophecy is not good.
Yeah, if you read, if somebody was to have read all the the Brian Herbert stuff, then they would understand why they look like that.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing.
Yes, and the Overmind, and
here's the thing. I don't understand. I mean, I get it. I do not understand. We have to live in a world where there's a Rings of Power and a Dune Prophecy show. Why do we have to do? Why? Why do I have to exist in this world where Rings of Power exists and Dune Prophecy exists? Why?
Yeah.
Why do I have to do that? It's torturous. It's torturous.
I'm giving them. I'm watching it, but as soon as that dude fried that kid, and apparently someone who was off planet on Wallach 9, and I'm like, oh yeah, well, you better figure out how to explain that, in technical, because if you say that this was special, he had special abilities, I'm totally.
Well, first of all, here's what okay. First of all, this is now my new pet peeve. This show takes place 10,000 years. 10,000 years before Dune. But everything looks the same. 10,000 years? Just like in Star Trek Discovery, they jump 1,000 years in the future and everybody looks the same, talks the same. I mean, you go back to Space Seed. How much little man has changed. Oh, there's been technological advancements. But I mean, it's so the lack of imagination.
But
is
do
frustrating.
Recall though that by the time of Dune, that is part of the problem that Paul has realized is the stagnation of the gene pool and of life in general, because
I know.
The system of power has totally secured exactly what they have said. This is how you are going to live, and it's very much like what the Chinese empires did. They totally stagnated because there was no need for people to come up with new ways of doing things, because that just wasn't their place. So there's a precedent for some of that.
Man, you know what? If I had rich parents in the Dune universe, I'd pay the Spacing Guild to see how far. Hey, let's see how far we can go. Let's leave the Landsrad and see what's out there. Come on, man. Bro, you find some quote unquote young Spacing Guild member and be like, find a third stage guild navigator and go, aren't you bored to going to the same fucking places? You know, all you do is go from Geedy Prime to Arrakis. Let's go somewhere interesting. Let's go somewhere out there that way. Let's do that. You know, I guess we're going to get that in Skeleton Crew this week.
Maybe some of those houses that went rogue, maybe that's what they did.
Yeah, I don't know. I find these science fiction shows that we're getting, you know, Foundation, Dune. I mean, I want something to get like weird. Where's all the bizarreness? That why is Logan's Run not like the movie? Why is the movie not like this book, Julian? I don't know. I've been asking myself all this time. Why? Why can't somebody make Peter Watts' Blindside into a movie for me? I just want to see it. Just somebody try and show it to me, please.
I didn't really, when I was growing, it wasn't until after I divorced from my first marriage that I met a bunch of people that were doing the same things. We would get together and watch Next Gen every night when it came on a Saturday night, I think it was, and we would get together and watch that. We would go play Society for Creative Anachronism stuff. We would go to the gun ranges. You
were one of those people?
Yeah, I was one of those people.
I'll bet. I know why. I know. But I see you.
No. You know what? My housemates, my clanmates, they wrote a song about how even I couldn't get laid at a SCA event. So
wow, that's a low. You're scraping the bottom of the barrel. I met a girl. She was totally in love with my friend Mike in line for Return of the Jedi. And her name was Bella. I'll never forget this. Belladonna Nightshade. That was her SCA name. For those of you who don't know, the SCA stands for the Society for Creative Anachronisms. And basically, it's like going to at every literary science fiction convention, there's always a floor. Pick your floor where all these shenanigans happen. Let's go up to the 10th floor because I found somebody from the SCA I'm meeting in 20 minutes.
No, we were part of Starfleet International, so we formed a club. We formed a starship group, which was the USS Advantageous, and we would get together and do all that stuff. We joked that the ship was so small that we could only have holo bathrooms instead of a holo suite. So
yeah, I don't know about that. But yeah,
those got in the way, so we said, "We're mutiny."
I have to end our conversation. No one else has shown up. My list, people haven't been showing up. I don't know what to say. Mike,
I was in there waiting for it kept on not finding the session.
Well, no, because I have to let you in. I saw that you were there.
I would hit join, and then it was like nothing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, we're supposed to start at Midnight Metal at 10, so I think Dave will show up. Dave Parker will show up here eventually. I hope he doesn't think, because I didn't set up this to be a separate Midnight Metal. Oh, you know what I just realized? I didn't send Dave the link to get into this show. That's why he's not in this show. That's why he's not here yet. Now I got to send him. Okay. So we're gonna liven this. We're gonna liven this show up. Here we go. And I got to do that. I'm glad I realized that. I think he probably sent me an email going, "Hey man, let's see. Dave Parker. Show link. Here we go. So there we are. And away we go. It was wild being a science fiction fan as a kid growing up. Yeah. It's got to be different now. We don't. I don't think they have those groups like when you're younger. Do people do that anymore?
I don't. I have no idea.
I mean, everyone plays. So. Everything is more. It's weird to me because like everything is so like if you're into D&D, there's like the celebrity D&D group now. There's everything has become commodified and sort of if you're going to join this group, it's like official or it's online or there's all this. It's not. It's just different. I don't know if I have no idea if it's fun anymore. Is it fun? I don't know. And part of the reason to go to science fiction conventions, even though you were one of the people that went there, was to make fun of the other people, like filk singing. Whoever thought that was a good idea?
Never did that.
Like who would filk sing? Like who thought that was making up the worst filk songs were when they would take other songs and just change the words to make them sci-fi oriented. Like there's the Nova, my old friend. Some stupid shit like that. I couldn't stand it. I'm like, why are you doing this? Who thought this was a good idea? And then you had filk singing competitions. Filk singers were the worst. Can I just say that? If there's anybody out there watching this and you were a filk singer, you were part of the problem.
Yeah. Me and my friends, we went to NorwestCon to go to the panels that we were interested in and to go to the room parties and frickin' get smashed. So...
Well...
and dance.
Dave Parker, we're going to switch this mug. We're going to switch this show over now, Julian. I know right. Shonen just showed up, but Shonen, you're late. James, you're late. But we're going to switch over, so hold tight. We're going to turn this into Midnight Metal. We have a whole new opening. We're going to change this whole thing. And we're gonna liven this party up, Dave. Are you ready? Let me put Dave. Fuck yeah, dude. That's right. And we'll figure that out. I don't have any Midnight Metal iconography, but we'll work it out. All right, Julian, I'm going to let you go, but thanks for being here. And it's always good talking about the old days. I'm just going to bring Dave Parker in just now, but I'm going to let you go, Julian.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Always good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Take it easy, man.
All right, and you too, and don't secretly be a filk singer and tell me I've insulted you because I apologize for that. Dave, I'm just gonna bring you into the show, man.
All right,
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here is Mr. Dave Parker, director of The Hills Run Red. You're looking mighty. You're looking like you're in shape, Dave.
Thanks, man.
You're looking younger every time I see you.
Hey, it's that virgin blood.
Now, let me ask you this. We've been talking a lot about, by the way, just so you know, we're approaching, it's 9:56. This show, I did have to switch over the streams, but for the most part, I've been broadcasting since 8 a.m. So at 10 o'clock, it's hour 14.
Right.
I've been for 14 hours. I don't know. I'm still talking.
You got your pee jars all lined up there. That's nice.
These are not pee jars.
Ew, he's drinking it, guys. He's drinking it. Ew.
No, they're not pea jars. This is water.
Sicko.
I got one empty thing. I'll pour some wine. It's time.
That's right. Cheers, man.
I have some wine. Yeah, 1,000. Dave, big part of it. Dave Parker, let me ask you something. Tell me, since we're talking about being
having a little pour, huh?
Well, why not just pour the whole thing into the mason jar?
Why did you just drink out of the bottle at this point?
Because that's uncouth.
Yeah, but drinking out of a mason jar is classy. You are the epitome.
I am nothing if not one classy gent.
Of class.
I am the connoisseur of class. Let me ask you something. So you're an imagination connoisseur from way back. When did you know you were enamored of science fiction, fantasy, and especially horror? Like, how old were you when you started watching movies and you started reading books and the magazines and
well, it happened before I could read.
Sure.
It was King Kong on TV.
That was it?
the OG King Kong, but I got to say the 76 King Kong made a huge impression on me too, especially Jessica Lange.
Yeah.
Jessica Lange.
Well, I
Even
love
at that young fertile age where the balls had barely dropped. There was, even then I knew there was something special. That and Rick Baker in the suit. Not that I knew it was a guy in a suit at that point. I just thought it was King Kong.
Right.
So that's definitely where it started. And then my mom would get me Famous Monsters I think even before I could read, because it had not before I could totally read. I could read some of it, but I probably didn't get all the puns and everything.
Right.
So those were definitely, huge factors.
Yeah, I mean, but now, when did you become enamored of all of this stuff to the point where you knew it was more than just, oh, I like this? When did it become something that you
Obsession?
knew was? Yeah.
I would say, I gotta stop saying for one. I would say 81, 82. Raiders of the Lost Ark, and then Creepshow. Those two, together kind of like really just hit it for me. And it's when I started, and because Raiders had a TV special about the stunts and everything.
Yeah, right. I remember that.
And Creepshow was so exaggerated. So I started actually recognizing filmmaking for filmmaking, and that it was a career, it was a job. So I blame those two for this unfortunate path that I've been on all these years.
And you would call it unfortunate? Come on.
But you know what I mean. Look, we've talked about this so many times. It's a brutal business, and that's one thing.
Well, okay, but
enough, that's one thing that if you go to film school or something like that, they don't teach you that. They don't teach you how petty and shitty and difficult and tough it is. I mean, but I think those are real world lessons that someone should know going into this. How it's like, do you really have the tenacity? Do you have fortitude? Do you have the perseverance and the endurance to really last in this business? And I don't think that is communicated enough. Maybe more so now. People talk about it a lot. But I still think they sort of sugarcoat it because it's still the glamour of Hollywood. And there is, for sure. There's a lot of glamour and there's great times and everything, but it's a bitch.
No, it is
all the time.
But we didn't I mean, look, I didn't really have a choice. There was nothing for whatever reason when we were going to do all this. I didn't there wasn't my parents weren't going, son, you should become a doctor,
a podiatrist. Rob, get into feet.
I mean, if anything, I would have gone into gynecology.
Of course you would.
But
you would have but then you could have potentially just gotten sick of it.
No.
All shapes, all sizes, all colors, creeds, whatever. I'm there. You know what?
Yes.
There's still
that is
time.
true.
There's still time.
Is there? I don't know.
This might be it. Tonight might be the end of it all.
Tonight might be the end of Rico. No, but I mean, I'm fascinated by because look, I feel that we were holistic in our genre interests. We weren't just reading comic books or watching movies. We were reading books. It was this larger music. It all fed into the same thing.
And what was interesting, especially when I was a youngin' and renting VHS and just movies, that's what it was. It was just movies. It didn't matter what genre it was, what year it came out, whatever. I was watching Kramer versus Kramer as well as Friday the 13th Part 3.
Right.
It was just then it was I was just absorbing everything, and that's all it was. It was absorbing. It wasn't my brain was not formed enough like some people that we know, even at a young age, could dissect editing and camera angles in this. I was watching stuff really just to absorb stories.
Well, listen, since it is 10 o'clock, why don't we play our intro?
All right.
Are you ready? This is Midnight Metal 89. 89, dude.
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robert Meyer Burnett and Dave Parker, they're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
All right, it's time to get metal. Hey, look, I had to laugh. I had to wake myself up. I had to get myself getting going. I've been here for 14 hours. This is the 1000th episode of Robservations, and this is the Midnight Metal portion of this show. Remember, the question is, are you ready to get fucking metal? Are you ready? Fucking metal! Are you? Dave, are you, Yeah, your headphones. The people are going, what the hell did you just say?
Jesus Christ,
Dave, are you, come on, I had to wake myself up.
Happy juice, and he goes crazy.
I haven't even had the happy juice yet, you know?
Cheers to 1,000, buddy.
Well, let me get on the 1,000. Well, you've been around for a lot of it. So listen, cling, 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 with my mason jar full of wine.
Wine and whiz.
You know what's weird about this channel? Is
so many things.
But the people that come and go.
And I'm on it for one.
Yeah, well, you're a stalwart. You've been here for years now.
I know. How many years has it been now? Because I was on the first year. Remember when we did our first show together? I went down to your place in Pasadena.
Yeah. No, I mean it's been. I've been doing this show since 2018, and I don't think you were. I think you were in the garage. Were you in the garage when we did it, or were you in the house?
No, it was in the house.
Wow, so that was the first couple years. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was in basically the laundry room.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a weird. What's strange about this channel is the people that come and go. You know, like like I've tried to build a community, but there's people that just some people have passed away, some people just don't like you anymore, some people just disappear, and you wonder, like, I wonder what happened to them. Like Willow Yang. Willow Yang used to, she went through her grads. She became like a molecular biologist and went off and lived her life.
Yeah, she grew up.
Yeah, she did. I hope she's doing well. Willow, this is for you, Willow Yang, and I'm sure everybody raise a glass to Willow.
And this is not true. I don't want to paint her in this as life, but then another person that we've lost or not seen, maybe you have, I haven't seen her in a while, is and this is a quote from Dragnet, so don't bust my balls on it. The Virgin Connie Sang.
I love Connie. I have a mad crush on Connie Sang.
Maybe too much, and maybe that's not why she's not here anymore.
That isn't true. I've never hit on her. I've been very nice to her.
Just like you said, some people come, some people go.
It's true.
Come see, come saw.
No, but no, she's great. But I'll tell you, I know what video game she plays by following her on Twitter.
Oh yeah, you're on that thing.
I'm on all of social media. Twitter is the only place, dude. I got fried. I got fried for trolling people about the Goonies.
Charlie the Unicorn says Connie is doing great. Last time I talked to her, that's good to hear. I need to give her a shout.
Yeah, me too.
So are you on Blue Sky now?
When Blue Sky first started, I went on to Blue Sky and signed up. So I've been on Blue Sky. Just there was nobody there when I first went there.
Right.
I
am not. I'm not doing that. I'm not on Twitter, X, whatever it is, and I'm not joining Blue Sky. I ain't doing it, Rob. Can't make me.
It's like the deleted scene from Jaws. I ain't going, Mr. Quint.
I ain't
going on that big old barge after that mean old shark. I ain't going. It's the greatest deleted scene of all time.
Yeah. Oh, and just a heads up, Rob, we're probably going to have an old friend stop by the show in a little bit too. Join us.
Join us. Yeah, I was gonna, but I still have to bring on. We still got people coming on the show. We got to talk to them.
We today's Black Friday, and how excited were you about the Vinegar Syndrome announcement of?
Well, we knew it was coming. It was rumored.
Yeah,
but for those, I got to tell you, the Black Friday announcements. Did you see the new Arrow Life Force that's coming out?
No, but I think I've got enough life force in me.
Well, at least the special features that I worked on are being ported over, but it's nice.
Oh, that's nice. That's cool.
It's I don't know if it's going to be Arrow does those, but yeah. So Arrow, they announced Life Force today. Everybody's putting out all kinds of crazy good stuff.
Yeah, there is a lot of like cool stuff that I'm sure you and Dieter will talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, Synapse is doing a lot of great stuff too. They've got a lot of really interesting things. A lot of.
Speaking of Synapse, they put out the release of the year in October.
I can't go there with you, buddy.
The release of the year, the disc of the year, the 4K of the year. Sold out, Rob. Sold out.
Well, I'm glad
it's
you.
Amazing. It's amazing, Rob. It's Midnight Metal on that.
I did not purchase that.
Yeah, and you can never get it again.
But you can buy it on the secondary market, Dave.
Well, good. You'll be paying a lot more. Trick or treat, guys. Trick or treat.
Well, that is metal.
Woo.
It is metal.
Yeah. But they did. And even Diabolic DVD has a label called Cauldron Films.
Right. Yeah.
And they're putting out a box set of like Lamberto Bava 1980s television, like The Ogre, Dinner with a Vampire, Graveyard Disturbance, all these things that he did for Italian television, these movies for Italian TV, which is kind of cool. But that's just a pre-order. But I saw today, that was kind of cool. That was kind of neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff out there.
Too much. There's too much.
It's a good thing I'm broken. I can't buy it all.
Too much. Yeah, me too. I should never buy anything anymore.
I did get a couple interesting things. I had to break down and get a few things. And,
what'd you get?
Luckily, Criterion's having a sale right now.
I got 4 things from Criterion this week.
And I definitely got this.
Oh yeah, I already have that.
The Teen Apocalypse trilogy.
Is that? Oh yeah, okay. That's the right one. Yeah, okay.
The Criterion one. I also watched this a couple weeks ago, and I really liked it. I don't know if you've seen this one. I hijacking your video show, but
it's not my video. It's fine. You can say whatever you want.
This movie's awesome.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have one of those to give away. I should give it away tonight.
Hey, you should.
The Steelbook, bruh.
Oh, well, I couldn't find the Steelbook.
Because Lisa Stevenson sent me a big box because I'm writing for the Lionsgate website.
Oh, I saw that. That's very cool.
Yeah, so she sent me some stuff to give away.
Did you watch the movie?
Oh, I watched the movie. I bought one of those before she gave that to me. I really liked it. I thought it was great. Yeah.
It's a blast.
It is a blast.
I got this weird one. Again, one of Vinegar Syndrome, they handle all these like smaller labels and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're partner labels.
One's called Deck Analog.
Yeah. And
I got this. You probably have never seen it. It's so bizarre. It's Adult Swim's Yule Log.
Wow.
And it's a horror movie. Done
in animation?
No. Live action, shot, everything, but done with the fixed camera of a Yule log. And the movie happens in front of it, around it.
Are the flames burning? Or is it
flames burning? It does all this other stuff. It actually goes back in time. It does a lot of really
wow, that's cool. Yeah, I'd watch that.
That's kind of interesting, and I think that's on sale right now too. I think everything on their site's on sale. But anyway, yeah, that's a. Oh, and one last thing, and I think I told you this week when we talked. So, Rob, you and I worked at Full Moon Entertainment.
We did
back in the day.
We did.
We worked on trailers.
We did,
and then we worked on this thing called Video Zone. Now, why don't you tell people what the Video Zone was?
Well, the Video Zone was an early Full Moon was doing. They did interviews. They did behind the scenes of the movies that they were putting out, and they would appear. So the Video Zone stuff was included on whatever movie that they were putting out through Paramount, and it was on Laserdisc and it was on videotape. And the Video Zone magazines would appear because the movies were usually 90 minutes or less. So to fill out a 2-hour VHS tape, they would have these things, and usually the program was like a half an hour long. And I cut a Video Zone for Spirit of the Night.
Right, that was for Torchlight at the time.
Yeah,
the Torchlight label. They're erotic. They're soft erotica films.
Yeah, that's how I met Jenna Bodner.
Yeah,
star of Spirit of the Night,
who influenced the scene in Free Enterprise. So,
why did you bring this up, Dave?
I brought this up because a couple months ago, I was contacted by Justin Beam from Reverend Entertainment, who does a lot of special features on releases now. And he contacted me, and then I put him in touch with Daniel Schweiger, who was our boss at the time at Full Moon.
He was overseeing the restoration of Arcade, or not. I wouldn't call it the restoration, the resurrection. I'd call it the resurrection of Arcade.
The redo, the recut.
Yeah.
And he wanted to, there was this box set coming out from Umbrella.
Yeah.
And he wanted to do a mini documentary called Full Moon University. And it was all about us working on the Video Zones.
Yeah, that's cool.
And then he was kind enough to send me the box, which is, this is what it is.
Yeah, that's the cool. That's the that came out from Umbrella did that. Kind of kind of a great companion piece to Arrow's video store box set.
Except it's just Dollman and the Demonic Toys films.
Yeah, yeah.
In this box.
Well, what's interesting is Dollman was the movie Albert Pune was doing concurrently to Arcade.
Right. He did them back to back or something like that.
Yeah. Well, he was jumping from sometimes set to set. Yeah. And
which Arcade starred Peter Billingsley, and Dollman starred Tim Thomerson and Jackie Earle Haley.
And Seth Green and Megan Ward and John Delancey was in Arcade.
Yeah, these are, I mean, for at the time, for B movie things, these were pretty cool little movies too.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about working at Full Moon that I love, the facility was amazing, and you could go watch the effects being done, the makeup being done. They were always building sets on stage. I mean, it's hard to, what was interesting about when I think about what I did living in LA, like winding up at Full Moon. Dan Schweiger called me out of the blue and wanted me to go work with Peter Billingsley on this movie.
Right.
But then the whole facility, if it didn't implode when we were there, I mean, it was a great place. They were making a movie a month. They were coming out through Paramount. I mean, we got to be monsters in the lurking fear.
Which is covered in the documentary. I bring that up. I mean, it was amazing. It was amazing. It was basically going to film school and getting paid for it.
Yes.
Because we had access to everything. It was a time that doesn't exist anymore. There's no place.
There's no. And you had Corman. There were the Corman people over in Venice, and then there was the full. But I have to say, I think it was weird to say this, but Full Moon was a little bit more corporate than Corman was.
Yeah,
because we had these beautiful offices. I'll tell you something. If you wanted to impress a lady, why don't you come meet me over the studio?
Yeah, in Glendale.
Well, it didn't matter where it was because you came on that place. It was a beehive of activity.
And it was like, oh shit, this is a real studio.
Yeah, it was a real studio, and it was kind of labyrinthian, and it was. I mean, it's hard to explain to people now. I mean, people are always like, oh, so we didn't become Spielberg, and we're not incredibly rich men yet. But it was. It was a great time because we were actually working, doing stuff.
Yeah.
We were making movies and the movies were coming out, and they were coming out on a monthly basis. So you could, and that was after I was at Tony Gardner's, I'd worked on that. Right. I worked on Army of Darkness and the Swamp Thing TV series and Mick Garris's Sleepwalkers and all that stuff. So it was the early 90s were, again, I was talking a little bit about the shenanigans that went on in LA at the time, but it was also, we played hard and we worked hard.
Yeah.
You know,
Now we just work hard.
Yeah, now we just work hard. Well, they were too old to play. And even if we were young, is it fun anymore? Is anybody really having fun? We had no anxiety. Well,
Jesus.
we had no anxiety about. I had anxiety about where I was going to get money, but other than that, well, I still have anxiety about where I'm going to get money.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed. No, and I, you know, it was so much fun though. I mean, it was really fun. You didn't know if somebody said, "Hey, man, can you come help us build a set right for the next couple hours?" I was like, "Okay."
Yeah.
You know, and then we had technological. I mean, even though they were 3/4-inch decks that we were editing on, we still had editing facilities.
Then we moved on to, you know, Avid pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, after I finished Arcade, it was in '95, right after when Full Moon imploded.
Right.
Imploded. I needed a job, and I got a job. I don't even remember how I got this job, but it was an ad agency called Jacobs and Gerber, and they hired me to do. It was a broadcast ad agency, and they were working on the launch of UPN, which was Star Trek Voyager. So I went to work for them, and Craig Mazin worked there. Craig Mazin of The Last of Us fame, and he was a copywriter, and you know he went to Princeton, so he I think he'd just written the copy for the Crimson Tide poster where he came up with the ad line "Danger runs deep," and there was this old guy who actually painted the artwork on Chinatown, that Chinatown artwork, I used to go hang out with him. He was very much an old Hollywood queen, but I loved him because he was incredibly talented, and no one knew that he did this. You know, people didn't care because he was like, you know, in his 70s or something, and I'm like, I couldn't believe it, and he would tell me stories about working for Paramount and all this, and it was, and then they get an Avid in, and they gave it to me, and they're like, and back then it was like $100,000.
I know, it was incredibly expensive.
It was incredible, and so Peter Billingsley and I started cutting our short film on that thing.
Yeah,
and it was, you know, it was, and we would stay after hours. We'd never, you know, everybody was always working. Like we were all toiling, but we were shooting music videos. Like didn't you do that animated? Was it for Rhino Bucket?
Someone did that. I didn't do that, but I did shoot.
Didn't you cut it or something?
No, but I did shoot music videos. Maybe I did cut a Rhino Bucket video.
I think you did.
It could very possibly be. But I did shoot a couple music videos on the Full Moon stages on the weekend and after hours because we had total access.
Yeah, nobody cared. And everybody was doing that. Like Eric Wallace's band. Remember Eric Wallace was in a band called Daughter Judy? Do you remember that?
Yes.
We did a Daughter Judy. They didn't finish it because they didn't have the money to pay for that. We were shooting in 16.
Right.
But that's the funny thing. We were always like, nowadays everyone's an influencer. I can't even imagine now that we have YouTube and we have all of this stuff that's going on now that it would be can you imagine if we had YouTube and access to Full Moon?
Oh, forget it. I mean, I forget it. The way the way we had back then and our drive to just be doing.
We would have been making a TV series.
Yeah.
We would like what set is built now? We would have written scenes. We would have called our actor friends, come over. We're going to shoot this thing right now. We're going to cut it and we're going to put it on YouTube tonight or whatever.
Yeah, we could have done an anthology series under Charlie Band's nose, and he would have never known.
He would have loved it. He would have been like, he'd call Paramount and go, "Yeah, I've got this series these guys are making." I mean, it was fantastic. It was of course it all Charlie, you know.
It was a different time.
We'll
just leave it at that. Yeah.
It was a different time. But it was really, I mean, and we were all in our 20s, man.
I know.
Like we had access to all this stuff in our 20s, and it was like, what are we going to do today? And that was that part of. I guess part of like this YouTube channel, one of the things about this channel that it's kept me going, it's certainly kept my creative juices alive. You know, have you seen the trailer for White Devils?
Yes.
I mean, you know, got that coming out. I got to play a body doubled. I hung upside down at Vinny Goscini's place, and you know, Vinny he did a great job. He did prosthetics. He's actually incredibly talented, and he did it very quickly, and it looked great. And he was there all day. We came in on a Saturday, and I don't think I've ever my shoes were. I had to get rid of them. They were so the blood would never come out. I mean, it was incredible, and that was even that. It felt like the full moon days.
Yeah, it's just that sense of sort of adventure, and like, who cares about what time it is or anything else? We'll just do it. It was like, hey, it didn't matter. We would. I mean, that's the thing.
We're working till 2 a.m. We're like, okay, we'll be there at 2:01.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Or how many times during the week we would work a full day and everything, and then we would go out.
There was that.
Who does that anymore?
Well,
it's
people, I guess,
it's so crazy. I mean, I still do because I'm not as old as you. Thank God.
Hey, there's people sending in stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Major Chai Chai wants to know where are the gauntlets R&B. I have to go get them. Kelvin Wellborn has to go to Melbourne City. Oh, Kelvin, I would have had you on. I gotta go get Major Chai Chai's gauntlets and put them on. Brian Erdy says my grandmother had Jaws as a okay. Oh my God, I'm glad Brian Erdy brought this up. So I was talking with Julian Mushkin, who was on just now, and his father had a whole shelf of science fiction novels that he bequeathed to him. I love my dad. And Brian Erdy just brought this up, except for one thing. My dad had a flaw that drove me fucking crazy. My dad was always reading. But the only thing he ever read were Reader's Digest condensed books.
Oh, no way.
And they would come like every month. He would get a hardcover, and it had 3 novels, but they were all condensed into one book, so which means they were like half the novel. It was the most horrifying thing. When I picked one up, I'm like, what is my dad, I probably was 8. And I said, what is what's a condensed book? And my dad was explaining to me that these are books that they're condensed. They're shorter than the real books, so you can read them faster. And I remember grasping this concept. I'm like, wait a minute, Dad, you're reading books that are cut? Like they're edited? Like it's not the whole book?
Well, yeah.
And I honestly, we're a Jewish family. I thought that was like the Nazi. That was like being Nazi. That was like putting books in ovens.
I mean,
it was like the worst thing you could do.
The version of Jaws has got to be better than the original novel.
Didn't matter. Even at 8, I'm like, that was horrifying. And my dad had a wall, gigantic.
It was part of the Book of the Month Club.
It was the Reader's Digest condensed book. So Brian Erdy, you know what? I was going to say this. You just reminded me. So Brian Erdy says, my grandma had Jaws as a Reader's Digest condensed book, and I tore into it after I saw the movie. I was shocked how different it was. Hooper gets eaten, and the shark doesn't blow up. At least the illustrations are cool.
I'm going to go look for this on eBay. The condensed Reader Digest condensed versions.
Dude, they're horrible. But yeah, Jaws was like, I was talking about Logan's Run. Jaws was very different. I mean, Matt Hooper was fucking Mrs. Brody.
I know.
I mean, that was weird.
I mean, he smelled like fish. What would she see in him?
And it was Lorraine Gary.
Well, not in the book.
No, but I could not unsee that. No, Lorraine Gary is fine.
Hey, yeah,
she was married.
Scheinberg thought she was fine.
She was. I mean, fine. She was not. She wasn't fine. Like you're fine. You're fine. In Batman, you're fine. I didn't ask. It's the best. Little Jerry Hall for you.
That's right.
The Dead Man says, "Happy birthday, Rob." Well, happy birthday to you. Brian Erdy says, happy 1000th, Rob. Proud to be a member of the community. You know what, Dave? We're supposed to be having people come in during this time.
Yeah, well, yeah, because we do have someone coming in like 3 minutes.
Oh, we do.
Besides who you have waiting in the wings there.
I'm gonna bring Shonen Kaiju in here because Shonen Kaiju is a cool name, and we're gonna talk to Shonen Kaiju.
He better be as cool as his name. I'm telling you.
He is just as cool as his name.
Sweet.
Come on, man. Shonen Kaiju. That's like Shonen Jump magazine combined with
you. He better bring the thunder.
He's gonna bring the thunder. Why wouldn't he?
I don't know.
Well, we're bringing him in. He's coming in. He's coming in hot. So hang on, I gotta Shonen. I'm putting you in. I've got to make you visible to everybody. I'm gonna bring him right in, right on top of us, Dave. Shonen, can is your sound up? Can I hear you? I don't know if I can. Yeah, you sound good. You sound good. All right.
I don't know, Rob. I'm usually a top, so I don't know how I feel about this.
Okay. Listen to look, man. These are.
Pal. What do you expect?
All right, Shonen Kaiju, welcome to the 1000th episode of Robservations, which is now Midnight Metal.
Whew.
So, Shonen, are you feeling metal tonight? Are you feeling metal?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wasn't even sure I was going to be on. I had a lot of last minute family plans.
I hope you didn't leave your family plans to be on with us.
No, absolutely not. They just
would have been cooler if you did.
No, that wasn't a very good McConaughey. Come on.
I wasn't trying to do him.
So Shonen Kaiju.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did. So I'm going to ask you, Shonen, when did you become a fan? Tell me about your journey to fandom.
It's definitely after seeing the Lord of the Rings trilogy at a very young age and just thinking, holy shit, like that's movies. Like, holy crap.
God, I'm old.
No, but Shonen had a really interesting when he because I asked people to what do you guys want to talk about if you come on the show. Shonen had something really interesting and that was a lack of media literacy, which I think is a really so. What did you mean by that?
Well, it's interesting when you bring up there's ways to watch movies correctly, to look at the plot, look at the themes, look at a scene, and just know how a story's breaking down and just the details of that. And as I've gone along and I've studied or just observed more media, more stories, it's just blatantly clear to me that so many people can't do that, like you've said on this channel. And
why do you think that is?
I think so much of what Hollywood puts out feels more of like a product instead of art. Like,
right,
no one in Hollywood can make the substance. Like, there's just no way. That movie blew me away, and yeah, I just don't think anyone in Hollywood, at least right now, mostly could make something like that. I mean, it was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean,
all of it was.
For me personally,
no. I'm curious because look, I liked the movie a lot. And I'll do this without spoiling it for people. But when it got into the third act, I was much more interested in the first two acts than I was the third act.
Well, because I agree with you.
As a younger person, I probably would have liked the third act the best. It's weird how the taste has changed.
I guess it makes sense. Yeah, I did love the third act of just boom, here it is. Holy crap! All this just insane. It's just like wow. It just had a natural build up to that to me, and it just felt perfect. It just slowly built, and then holy shit.
Well, I'm going to add someone else to this show. Somebody who's actually
a topic too, Rob.
We do have a topic. Well, we're going to add it. I'm leaving Shonen in. Shonen's gonna add to this. We have another person who, in terms of talking about working in the early '90s, he and I worked
Full Moon
at the same place, and this person is also a feature film director
and a Full Moon alumni.
And a Full Moon, a Full Moon alumni, and an alumni of Tony Gardner's Altarian Studios.
In fact, he may have done something more recently than he cares to admit with Full Moon.
I think he would
more
admit
recently
it.
than I would care to admit.
Oh, come on now. Anyway.
Never
ever apologize for work you've done.
Have you seen it?
Why do you have to go there? Why do you have to be that way?
Oh, so you haven't seen it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's like in All That Jazz. What Ben Vereen would say to everybody who comes on the show, but I won't get into that. But this person actually has been an incredibly nice guy. He is a Doctor Who fan. He's a talented writer. We talked Logan's Run earlier. He's written Logan's Run comic books. He's written books on set etiquette. He made a wonderful feature film called Encounter that he wrote and directed that has a famous brother in it. He's done a lot of different things, and like us, he toils and works his ass off, and
he's a professor.
He had a near-death experience in real life.
Well, he didn't want to talk about that.
I'm just saying he's done it all. The man has done it all.
He's seen the other side.
Please welcome Mr. Paul Salamoff to It's Like Beyond and Back, that Sun Classic Pictures movie. Paul Salamoff has entered the show. Shonen, this is a very esteemed gentleman. It's turning into the Brady Bunch of genre people.
I'm telling you, Paul's really more mysterious monsters than anything. So.
I love Mysterious Monsters. That was the second Sun Classic picture after the Outer Space Connection. Paul, welcome.
Am I here? I'm officially entered the arena.
Dude, you're live, buddy. Don't say anything untoward or get us in trouble.
Okay.
Get closer to your mic though.
Bring up the sound. And let me. Okay, Paul. Let me ask you a question. We're just asking. I mean, I just asked Shonen about media literacy.
Okay.
And he brought up a point. I have made the assertion that watching a movie is actually a skill. And there are a lot of people it's just like reading it's one thing to know how to read. It's an entirely different thing to be literate. Now, anybody can watch a movie, but I think some people, you really have to teach yourself or be taught or whatever how to watch film. And I think a lot of the time people today, maybe, like I've maintained that if you try and watch an Antonioni movie, like I'm always using the Ennui trilogy, La Notte, La Ventura, and The Eclipse. Today, most people cannot watch those movies. They're too boring. They'll watch them for 5 minutes and be bored to death, and they cannot get through them. Because they didn't grow up in a time with art house cinema in the 60s where films were thought of as culture. Those days are over.
Wait, Rob. Do you mean a film like Jules and Jim?
Well, Jules and Jim, I would say, is more accessible.
Is it?
I think so, because Jules and Jim is more. It's more romantic. It's more. I mean,
I'll be over here.
No, but that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to. But so, Paul, what are your thoughts?
It's interesting. I as you mentioned, I teach writing screenplays on the side at New York Film Academy, and I always start every class with asking my students what they watched since our last class, right? And I explained it to them that there's a method to the madness. It's not just I'm not just killing time here. It's really about making sure that they're watching stuff and making sure that they're up on what's going on. You know what I mean? Like what's out there in the world. If you're going to write movies, you should know what other movies are being being made.
Yeah.
And you should watch them. And I'm all, and the funny thing is I'm always telling them, it's like, trust me, I'm going to tell you the 3 or 4 films that I watched every week. As long as you're watching one, that's fine. But so I get what you're saying about it is an interesting thing, and I think about like some of the movies that I recently purchased because I'm always buying Blu-rays and wanting to see stuff that ends.
I don't relate to that at all.
What's that?
I'm kidding.
And also, you know, right before I jumped on this, I was just watching 2 different YouTube videos. One was about the making of The Empty Man, the horror movie The Empty Man, and the other one was a part 2 on the making of The Black Hole, the Disney film The Black Hole. You know?
Oh, I thought it was a making of some other movie. Paul, can you bring up your volume?
I mean, dude, this is just like last week's stack.
Wow, let me look at it. Wait, hold on.
Dude, really, the invasion?
Oh, nice.
The invasion, Rob?
Come on. Oh, you're going to judge me?
Yes. The invasion of all things.
By the way, I'm going to Max Allen Collins, who wrote True Noir, the audio drama, just had this come out. His micro budget movie Blue Christmas. He wrote and directed this. MVD, I think, put this out. Just saying, you know, pick that up.
Hold on a second. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's getting better.
I'm moving some junk around. Hold on.
There you go.
There we go. I'm going to move my microphone a little closer.
A little closer to your yap hole.
A little bit closer now. Just a little bit closer now. So no, but you were picking up on what Shonen was bringing up too. I mean, and so what did you get from your students? Are they watching things that are?
Yeah, well, they are. I mean, you know, they are, and that's what I'm happy about it. But you know, the funny thing is, you know, if it's a movie, you know, the other people haven't seen either. One of the reasons is I'm also getting them, you know, okay, well, tell us about the movie. So it's sort of like getting them into the mindset of how they would pitch their movies as well.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So it's like there is method to the madness. It's about just watching, you know, making sure they know what's out there and what's been done. You know, I always make the joke that, you know, look, if you walk into a studio and pitch them, you know, Jurassic Park, because you don't know there was a movie called Jurassic Park, you know what I mean? Like that came out, you're never going to be invited ever again to pitch them.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, it's very important to be aware of like what's out there and what's being made and what has been made. You know, that's a thing too. Yeah, no, it's an interesting thing about how you watch movies and the type of movies you watch. And I'm always trying to find films that, you know, like I haven't seen. That I just watched a movie. God, I just got this movie the other day that I'm not even going to remember the title. It's a weird title where it's like this James Bond type movie with Anthony Hopkins as the James Bond. It was made in 1971. It was called Eight. It's like an Alistair McLean.
Oh, I know that movie.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Eight Below or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a very odd title, but it's like I've never heard of this. It was a Kino Lorber title. Like I bought it sight unseen, and I'm
dude, yeah,
right,
no, I have that. By the way,
Neil
Logan
Marshall gave me that movie.
Logan Astrup, you are in this chat. You have joined Shonen.
One more in?
Yeah, man, it's the story of a thousand episodes.
It's a sausage fest here.
There you go. We should have a cast of thousands.
But I said Paul might not have a dick, guys, so you know it's fine.
That isn't true. He's got a beautiful daughter and a beautiful, beautiful family. Come on.
Thank you.
He might have like lopped it off after.
Well, we do live in that world, so you never know. I just don't think that. But anyway, so first of all, let me. We now have Logan. Logan, you can hear us. Please, first of all, thank you for joining the 1000th episode of Robservations. I would like to ask you, sir, tell us, when did you become an imagination connoisseur?
It's a probably generic answer, but seeing Star Wars at 5 or 6 years old.
That's a good answer.
Was that the re-release?
It's vivid.
Come on, Dave.
I'm in my mid-20s, so
yeah,
vivid memories sitting on the floor like I am right now, watching coming over to my grandparents' house, and my family sitting me down and watch Star Wars for the first time.
It was probably a special edition. Special edition came out in '97, so
I think so. Yeah, probably would have been that. But
change your life, and you know what? I don't begrudge you. It changed my life too. I think it changed all of our lives.
Yeah.
So and it works multi-generationally. Once you see it, it changes your life. I think it does.
Yeah, still enjoyed the franchise, but falling out of love.
Yeah,
for the last couple of years,
But I'm curious, what was it initially with Star Wars? What was the initial thing that really captured your imagination? Because seeing it so early, I'm guessing the potential of seeing other like kind of astounding movies at that point would have already been possible.
Yeah, at that point, I had already seen like Superman, like the Christopher Reeve Superman. I had seen like Hook. I had seen like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. Maybe I was too young to be watching those at 4 years old, but that's what I saw. But it was just a lived-in universe. It was like I'd seen some futuristic sci-fi, but it was the grittiness of it. It was like what am I the Jawas, the cantina, the rusticness of it. It was just amazing.
Yeah, and I can see that because it was, look, when Star Wars came out, there was no future or past. There was no science fiction universe that looked like that on camera. The future was clean. Even the dystopian futures were clean. Well, with the exception of maybe like Soylent Green or something.
But that's a good point.
But that was New York, and it was 70s New York, so it was supposed to be grungy.
But look how clean, 70s LA was with the Omega Man.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, or even like Rollerball when they were shooting in all these locations in Europe because they built the set in Germany, even though it's supposed to be Houston. Everything was clean and interesting, and they would go into these buildings or parties, and all the girls were dressed in all this great... I mean, Rollerball, I wanted to live in that world. I just didn't want to play Rollerball.
Still have to see Rollerball. You
got to see. Oh, it's great. Rollerball is a 70s dystopian movie that has aged incredibly well because it's
I've
all
heard you say
come
nothing
true.
But good stuff about it.
It all came true, and it's sad.
Yeah, I should watch that as well.
It's sad, and it also has a triumphant ending.
That was when I saw it as a kid and did not really register what I was seeing at the time, except for the sports parts where it was like so visceral.
Yeah.
I was like, oh wow.
It still is. It still is visceral.
Soylent Green's pretty sad too, when you think of it.
It is.
Incredibly. The stuff with
Edward G. Robinson.
Yep. Incredibly sad. But actually kind of beautiful if you think of like, well, if you got to go, that's kind of a nice way to go.
But now, now we...
Here's a little factoid because we're going to talk about, we got a Logan here, so Logan's Run is on the mind, obviously. Is that, those death places they go to in Soylent Green, that's actually from Logan's Run. And they used it in Soylent Green, and then they had to change it in Logan's Run. They wound up doing the carousel because they had used the idea in Soylent Green.
Oh, wow.
Well, and now the idea of suicide pods are real. We have them. There's assisted death now, and
wait, really, Rob? Where do I sign up?
You're too young, Dave. Come on.
I think there was just something about the 70s with just the gritty cynicism, right? Is that a term?
Yeah.
Whether it was the French Connection, or whether it was what's another good example? The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the Philip Kaufman. Then you had Star Wars and Rollerball and all that stuff. That's probably my favorite. The gritty realism.
I love that too. I mean, there was something, even the film stocks. There was nothing better than a movie that was set in shithole New York in the 70s. Where there's garbage on the streets.
In the 70s.
Well, I mean, whether it was Looking for Mr. Goodbar or whether it was, take your pick, French Connection. I mean, any of that. New York was and the fact that, like, I was looking at the ages of people. Something popped up on my feed about how old the people were that started Network. And like they're younger than me. Like,
probably by a lot.
But they don't look younger than me.
A lot, but they looked older. I mean,
they looked older.
I mean, everyone in that movie was, probably in their 20s.
Wilford Brimley was 50 in Cocoon.
Network is so good. I'm working my way through Sidney Lumet's filmography right now.
Oh, it's the best.
I've only got like 2 or 3 more to go. But
have you watched A Verdict yet?
I loved. Yeah, Verdict was great.
It's
on my rewatch list.
Which ones are you missing?
Yeah, what do you? Have you seen Q&A?
So he did Murder on the Orient Express, right?
Yep, that just came out in 4K from Kino Lorber.
Still have to see that, and I can't think of one or two off the top of my head, but saw Dog Day Afternoon, loved that. Saw that last year.
You see one of his last ones before The Devil Knows You're Dead?
That's a great movie too.
Yeah. It's one of his last ones with Philip Seymour Hoffman and Ethan Hawke. It's fantastic.
It's fantastic.
And he was 87 when he directed that, or 82 or something?
Yeah. You've also got to watch Q&A with Armand Asante not wearing socks.
About that movie.
Dude, Q&A fucking rules.
It's so good.
I love Q&A.
Yeah. God, yeah.
And Armin Asante's when he sits back and he crosses his legs and he's not wearing socks and he's got those Italian loafers. I'm like, nobody is cooler than Armin fucking Asante. Not just because he was in Little Darlings. And he was.
and he
that, by the way, cinematography, a partner label of Vinegar Syndrome, put out in 4K, and I bought it.
Of course you did.
Because everyone needs a Little Darlings in their lives. Oops, I'm canceled.
Yeah, well, probably.
All those accusations.
Oh no, Rob, not in this new administration. You're fine.
Dude, I was always into older women. Come on now.
Now you're into Little Darlings.
No, I was when I was 12. Tatum O'Neal and Chrissy McNichol. Come on, what's not to love? And what's her face from Sex and the City? Played the hippie chick. Cynthia Nixon. So I love, but Logan, I love the fact that you're working your way through Sidney Lumet's filmography. Now, what set you out on that path?
Honestly, you, Rob. I've been watching you for about 6 years now, so it's kind of surreal to be.
I did not expect that answer, but thank you. I appreciate that. You know what?
You probably since. I mean, it was early. It was later Collider days. I think it was right before John Schnepp passed away.
Yeah.
So it's been. I was 20 basically when I started watching you, so it's kind of weird.
Well, but nothing makes me happier.
Congratulations on 1,000 shows.
Oh, thanks for watching. I mean, the reason I wanted to do this show and make it about the audience, I mean, why do people watch this show? You know, the only reason I do it is for the audience and to see why you guys did it. I love hearing that you're working your way. If you're working your way through Sidney Lumet's filmography, my job is done. You know, that's.
And Logan, what do you aspire to like? Are you getting into the film industry, or are you just watching to watch?
Not as of right now. I'm a photographer. I think that's where my interest started when I was a kid, was photography. And I think
nice.
Just the natural progression of that was filmmaking, especially cinematography. Cinematography is the aspect that I'm most interested in.
Nice.
But I don't know. I'm pretty lucky that I was raised by parents who introduced me to Casablanca, or whether it was Adventures of Robin Hood or Bringing Up Baby or I Love Lucy. Like, I feel, I'm only in my mid-20s, but I kind of feel like a weird outsider. I don't know a lot of other people my age who are watching stuff that came out before the 70s. So that's why I feel like I share a lot of the same thoughts as Rob.
I think, it's so important though, because the thing is when you go back and watch stuff, you go, oh, well, a lot of things, technologically, a lot of things have changed, but we're still cribbing from those old movies all the time.
Can't think of any freaking ideas.
I mean, but even so, James, your screen name is Kaiju. I mean, but still we're cribbing from Godzilla from back in the day, and then we get -1, which is arguably one of the best ever made.
But that Dave,
yeah.
So you guys bring up something like, what's amazing to me is I've said that every franchise or every IP is one movie away from restoring greatness to it. And Godzilla -1. Look, I thought Shin Godzilla was great, but within the pantheon of Godzilla movies, I had no idea that Godzilla -1 would get made. I mean, I thought Shin Godzilla was very. Look, I love the High Sea era. I'm a big I'm a kaiju fan. And from the time I was a little kid, like, my favorite wasn't even Godzilla. It was Rodan. Rodan, which was a fucking horror movie. Rodan is a great fucking movie. I mean, it's scary as fuck. When the miner wakes up and he's telling his story, he's screaming and yelling because he sees the larva that Rodan is eating. I mean, that was, when I was a kid, I'm like, I shouldn't be watching this, but it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. And it was
more sophisticated, man, because for me, it was like, either War of the Gargantuans or Frankenstein Conquers the World.
Those are great too.
But they were all a blast. But then it was like when you get to like some really strong stories in the Godzilla lore, especially like again with like -1, it's like you don't expect such a human, like rarely do you get in those movies such a human story. I just wonder though, it's like as great as and as much as I love that movie, you know, to me growing up as a kid, I would have liked the Godzilla stuff, but I would have never gotten the human stuff in that movie. So it's like it's this weird balance because it's like, well, and it brings up what I want to talk about with the hero problem in a little bit. Is this for kids? Should it be for kids, or is it for adults? And kids just need to catch up.
Interesting.
I mean, that's a really we're going to get into that. That's a really interesting topic.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Paul?
Yeah, the thing I like about what Dave was talking about, you know, the Godzilla movies. So, like, I'm looking over there. I got my Shogun Warrior Godzilla over there, and I just actually bought a Godzilla keychain at a yard sale last week, which is funny. But like, I grew up watching Godzilla. You know, we had Creature double feature, and I would watch like the early Godzilla stuff, and then I sort of like didn't really watch it for the longest time. I'd catch maybe one, you know, some of the newer stuff, but people were raving about, you know, the new movie, and I went and saw it. Actually, I saw it twice in the theater. I saw the color version and the black and white version of it. And that's the thing I was blown away by, Dave, as you were talking about, was the character stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I actually got emotionally invested in the story. I was even crying at a certain point, and I was like, wow, I am crying during a Godzilla film because I am emotionally invested in this character.
And the funny thing
is, I think Godzilla -1 did what Gareth Edwards' movie tried to do, but didn't really succeed.
Yeah,
100%.
Godzilla almost didn't even need to be in that movie. That's how good the human story
that's how
was.
and
It's
that's
kind
what I
of
was saying to
crazy.
people. Yeah, Jim, that's what I was saying to people. It's like, you know what? They could remove Godzilla from this movie, and it would still be a great film.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, but it's interesting because usually, you know, as a kid, I'd be crying for Godzilla because he was getting his ass kicked, and now it was like, but again, you get older, you get
terrifying.
You get a little more, yeah. Oh no, because he's back to being terrifying. Which for me, it was Godzilla GMK was the last time that like he was a real threat.
But it's funny, I love Godzilla GMK.
Me too.
I you know, and that was the first time you actually saw. One of my favorite things in any monster movie. There's a scene where there's these guys, like they're in a building, they're in like a skyscraper, and they're looking off, and Godzilla's like 2 miles away. You know, he's 2 miles away, and he's fighting, and his atomic breath is coming out, and you know, these guys are looking, and then you see that Godzilla is turning toward them with his atomic breath and just takes those motherfuckers out. And it was Godzilla GMK was the first time that they were trying to show from like the human perspective what could happen. And there's something about that movie. That movie, that, you know what it is? It's all about tone. When you're dealing with kaiju movies, especially the tone. Look at the first Godzilla and Godzilla -1 are kind of, and I would say Shin Godzilla, but it's a little bit more pulpy. But the idea of FEMA dealing with a natural disaster, but still, and then you've got Godzilla's Revenge, or Godzilla versus Megalon. You know, it's like, hey, it's Jet Jaguar, and Godzilla's dancing on his tail.
Jet Jaguar is my first Godzilla.
But
always, as bad as it is, it will always hold a special place. Because
but then look, my Godzilla versus the Astro Monster is you know, Ghidorah going to Planet X, and I mean, who knew that the aliens that were the overlords of the Earth were hot Japanese girls in silver lame? I mean, and you've got the controller, the most badass Japanese dude ever lived on Planet X, and shows up with his invasion force, which by the way was recreated in Final Wars. You know, but it's all about tone.
That movie's
and
so fun.
It's my favorite thing is when CGI, when Roland Emmerich's Godzilla gets defeated in Sydney, and the controller's like, I knew that that salmon eating iguana was good for nothing.
All 2 seconds of it, basically, which is perfect though.
But I think this conversation shows
it out so quickly.
But it's the tone. You know, you look at a kaiju movie and you can make Godzilla -1 and bring a tear to everybody's face. You can, and it's all about how it's approached by the filmmakers who are working on it. And I think a lot of the time when you have a studio or now a corporation, a corporate studio who's picking somebody to make a movie based on a corporate spreadsheet, what you're not getting is there's no indication of tone. It's like, okay, this person's made this. Look, at any one time, there's only 5 or 10 people that every studio wants to make a movie. That's it. There's 5 or 10 people. That's it. And they want the same. All the studios want the same people. They can't get them because they can't have those 10 people. They want to hire somebody that's very malleable that'll do what they tell them. As if the studios or the corporations know how to make a movie, which they don't. So they have no clue. They certainly don't understand the tone, especially Sony and their Spider-Verse. Aside from the Venom movies, it's a complete disaster because they don't. You've got Lord and Miller overseeing the Into the Spider-Verse franchise. They know what's up. But other than that,
and you had the proper Spider-Man, the new.
Yeah. But that was overseen by Feige and Marvel and all that. But what's amazing,
and the director, because
John Watts. I mean, God bless John Watts for pulling out of Wolves 2. The fact that he said he got fucked by Apple when they didn't give a theatrical release to a Clooney and Brad Pitt movie. They gave it, but the point is, the people that are running Hollywood now do not know how to make movies. And I'm talking about the people at the corporate level.
Well,
because
sorry, I just want to pose this question before you go into it, and maybe your explanation. I don't mean to cut you off.
No.
Is that because tonally and everything else, they want their movie, every movie, to be for everyone?
Yeah, well, that's part of it. And the thing is, all the successful movies ever made. Look at any movie, pick your favorite. I don't know, Logan. Give me. If you were on a desert island and you had a home theater system wash up from the wreck that you were in, and 5 of your favorite movies, you happen to have a solar panel thing, it would run the whole thing. You had 5 of your favorite movies. What would some of them be? What would some of your top 5 favorite movies be?
I can literally name them. So my favorite movie is Dances with Wolves.
Okay,
that's probably number 1.
Great movie. Theatrical or extended version?
Top 5. I don't really care for the extended version. I think it adds about an hour's worth of unnecessary footage.
Okay.
Didn't care for it. I got one of the few 10,000 Blu-rays that they made. Prestige is up there.
Great movie. Literary adaptation.
Just showed that to my girlfriend and she loved it.
Horrifying ending.
Girl. Also, Me and Earl and the Dying Girl saw that 10 years ago, and I was like, oh wow, Greg is me.
That's an okay. These are good choices.
Yeah, it's like just so.
Now, but I would say, and I would ask you, Shonen, same question. Being that you're a viewer, and there's no wrong answers, and you can't say a kaiju movie. No kaiju movies count.
I can't say one. There would only be one.
Okay, what is it? You can say one.
Gojira, the first one.
The first one. Which, by the way, got from the Criterion sale in 4K. Just so you know.
I need to do that. Although I have.
You think he was sponsored by them?
So I was not. I'm not sponsored by Chris.
I know.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings, Jurassic Park, Gojira, Princess Mononoke, Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind.
Yeah, but I think all of those movies have a tone that both of you said, have a tone that's true to themselves, that's true to the material. The filmmakers were very aware of what they were making. And those movies are successful because the filmmakers were allowed to make the films that they set out to make. What has happened in Hollywood is the films that Hollywood is making, because what's significantly changed is the movies are being made for a global marketplace. Normally, up until about the last 25 years ago, Hollywood movies were made primarily for the domestic audience. That's why comedies were so big, because they were making them for American Pie. They were being made for Americans. And Hangover and all that, although Hangover did travel. Now, what's happened is, beginning in, I don't know, mid to late 90s, the global marketplace opened up. China became a valuable marketplace. Russia became a valuable marketplace. And the rest of the world were just devouring American products. So the studios then, any pretense of art went out the window, because when you're servicing a global market, you can't make a comedy. That's inherently colloquial. What's funny, and fart jokes might be funny over here, but they're not funny over here. So you can't make comedies anymore. And the studios, there was a whole genre that was removed from studio filmmaking, where a lot of people who started out with bawdy comedies later went on to make things like About a Boy, which is a literary adaptation. So that was a huge problem. And now Hollywood is trying to figure out, okay, we're only going to make movies for the global marketplace, which means we can only spend $200 million in the hopes of making $1 billion. Well, why not make 10 $50 million movies that make 300 or 400 million? I mean, they're chasing they're chasing a dream that no longer exists, because they have cut out profit centers. I mean, you have people like A24. I've never in my life heard of a fan of a studio. You've got kids running around who love A24. They're like, I just love A24. Look, I've got an A24 fucking key ring. I never thought I'd have that, but I have a club. I joined A24's club, and they.
Yeah, isn't that cool though? There's a club.
I had some 16-year-old girl. I heard a girl I just met who's a boyfriend of the son of Elizabeth's brother, and she's like, yeah, my favorite A24 movie is Spring Breakers. And I'm like, what the fuck? What world am I living in? You know that Harmony Korine made Spring Breakers for 24? And she's like, yeah, I know it's an early A24 film. It's not, but I also like Hereditary. I'm like, what world am I living in? What world is this?
I mean, we're living in
I'm just waiting for the blue list.
Oh, wait, we're all talking. We're living in a world where Barnes & Noble has an A24 book section now.
So does Walmart. Walmart is selling A24 special editions. You can buy Stop Making Sense, the slipcase version, in 4K at Walmart. No one's buying it, but you can get it there.
If you can find it for me, buy it for me.
Paul, what were you going to say?
Yeah, just because they're A24 movies, or even like Neon. Like Neon is like, and I mean, that's the thing, is like they've done such a great job of branding themselves. That you kind of know, even though their movies are all over the place, you're going to get this certain kind of quality in this certain type of film that I'm going to walk out of that theater saying, wow, I just fucking saw something new and different.
And if it wasn't even great, it was still worth your time.
Like Heretic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lamb.
Yeah, well, Lamb, it's funny you say Lamb, because for my birthday, so it's $5 a month to be a member of the A24 Club. And they send you quarterly, they send you like a magazine. And if I don't, yeah, I do. Look, this is so, here, look at this. I don't even know why, this is embarrassing. So A24 sends you, here's my member. It's all dirty, but it's the AAA Club. This is the A24 membership. Why I put it on my thing?
Member.
I know, it's member. It's terrible. But so anyway, on my birthday, I got an email from A24, and they said, happy birthday. Please go to our store and pick out whatever you want. And I picked out Lamb. I didn't buy Lamb. And their own versions are beautiful. The books they publish are great. Screen and so they sent it to me, and I clicked on it, and I'm like, okay, I figured I'd have to pay shipping. No, they covered shipping, and I got Lamb. It was beautifully packed. And when I'd ordered their slipcase Stop Making Sense and their director's cut of Midsummer or whatever it was, beautiful. Like they figured it out, and they've got now. Have they made some mistakes like Northman? Costing $90 million.
Oh, yeah, I love that movie.
The Northman. Wait. The Northman. Hang on. The Northman rules. But don't be spending $90 million on that shit, A24, or you're going to go down.
New York, if you didn't do that.
Okay, The Northman would have been great if it cost $35 million, but when they're going to $90 million, they ain't going to survive. They've got to remember what they're doing. I think
they learned from that. I think they learned from it too.
They did learn from it. And by the way, just so you know, I mean, come on, I worship at the altar of the witch. And I can't wait to see Nosferatu. Robert Eggers.
Can't wait.
Robert Eggers is the fucking man. And
I think the thing is, though, is you probably shouldn't give a filmmaker $90 million for his third movie. That might just be a good rule.
Well, you can, but not if you're A24. And by the way, Robert Eggers, that was a tough movie to make. And if you're going to make that movie, you as a filmmaker shouldn't be spending $90 million on the. Even though, by the way, The Northman is fucking rad. Don't get me wrong. It's awesome.
I think the fault is, let's give $90 million to a Viking fantasy saga, which we know is probably not going to be for a lot of people. As good as it is, it's just like in the business, it's like how many of these movies are actually like really successful in where they make that much money?
Well, that's the key. You have to balance the economic responsibility of your company in order to make, like, look, I'm also interested in Mubi, the company, the distributor Mubi, who put out The Substance. You know, Mubi put out Decision to Leave, which I loved, and Mubi has another streaming series. They have their own streaming company, and they're doing some really interesting things. And if we have Angel Studios, no, I'm not necessarily interested in faith-based movies, but they got Bonhoeffer in the theater now that's making money. You know, a pastor who's also a spy. They made this interesting film with why am I drawing up? Neil McDonough, where he played like the devil in an alternate universe. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it's still faith-based, but still interesting. You know, I mean, that's what I want to see. I want to see things that are new and unusual.
I'm curious, Rob, before you bring in our guest and everything, and before we should dive into the topic, and
actually, Adam is rad and from Germany. You gotta come on. Adam is the fucking man.
But I love this panel, like, and I think it's gonna be really interesting with our topic. But we didn't get into what's Paul's Desert Island movie?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you want mine?
Yeah.
You know what's so funny? Like when I think of my top 10 favorite movies of all time, you know, because look, Blade Runner, the theatrical cut of Blade Runner is always going to be my favorite film of all time. So that's coming with me.
Wait, can I worship the altar that you walk on because you just said the theatrical version?
Yeah.
Fuck yes.
Yes.
You know, sushi.
Yeah, I mean, just not to. Wait a minute, where is this over?
That's what my ex-wife calls me.
Cold fish.
Here we go. Hold on a second. Yeah, like I actually wrote a essay in this.
By the way, we both have essays in that book.
Yeah, where I argue, you know, why the theatrical cut is the greatest version of Blade Runner.
And by the way, you would be correct.
Yes.
Actually, but does it give you everything?
I forgot that you and I both wrote for the same book.
Yeah, you know what's so funny? I was at Atomic Records the other day, and some guy was buying Blade Runner 2049, and I'm like, "You're gonna love that movie." I go, "Let me tell you something. I had never been so afraid to watch a movie than like Blade Runner 2049, even though I love Denis Villeneuve, because I was afraid this movie was not going to be good, and I loved Blade Runner 2049. Like,
I did too.
Absolutely. Loved it. You know,
although I will say this, Brian Fuller has a compelling reason not to like it about birth and all that. I'm going to bring on another panelist all the way from Germany, very smart guy, Adam. He's been a long time watcher of this channel, a member, love him in member calls. He is very erudite, and he would be an excellent, well, he's here, right?
He's here.
Am I here?
You are here. Turn up your volume, though, so we can hear you.
I can boost this thing.
And he's got amazing lights on his mic stand. Come on.
Yeah, dude. LEDs. Am I boosted enough?
Yeah, but now you're too much.
Now I'm blowing out. See? How about now?
Pretty good.
It's not bad.
You can back away from the mic and turn up the volume.
There you go.
I'm red on my interface, so.
Oh, okay. Well, then get closer.
I will be right back. I'm going to let you guys talk amongst yourself. I will be right back. By the way, we are now at 11 hours. I started this stream at 8 a.m. this morning. We are now, let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're now at, what are we at? 15 hours? something
you
like
can
that.
go for another 10 hours easy.
Well, I promised people that the 1,000 show would go for 1,000 minutes, which is basically 16 hours and 40 minutes. We can see if we can go further than that. But it's been wonderful. Everybody's been great. This has been like the most. I cannot believe I've been sitting here for this long. It's amazing to me. But anyway,
let's all watch Rob get up and see how good his legs are lasting.
they're lasting just fine, Dave.
Will Rob make an old man noise when he gets up?
I don't make old man noises. I'm youthful. I am youthful in my
spry, I think they say.
So I am spry. Come on, man.
Here we go. Watch him run.
I dialed 9-1. I dialed 9-1. Let's reorganize all his stuff while he's gone.
Just kidding. What are you, Jeff Goldsmith? That's a deep dive. All right, guys. So, Adam, welcome.
Yo. Hi.
We've never met, but there we go. I guess I'll be the de facto jackass to take over. For a minute. How are you this fine morning for you? Correct?
Yeah, it's 8 a.m. This is what I look like without my beauty sleep. It's terrible.
Well, you've been staying up watching this all this time?
No. I actually I crashed out around 2 a.m. And then like the alarm went off. Like, oh, I got that Rob thing.
Oh, Jesus.
So no, it's cool. I found Rob. I discovered him at Blockbuster Video in like 1999.
When he was working there?
No. When I was the one person who rented Free Enterprise
back
in the day.
One person. I know Paul has. Has everyone seen Free Enterprise?
I'm in Free Enterprise.
Yes. Hey, Paul. I'm in Free Enterprise.
Who are you in Free Enterprise? Wait a minute. Paul, who are you in Free Enterprise?
I just have a
party goer number 5.
Yeah, I have a cameo in the comic book store, and then I do some wallow sounds in the background.
Oh, very nice. Oh, the wallow sounds were stellar. I always wondered who did that.
Yeah, it was like that one wallow sound. That one guy. That guy.
Yeah, I won a Saturn Award for my wallow sounds in Free Enterprise.
Are you in the Golden Apple Comics when he buys the Sandman issue? Is that store?
What's that?
Are you at the when he buys the Sandman? And
yeah.
Oh, okay, right on. Yeah, that movie. Like, I actually went to the Blockbuster back then, looking to get Trekkies of all things, because that was out of around, and Trekkies was out. So like, and then there was this Free Enterprise movie, like Live Long and Party. I could try that. So we just took that out, blind, and it was great. It was kind of life changing. My brother and I got so into that movie big time, because as I think one of the taglines was, it was like fandom for people with a life. You didn't have to, it could be cool to be into Star Trek, and it put a lot of stuff into context. And it wasn't just Star Trek stuff. There was, because of that movie, I watched the Putney Swope, not the Criterion edition.
I saw a movie that had Putney Swope mentioned in it.
No, Rob, you can't talk right now. We're talking about your movie.
Oh,
you can't talk right now.
Tell them how I met, how I found you way back in the day, but because of that, like, I wasn't really into comics at that point. But then I read the Sandman. It got me into all sorts of comics. I read the Sandman because of that movie. Watched The Tombs of the Blind Dead with a girlfriend of mine because of that movie. Yeah.
Speaking of that, since you brought that up, I have to point out that Scream Factory sale.
Oh wow!
Night of the Seagulls, also known as Part 4.
That's right. It's Blu-ray. It's not part of that great box set they put out.
Yeah,
Remember
but they only put that box set out on DVD, and it wasn't Scream Factory. It was
Anchor Bay, I think.
It was Anchor Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Dave, I just would like to show you something. I have to show Dave Parker this, because the other thing that I got at the Scream Factory sale.
Oh yeah! Yeah! Look at that!
Because I had no more copies. I keep giving mine away, but I'm going to keep these two because Dave
keep giving them away, and people keep trading them in.
They do not.
By the way, was that other one that you put down? That wasn't the island, was it?
Yes, it was. How'd you know? Did you see that? Fuck yeah, I did.
That's how much I can recognize posters.
Dude, we are so insane. By the way, this is a great poster.
It's an amazing poster. It's way better than the movie.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? It was like $10.
But you know what's even better?
I'm gonna get you.
The release of the year.
Midnight.
So anyway, back to Free Enterprise, where everything is true and nothing is fictional.
Look what I bought from Timu. You got your little alien thing there. I got my little alien.
Look at that. I mean, you're looking at a man who's in Free Enterprise playing himself.
I heard he's in the comic book store.
Yeah.
No,
no,
not him. Me.
No, you. That guy. He's actually in the movie wearing Gene Simmons on his jacket that we had to get.
He worked at Full Eclipse, that crappy studio.
Yeah, that's right. That crappy, wonderful studio. God love it.
Oh my God, you can speak.
Yeah. They took my line out because they didn't want to pay me. Thanks, Mark Altman.
They didn't even give me. My favorite thing is you do speak in the documentary, though. You're good in the documentary.
What? They're remaking House of the Dead. Maybe it'll be good this time.
Yeah. Yeah, because Paul...
Well, not remaking it. They're doing it probably right this time.
I can't believe I'm talking to the Gene Simmons jacket guy.
Hell yeah.
You're talking to Gene...
It's hanging up over there.
This is so weird.
You're talking to Gene Simmons. I mean, this is like a Kevin Smith movie thing experience. It's all...
God, no. I was going to totally forget. I should tell you, too, Gene Simmons jacket guy. My brother, I got him for Christmas a few years ago. I already told Rob. I got him an Ode to Cheese. This is a book that they look at in the bookstore.
I can't. I was trying to think of who told me they did that.
That was me. Yeah, I got him a hardcover, the Ode to Cheese book, dude.
I can't believe. But he's not just the Gene Simmons guy. He is the guy that did direct The Hills Run Red, which has a reversible cover from Scream Factory. And by the way, even more than Free Enterprise, if you thought Free Enterprise was a self-indulgent physical media release on home video, nothing is more self-indulgent than this Blu-ray. This is the most self-indulgent Blu-ray ever made, and I'm damn proud of that, and so should Dave, because the coronavirus
extra features.
The coronavirus had just broken out, and I'm like, fuck it. They're going to pay us. I got nothing to do. So I took these tapes that sat on my shelf for 12 years that I'd never done anything with. And we just got to make, Dave did the modern stuff. I did the stuff. I mean, this was nominated for a Rondo Award. Or as I like to call it, it did. Yeah, but it was up against Dawn of the Dead from Second Sight. I didn't vote for Dawn.
Dawn of the Dead gets praise all the time. I mean, come on.
Another Dawn of the Dead release, yay. Yeah.
But technically, I'm a Rondo Award winner as well for Tales of Halloween.
Nice.
There you go. Because you directed, although my documentary on that's not on the disc.
No, it's not. Where is that?
In my computer.
Can I have it? I've never seen it.
Maybe, if you're nice to me.
Maybe.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if studio executives had the compassion, the passion that we all do for movies? Can you imagine the kind of movies that we would get from studios?
I think some used to. I will say this: there is one studio executive who does, and he has quietly been making his mark, and that is Steve Asbell at 20th Century Studios. Steve Asbell has worked there. He worked at 20th Century Fox. He's been there for 25 years. He has quietly, I call him the quiet king of franchises. I'm going to tell you a story this is a true story. And I'll tell you the story about. So I've become friends with Steve Asbell because, believe it or not, he's a fucking bona fides. He is a huge Star Trek nerd. Not only is he a huge Star Trek nerd, he reads Star Trek novels. All right? And here's the guy who's greenlighting Prey and Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes and doing all these things. So this is a true story. And it's totally mic drop, but I'm going to tell this story anyway. So Steve Asbell, because I've known him because he's been on the Inglorious Treksperts podcast with Kevin Feige. And he tweeted at me, he said, is Star Trek Picard season 3 as good as you say it is. And I'm literally, and this was the time between, this is in 2022. It was the time between Christmas and New Year's. So no one's doing anything. And so he texts me this, and I'm like, yeah, it is. And he goes, come on. And so I'm like, well, I don't know, I can text Terry Metalis. So I text Terry Metalis and I go, hey man, I got a friend of mine. I didn't tell Terry who it was. I go, I got a friend of mine that, wants to see Picard season 3. Do you think you can show it to him? And Terry's like, well, who is it? And I said, well, it's Steve Asbell. Terry did not know who Steve Asbell was. And I said, well, he's the president of 20th Century Studios. And Terry's like, the president of 20th Century Studios is not going to come to my house and watch Picard season 3. And I go, I don't think that's true, to be honest. I don't think that's true. And then Terry he texts back, he goes, well, he has to watch all 10 episodes. And I'm like, so I'm texting Steve, I'm like, would you come to Terry's house and would you watch all 10 episodes? And he's like, yeah. And I'll watch all 10 episodes. I'll bring bagels and schmear. And I'm like, and then I'm texting Terry, and I'm like, well, he says he's going to come and watch all 10 episodes. And Terry doesn't believe me. He's like, there's no way. And it's 10 hours. And I'm like, bruh, like, I don't deal with bullshit. It's like, people might think I do, but I'm like, I'm telling you this. He totally doesn't believe me. And I'm like, what about this Friday? Like New Year's Day is on, whatever. And so I tell Terry this, and Steve Asbell's like, I'm coming. And I tell Terry, and Terry's still like, who is this guy? Like, for real? Like, is he like, he's probably not really the president of 20th Century Studios. Like, does he work for the guy? I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. He's the president of 20th Century Studios. That's all I can tell you. So, cut to, Steve Asbell shows up at his house like 9 a.m. and it's, brings a bag of bagels and schmear and sour cream and, it's cream cheese. We have breakfast. His wife, I don't think Amy, his wife, who bought a puppy from us, can't believe this is going on. And we're all sitting there, and Terry's looking at me, and he still's like, who is this guy? He's like such a normal dude. Like, I'm like, bro. And we go down and we watch all 10 hours of Picard season 3. All 10 hours. Steve Asbell stays there, and he's crying as Enterprise D, and it's raining, and we go out. We go out, and Steve Asbell and I go out, and he's like, we talked in the rain for an hour. He's like, cut to, Terry Metalis is writing Enemy Mine for Steve Asbell, the Quiet King of franchises. And
they're remaking Enemy Mine?
Yes, and Terry's writing it.
Why?
And Terry's also show running Vision for Kevin Feige.
Actually, I have a funny Enemy Mine story. I have a funny Enemy Mine story.
Who has a funny?
But by the way, I just want to point out, I was not trying to curry favor. I don't call Steve Asbell up and ask him for favors or anything. I talked to him about Star Trek. No, that's why I'm friends with him.
We got a movie to pitch on, man.
Did he have something to say though with the Alien Romulus script? I hope not.
Okay, we're not going to get into that. It made money.
I know.
And that's why he's the Quiet King. Steve Asbell had first.
Away from another really good.
Steve
one.
Asbell had first.
Before you get off on topic, let me tell this Enemy Mine story because this is actually really good because it involves one of the executive producers of House of the Dragon, our friend Lonnie Paris here. So this is great.
Lonnie is another guy that's made good.
Yes. So Lonnie and I grew up in Natick, Massachusetts, right? Which the only other thing it's famous for is Heisman Trophy winner Doug Flutie is from Natick. So I had now, I don't know about you guys, and I know probably Rob's this way, but I keep my books in pristine condition, right?
Yes.
Like you look at my books, they look like none of them have been read, and I've read every single one of them.
Yes, and every paperback has a perfect spine.
Yes, exactly. So
yeah, man.
I had bought the book. With Barry Longyears, the guy who wrote.
He wrote Enemy Mine, right?
Yeah, so I had bought the book, but I had spent all this time picking out the best version of it that had the best spine, right? And
right.
It was like Barnes and Noble, whatever. And then Lonnie, like, as it decided to be funny as a joke, bent the cover of it. Okay, this is what
No.
they bent the cover of it as as a joke, right? So I literally
That's not a joke, dude.
locked
That's
him
I will never be friends with you again. Fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
You evil
and
fuck.
I locked him, and it was funny. I locked him. We were outside Child's World. If for those who know what Child's World is, we're outside Child's World.
Dude, don't say that. We're in Hollywood. Don't say anything about any Child's World.
Okay, yeah, I guess.
Just kidding. Come on.
It's like Toys R Us. It's like Toys R Us.
Yeah, I know.
And it was raining outside, and I literally locked Lonnie out of the car and made him apologize before I let him. I got in the car and locked him out, and I go, I'm not letting you in until you apologize for bending and literally left him out there until he apologized.
Okay, by the way, we have another great viewer of this channel, a good friend of mine. Reverend Sully is joining us.
I think
Hello.
Show and Kaiju is frozen. And
Oh, he is?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, he's still here, but he's frozen. Hang on.
People in the chat were getting concerned.
Is it frozen kaiju?
They were word.
Yeah.
Here, I'll tell you what. I will disconnect you, but just come on in, back in. Come on, back in.
Real crowded here.
Bounce and boop. First thing,
Sully
I
is
wanna-
like a Brian De Palma split screen.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, Reverend Sully's small, but come on, it's family.
Powerful.
Dun 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 dun.
Powerful.
Here's a
First
story.
thing first, I just want to say, Dave Parker. I mean, I got The Hills Have Eyes last year.
Oh,
what
yeah,
a
that's a
wonderful
great
movie.
Hills Run Red, you mean?
That's
The
crazy.
Hills Run Red.
Run Red. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Sorry. Cheers.
Come on, man.
But
It's a
cheers.
honest
yeah.
mistake. He's a good man. Reverend Sully means it.
No, it's okay
I mean
because
it.
they used the font from The Hills Have Eyes for our movie and confused everyone.
Hills Run Red was a great. I felt it bridges the generations between slasher horror and then this the torture porn horror too with the daughter. And I was like, and I loved your twist on the final girl ending too. Great stuff, man. Oh God, that poor girl on the tree. That did boom. Ah, man. It's all
Come on, Dave.
Scow. It's all Dave Scow, guys. Come on.
It is not all Dave Scow.
It's a lot of Dave Scow. You're only as good as your writer, pal.
He's back.
Thank you. Well,
I'm sorry.
Thanks for having me on.
Come on, this is turning into you know what, this is like the party line of the 1000th episode of Robservations, where it's 11:30 and by the way, we're all it is like chat roulette. It's like Omegle, or is it Omegle, what is it? You know, the
I'm
kids
too old to
today.
know that one.
I know, I can't, I just watch YouTube videos of people on Omegle.
We just call it
Watching
omelet.
Star Trek.
Yeah, it's true.
Girls on Omega watching Star Trek.
Yeah, that's
For the first time, yeah.
love that. No, those are good YouTube videos. I'm telling you, it's not. Look, the best YouTube reaction videos there are two. There are girls watching Star Trek for the first time, and teenage girls watching The Exorcist for the first time.
I thought it was grandmas watching two girls in a cup.
No,
Wow.
no. Why do you got to go there? That's dark. I mean,
What?
all I can say is watching William.
We used a cow bucket.
William Friedkin's Power. And by the way, how great is it that Arrow announced a 4K version of Cruising? Because the more high resolution that movie gets, the better it is.
I need to point out something. I think this is the right time. I should let you all know that I, right now, at 48 years old, and the exact same age as Wilford Brimley, wasn't a thing. It's so weird.
But do you hear me?
So much younger than Wilford Brimley.
Almost younger than Wilford Brimley. He was 48 in the thing. It's
Oh wow.
Wait, so I know, like, Rob, Paul, and myself are all very schooled, and obviously Adam is too, in the John Carpenter over. How are you guys? How are the rest of you guys with John Carpenter and the Dean Cundy years, as I like to call them?
Yeah, The Thing is my favorite horror movie if I had to pick one.
Mm-hmm.
Which is my dad still has not seen it, and I'm waiting for a perfect. It's winter here in Michigan now. It's officially got the snow. I'm waiting for the perfect snowy wintry night when it's freezing cold out, and we're gonna watch The Thing.
Yes.
You know, there's a really interesting movie too, Rob. You can probably remind me of this title. It's a Robert Culp movie, TV movie. that was done. You can find it on YouTube. The Cold Winter's Night. Or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah.
Very, very much. You watch this movie. It was an old TV movie.
Yeah.
Never been re-released. So unfortunately, the quality is pretty shitty on YouTube. You can find it, but the thing owes a lot to this movie.
It does. It's funny. This is the third time this has come up today. So last night I was at a Thanksgiving dinner, and there were some people with their kids were there. But somehow, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark came up. And suddenly we all went off. All of the adults in their 50s we all start talking about like Satan's School for Girls and Bad Ronald and Killdozer and all of the somebody we know wrote a book, or their wife wrote a book on.
Oh yes, on TV movies.
Yes,
Amanda Reyes.
Amanda Reyes. I bought that book. That book is awesome.
Yes.
If nothing else, collecting all these things together. And who's her husband? What's his? He's such a nice guy.
David Cohen.
David Cohen. That's right. I love that guy. And he was the one that told me his wife. I was like, when he told me that, I'm like, you're married to a woman who wrote a book on 70s made for TV movies. I'm like, you scored, buddy. Wow. But
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, let's not. We don't want to interrupt you while you're opening your toy on camera.
I'm not opening a toy.
Please, no. Sully. Sully's opening.
I was just.
Yeah.
Me?
If it's not booze, don't be opening it.
You don't open the toys.
Oh, what are you opening the Mondo McCready figure from the thing?
You just
no. It's just Max Sterling's VF1A.
Oh,
172 scale from Kids Concepts.
You know what? I gotta tell you though, I've got some of the Kids Concept stuff, and the manufacturing, it's not as good as like. Come on, give me Bandai.
Yeah, I've got one Bandai High Metal, and that cost me an arm and a leg.
Yeah,
literally, it was like I got the Rick Hunter or the Ichijo, the Hikaru Ichijo's Skull One from Macross. Do you remember Love with the fast pack with the double barrel?
Dude,
and,
if I were to go in, it's not built. I have the 1/20th scale.
Wow.
Roy Fokker, the Valkyrie, 1/20th scale. It's huge.
We're talking about Skull One here.
Yeah, I mean it's huge,
ladies and gentlemen.
I mean
they won't see it because you're literally like this.
Hang on, I can make it a little bigger. I'll make it a little bigger.
Yeah, just move into Paul's space.
I'm not going to move it. I want to cut his face off. I mean, I'm trying to keep everybody. Reverend Sully's a good man.
A lot of people. It's pretty packed.
No, it's good.
Yeah, I mean,
Rob,
off.
Should we get into our topic though?
Yeah, Dave, you had a great topic, and I think this is a great. We have an esteemed panel. I think this is
really cool. You guys it's awesome.
It's a good panel. Dave actually had a really great idea for tonight's panel for Midnight Metal. We always have Dave kind of morphed this show into something that these ideas were we got into. I think, what was the first one of these you did? You sent me this idea. I'm like, that's a really great idea about one of these panel discussions. It was good. But anyway, what is your idea, Dave? So Reverend Sully, you got to put down the toy for a minute.
Yeah, put the toy down.
It's so loud. Only because
Okay.
I'll go get my Valkyrie. I'll show you how big it is.
We're gonna get in a dogfight.
Don't we always?
Don't make me grab the Yamato. I'll grab the Yamato and we'll go at it.
He'll show you his TARDIS. Which
Dude, wait till you see my 4.5-foot star Andromeda, my space battleship Andromeda.
Paul's got a full-size TARDIS, so
That's an impressive piece, Rob. I swear.
Oh, wait till you see the other ones I got. The Arcadia.
What's the most impressive piece?
I'll tell you the one I need the most. I just don't have. It's functional, but it's not impressive.
Lisa.
I just love your eagle back there, and I'm looking at my eagle. I got the the eagle toy sitting up on my shelf. Up there when I was a little kid.
Yeah, I got the whole thing. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, but remember the eagle toy that came out? It was in the.
No.
Well, wait a minute. Did you hear what they've done?
What have they done?
They're re-releasing it. the Mattel Eagle, and they've colored it.
Yeah, but it's coming with
That's the one
two
I
action
have.
figures, though. What a
Oh, you buy the extra set.
okay.
What's that?
You buy the extra set. It comes with an extra added set of figures. I mean, that thing is so cool now. Did you get Paul? Did you get this? Did you get the Because I have to have all this stuff here.
Hoarder. Rob
I know.
Burnett's a hoarder.
Did you get this?
Oh, what's that?
Dude. So I'll show you what. No. It is. Well, it is a book. So this is the new Space 1999 technical manual that updates the Starlog one. Dude, this thing is insane.
It's gorgeous.
I mean, let's see.
Rob, remind me of the person you had on Robservations for the Space 1999 documentary.
Wow.
What's happening with that?
Oh, Jeffrey Morris. Jeffrey Morris is kicking ass.
I wanted to see that.
Kicking ass. It's happening. Oh wait, Paul will love this. Paul.
Yes.
Hang on.
Yes, I'm waiting.
Hang on. 1977 Starlog.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
This is the binder. This is the all is totally intact. The pages are a little yellow, but but look at the cover. 1977 Starlog Press put this out.
You know, it's actually really impressive. Hold on a second. Let me grab something here off the shelf, which is really.
We're never going to get to Dave Parker's topic.
Yes, we will. We will.
Does anyone really care? No.
Good thing I'm not in my.
We
apartment.
do care.
I
A whole bunch
care.
of stuff too.
If it's metal, if it's movies, you know.
I'm looking at $55.
You know, I
going out
just
of my account for the Space 1999 book. I got it right here, the one you just bought. It's staring at me. I just have to click one thing, and
You got to get it. It's so good. It's so good.
You know, I still have my dad's like Star Trek technical manual and the medical manual. Whatever, like it was my dad. Like he had.
Those are great. That's what they modeled this after.
Yeah, I know.
That's what they modeled this. But even though it's just a binder, but they modeled it. And I mean, this thing is almost 50 years old.
Did I show you guys this already?
Rob, speaking of which, I did order for my brother for Christmas last year. I did get him the Rafe Needleman book.
Oh, the original.
Yeah.
How great is that? That was the wildest thing.
That episode was beautiful when he showed up, when you found him. Rafe Needleman, who wrote the original Star Trek trivia book. That
was unbelievable. One of the great things about the internet.
Yeah.
It's just one of the great things about the internet. It's fantastic. So Dave,
We're on the internet right now.
we're live on the internet. This is the 1000th episode of Robservations, and we are now at 11:40. This show started at 8 a.m. this morning. 8 a.m. To be honest, it seems like I've been on the show for a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting, it might be because I'm intermittent fasting.
And slept longer than the show has lasted.
I have not had a meal. I did go get coffee, and I did have a smoked bacon and cheddar or whatever from Starbucks, and I had that at 7:30 a.m. and I had some popcorn.
Like a Gila monster living off yourself.
I know, a little baguette.
Yeah.
By the way, talking about stuff that's just sitting here on my desk. Here, look at this.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Is that a UFO? Oh, that's the
That should be our next segment here. It's like stuff that's just randomly sitting on our desk here.
And then this.
Look what I got.
I can't show that stuff.
Look,
Oh.
little alien and predator snails.
You gotta love that. Oh, that's hysterical. Hysterical.
They're going in my garden when I can, like, someday.
That is absolutely outstanding. I mean, there's so much.
Rob's got an envelope.
And look at the other thing I got.
No, that's nothing.
Wow.
There's another TRUE special.
So great. Wow.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. Come on, Dave.
Wow,
Come on now.
Hey.
All I got is more Robservations.
I got this.
Like that.
Yay.
So, Dave, tell us your topic.
Yeah.
It's a great topic. It's a really good topic.
The hero problem.
Oh.
Now, I was thinking about this because Rob was like, "Oh, we need a topic," and I was like, "Okay, I'll pull something out of my ass." And I was like, you know, and it's more like posing a question. I'm not saying this definitively. I'm not saying this is totally my opinion, but the thing is, I think that superhero movies, in particular, they've changed so much because they are for kids, but they are for kids. And I think it first came up for me when I watched Matt Reeves' Batman, and I'm like going, what kid would like this movie? It's so dark, it's so depressing, it's so fucking bleak. What kid's gonna like this? And it's like, aren't superheroes?
I loved it. I loved it so much.
I didn't like it. I liked it, but I'm like, if I was a fucking 10-year-old, would I like it? And is like, has society changed so much? Because Superman the movie is all about hope. It's all about like superheroes not killing people, and you get the Justice League, you get Batman versus Superman, and they're killing people like left and right. They don't care about it, except Superman. And even in Nolan's Batman movies, he's like, no killing.
But
And
the
it's
new Superman isn't even a good guy, really. Like they even abandoned.
He kills Zod. He doesn't find a way. He kills him.
But what's he gonna do?
People in the city.
Let me just pose the question, because that's all I want to do. I want to pose the question and then see what people think. There are circumstances like where I guess certain deaths, like the destruction of Thanos, is justified. But even in Iron Man 1, I mean, Iron Man killed people without a second thought. Nothing. No thought about it. No guilt over it. Anything. He was just like, oh, they shot a fucking missile at me. Boom. I'm going to fucking take you out. So is it a problem? Are heroes even heroes anymore? Has society turned into this, we don't need our heroes to be virtuous anymore?
Well, wait a minute. Are you saying that people
give us hope? Yes, they are fighting for the world. They are fighting to save our world and everything. But are they truly heroes? Or are they just people with more power to stop the greater evils? And is that being heroic?
I have a feeling that James Gunn is aware of this, and he's going to give us a great, hopeful.
Oh, I think Superman. I think James Gunn's Superman is going to kick ass. People are not ready.
I hope so, because his other movies have not. Suicide Squad, they killed people like left and right. They didn't care. He didn't care.
But by design.
But it's the suicide.
But again,
yeah.
what I'm saying is like, hey, like those are anti-heroes. I get that. But Batman always had a code. Superman had a code, and it's like, have we strayed so far from that? And is that movies trying to be edgy and appeal to an audience that is older? What's giving the kids hope anymore? Because like when I saw Superman the movie with Christopher Reeve, it's like you want to be like that. You don't want to be like, well, I'll kill because it's necessary. So I'm just wondering, and it's like, are these movies even really accessible? Like comic books were initially for kids. So am I being really stupid?
No.
Where's the hope in superhero movies anymore?
Is
it a problem or is it not a problem?
I think the hope and aspiration are over in manga, because that's what children are literally
Yep, I totally agree with you.
Yeah,
I read comic books I go to my local comic book shop every week. I'm on a Saturday show every week, and so I'm reading lots of new comics every week. A child can't compete with the $4.99 cover price of Superman to begin with, but I mean,
But does that
Comic
make it
books
right?
aren't
Just
for kids.
because manga is doing it, but the thing is, in pop culture and everything, you get Superman, you get Batman and stuff, and you get the Justice League, and they're fucking.
They're dark.
It's
yeah.
okay to kill.
We have a new.
They're from another dimension. They're from another world.
I just want to say we have a new member of this chat. I just wanted to say that, and there was some weird like blowing noise coming from you. I'm.
Well, Dave, you know what the irony to what you're talking about is that there's a new adaptation of Watchmen, the animated one.
I know, I have it.
Yeah, and I want to I haven't watched part 2 yet, and I showed.
Cyan, by the way, Cyan has joined us.
Hi, Cyan.
Hi, Cyan.
Hello.
Where do you come to Cyan? Where do you come to us from again?
Long Beach.
Nice. You're in the local neighborhood. Well, welcome to this discussion.
What's going on? Thanks for having me.
Of course.
But the thing is, Paul, what I'm saying, like, Watchmen was never for kids. Even
Correct.
when it came out as a comic book, that was never for kids.
No.
The pillars of Superman, Batman, Captain America, and again, Captain America was a hero. He did, he embodied the heroic things. I'm just wondering now, are the movie, is it the question is are the movies giving a mixed message now, or is it society that is like, yeah, we're okay with killing as long as it benefits us?
It's not just killing. I actually talked to this with Rob long while back in a member call. I think you can sort of judge the health of a society by how good your Clark Kent is. Because Clark Kent is the real.
I would
character.
answer, but I kind of just, I kind of just like started hearing what you guys were talking about.
Idea of like
Sorry.
a good person, like that's the good person he wants to be. That's like how he defines it. So Clark Kent shows you what society's idea of like a good person is, and the Christopher Reeve one is great, and the other one is just Star Trek in general. How good is your Star Trek? How good are your ideals as a people? That you strive towards. And Star Trek, as we can tell these days, it's not healthy. But you look even back in the Deep Space Nine days, it was a dark show and stuff. But the characters were characters to strive for. They had real values, and they were all top of the class, and they worked really hard. And you can see it in the Star Trek today that those values are just, people don't even know how to write it.
No, they don't.
Missing.
But look, I
think this came more, and I have to. And someone, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but someone brought up, it's like, what about Spider-Man? It's like, yes, more of the majority of Marvel things earlier on, not so much now, and you can't count Deadpool and Wolverine. That I don't.
No, but Dave, let's go back.
It is what it is.
Let's go back to Superman.
It's so much of. DC was, even as a comic series, DC was always darker, more serious, more intellectual in that sense. But it really was the rise of not so much Nolan, it was more the rise of Zack Snyder that sort of brought this to light to me, where I was like going, is this a problem?
Well, no, wait a minute. Look, I would say this. If you're trying to convince people, I think what was responsible for the rise of the superhero movie and look how Brian began X-Men, which we did. It opens in Auschwitz. I mean, you are introduced to Magneto as a child being torn away from his mother in Auschwitz, who presumably was put to death in a concentration camp. That's how X-Men in 2000 opens.
Right.
No,
but the thing is, that is the battle between Magneto's agenda and Xavier's agenda, which is hope.
Yeah, but yes, but
and hope for humanity.
No. But my point is, what's happened is the superhero genre on film has shifted into the real world.
Yes.
Sam Raimi's Spider-Man movies still take place in movie world. The New York City of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man is not the real world. It is still the comic book world. And Brian brought the X-Men into the real world. I mean, he should have done God Loves, Man Kills, which is part of it. But
and
so...
Yet Sam Raimi's movies came after.
Yeah, they did, but Sam Raimi was doing his thing. But what I wanted to point out was that when we get to the introduction of the MCU, it takes place in the real world. And while it's not the real world of mass slaughter or whatever, it still alludes to the fact that you have radical Islamists. You're living in the caves of Tora Bora. You're Saddam Hussein. The Taliban and Bin Laden. All of those people are alluded to in Iron Man 1. And the thing is, Tony Stark is almost blown up by his own ordnance, and that gives him a change of heart. And the great thing about Iron Man 1 is it's totally entertaining and everything, but it's about one man realizing that, he's an arms dealer, and he's probably profiteering from both sides of the war. They don't hit it hard, but it's definitely in that movie. Now, when you get to Zack Snyder, and you get to, I'm a huge Man of Steel fan, and maybe I'm a Man of Steel apologist, but when you have Kryptonians who are willing to exterminate all humans on Earth because they want their codex back or whatever, and everyone criticizes this movie, what is Superman supposed to do? First of all, a script reader who I adore, who's online, he talks a lot about, well, Superman's supposed to figure out a way. If you're living in the real world and you have somebody bent on human extermination that has a world engine in India and has a world engine in Metropolis, and both sides of the planet are being threatened, what is he supposed to do? Like people are like, well, he should be saving civilians. How? You have an extermination, you have an extinction event happening, and Superman, you can't put Zod in jail. Where are you going to put these people? And as we saw from the beginning of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the buildings are coming down. It's a 9/11 times 10. And so all these people are like, well, Superman doesn't kill. Yeah, 'cause you're reading a goddamn comic. But when you're dealing with asymmetrical warfare with fucking aliens that have technology that's thousands of years more advanced than us, death is on the menu. There is no, I can't.
But if you're going to do that with Superman, it has to be dealt with, and it's not dealt with in that movie. It just happens, and he.
But how are you supposed to deal with it? Like, how do we deal with any?
You find a way. You find a way to have him at least register and even go through a moment where it seems to bother him, affect him, and so it seems like a tragedy to him. Because in the movie, it doesn't. The battle's happening there.
He's barely survived.
Nonetheless, then I don't know. Then don't put it in the Superman movie. I don't know.
Okay, I think part of the issue is that Zack Snyder and David S. Goyer, they wrote a situation where his only choice was to kill Zod. I think
Dave's out.
What you need to do is you need to write a story where Superman can figure it out, another way to not kill someone.
But the thing is,
make it be hopeful.
I think, look, my problem is that Zack Snyder and David Goyer were trying to tell a story about what if Superman came to our Earth now today. And you're dealing with people whose ideology tells them that it's okay to die in the service of their God.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And when you're dealing with that, and we in the West, we don't even understand, because we all believe that everybody wants to live. We don't understand, like around the world, there are certain places where they accept death. That death is okay. Their religion tells them by dying in this way, you are honoring your God. And we are like, oh my God, it's so terrible. We're trying to impose our own viewpoint. And I think what Zack Snyder was trying to do, and David Goyer, is they're giving us a Superman movie that is trying to say that if Superman existed in our world, this world, not movie world, not literary world, any world, that if Superman existed in our world today and was facing this kind of a threat, how do you combat that? I mean, we in the West think, and people say this a lot, we in the West believe that everybody wants peace. We don't have any understanding. We think everybody wants peace. Why wouldn't we? There are people on this planet that believe that sacrificing their children and their families to combat whatever they believe is evil is okay.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have an understanding of this. We don't. And so we in the West, here's the conundrum that we have.
Mm-hmm.
We don't understand that those people think that death is acceptable. To us, it is not. But when you are trying to combat somebody that believes that death in a struggle is acceptable, we don't get it. And in my mind, and in our mind, and certainly in the West, death is not acceptable because then you cannot fight another day. To die is to lose. To die is to lose the value. You know what? I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. I've seen C-beams. I've seen attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. Every single person that dies before their time is a tragedy. It is a loss. It is something that shouldn't happen. That's what we believe here in the West. We exist on a planet where a large number of people do not agree with that. They believe that dying is okay. If you're dying in a great cause, it's great. And killing. Yeah, and killing. And now we have people that have been conditioned to believe. They've been conditioned to believe that the people that they are, those people who believe in dying are oppressed. They've been oppressed by, no. Learn your world history. We have thousands of years of ideology that has been over time. We're now in a position where you either understand what people believe and you accept what they tell you. If somebody says something to you, fucking believe them. We want to impose because we think that everybody wants people to survive. Superman, we want to believe that Superman, he could never kill. Man of Steel is about a Superman in a situation where he barely understands his powers and he's dealing with an extinction event. Mm-hmm. And everybody wants to make it. Everybody's like, it's amazing to me. Yeah. This to me is the left. This is the and I used to be a left-leaning classical liberal Jew. But it's so interesting to me that people look at Man of Steel and it's like a litmus test, like, oh my God, Superman can't kill. In the movie, what I always ask this question: what should Superman have done in the position he found himself in? What was he going to do?
He didn't kill any humans, though. He only killed another Kryptonian.
But he still killed somebody, and you can't say what do Kryptonians. All Kryptonian lives matter. Come on, man. Come on.
Okay, this is what I took away from MOS, was that you had an immigrant, Clark, and he was raised here with our values, and he's confronted with someone of his own people. And he had to, this is oddly, patriotic, too, that he had to protect his home, his nation, his country, and his world by stepping up and killing one of his own kind. So it was like, if you had, this immigrant boy, if you had a German boy in World War II, grew up here, and he had to go and kill someone that could be his cousin, to save the world. But he wasn't killing other humans, though.
I mean, I technically agree with you guys as far as that interpretation of it that he did, but then you get something like Batman versus Superman. A lot of the questions that I bring up come from Zack Snyder movies, and you get Batman versus Superman, where Batman is killing without regard, seemingly. I mean, yes, they're bad guys, but again, is that hero? What I'm curious about. It's like, if I was a kid, a young kid, and is it society that has changed so dramatically, or is it the movies that have changed so dramatically in the sense of what are we showing them? It's like, yes, he goes to the warehouse to save Martha. It's a very noble thing. But he fucking wipes out several people, and he definitely kills some of them.
Yeah, he does.
So is that justified? And
but you're applying mythical story ideas into a world.
Rob, I'm talking about weren't comic books again? And this is just me being devil's advocate.
Cyan's back, by the way.
Hello, Cyan.
Were
Hello.
comic books meant in some ways for kids?
Yes. Here's a spin though.
To like give them aspirations. It's like at this point, what are the movies showing us to aspire to?
Henchmen died
that's
all the
only
time.
challenging question I'm asking.
Henchmen died all the time in Golden Age Batman. They fell off of buildings. They were like, it was death by misadventure. It wasn't Bruce killing anyone per se, but henchmen just they had a short shelf life. Working for Joker, and that's always.
Matt Reeves' Batman did a good job of balancing, I think, a darker, realistic tone. But Batman doesn't kill anyone in that movie. He does a good job of disarming them, but he doesn't kill them.
Matt Reeves' Batman is for kids. I mean, would kids really, like young kids, would they really enjoy it? It's like
I'm just saying that's a good way to realistically portray Batman.
It's like, again, we're making these movies that initially were for younger audiences and stuff. Now we're making them just for adults. So it's like, what are you telling the kid that's going to Batman? Is like, oh, well, this is Batman. Deal with it. I'm just wondering. It's like, where is the thing that is supposed to inspire the next generation, as far as like be noble? Is there nobility in heroes now, or is it just wipe everyone out as long as it saves our world?
I totally get what you're getting at, Dave. You know what I mean? Like that, if the point of these stories is to inspire, I guess that's what the point is. Like, you have to sort of decide what a superhero movie, is or should be or whatever. I think that's the point you're getting at, which is like, these should be like these fun fantasy stories where we're rooting for the hero and he's doing these noble things, as opposed to it's sort of become so realistic that we've taken these heroes and we've sort of put them so much in the real world that it's just they become these dark action stories, where with real life consequences and death and so forth, where the magic, have we lost the magic of what maybe the reasons why we were watching these movies as kids or reading comics?
And I'm not saying that this is totally my stance on it.
No, but I think this is a great question you're asking, though.
These are like,
yes,
I really like Matt Reeves' Batman movie, but I'm an adult, and it's like, I know when I walked out of that movie, I had a much different feeling than when I walked out of Richard Donner's Superman, and I wanted to fly.
Yeah, but in Richard Donner's Superman, we lived in a different look. In Richard Donner's Superman, but here's the thing: when we now live in a world again where there are people that believe dying is something good to have happen to them.
Is that the right message to be putting out?
No, but that's the world we live in. Whether we want to or not. When you have kids going into schools and shooting up their classmates, which is a phenomenon that did not exist 35 years ago.
When there was more hope in movies?
Chicken and egg, Rob.
No, but I do think, like, and now, we have terrorism, we have all kinds of different asymmetric warfare happening. We have a clash of cultures. We have all kinds of, at the end of the day, I believe, and I think we all believe, that human life is precious. Anybody who loves Blade Runner knows the message of that movie is when Roy Batty says, look, man, I didn't ask to be born. I didn't ask to have a 4-year lifespan. I didn't ask to be put on whatever squad you put me on to do your bidding. But you did all this. You made me. And the consequences of making me without thinking whether you should or could, like Jeff Goldblum would say, is that I exist. And now you have to deal with me. And all I ever wanted was to live longer. You imbued me with fake memories. You made me the person that I am. And now you're trying to fucking kill me? When I've done everything that you created me to do. But what you forgot was I have a fucking soul. and I deserve to live. And why is it I have to die by his bullet? Because you motherfuckers didn't think twice before you made me who I am. That's the message of Blade Runner. That's the message of, and apply that to culture, apply that to individuals, apply that to our AI future. Humanity does all this stupid shit, and we just prance around and think our actions aren't going to be, nothing is going to happen. And while I agree that heroes are good, and we want our superheroes, but what happens when our superheroes have to deal with somebody like Roy Batty, who's coming at you with legitimate grievances? He didn't ask to be created. He was somebody that was created as kick murder squad, slave labor, do our dark bidding because we don't want to do it ourselves.
But
again,
when you're, do they get a pass because Roy Batty is a machine and doesn't have a soul?
But he does have a soul. That's the point.
Or is
yes.
it learned? Is
no.
It learned?
No.
Is it learned? Does this machine legitimately have a soul?
He's not a machine.
The message that he gives proves that he has a soul.
That's the whole point.
That's the question I wanted to ask.
Yeah, like, and not only that, but we never thought of the consequences of him. We were the ones that gave it to him. He didn't even ask for it. Do you think he wants a soul? Do you think he wants to be what he is? No, we made him that way, and that's the problem. We didn't think just because you can do a thing doesn't mean you should do a thing.
From Jurassic Park.
But yeah, that's what it is. But I would say this. The problem is what Superman is all about is Superman, what Zack Snyder was doing is he's saying, if Superman really existed, if he was real and had to deal with the consequences of the world, I mean, we live in a world, human beings are horrific. We're horrific. We're horrific.
Yeah.
No, we're horrific. And we've been horrific since the dawn of time. And it's so weird that we live in this world where I agree that there's all these young people today that want to live in a kumbaya world, and I want to be, I want to identify however I want to identify. That works as long as you never step foot out of your house and have to deal with somebody face to face. There is no safe spaces. The world is horrible. It is a charnel house. Yet.
There is no bathroom. Sorry.
No, but I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you have, and you have people, like we had a conversation tonight on this show, and I made a comment. I'm like, there are people that are demanding that we use whatever pronouns they want you to use that don't understand that Spanish is a gendered language. Mm-hmm. They have masculine and
Latin,
feminine.
So French.
And how does that work? How does that work?
Postmodernism started in France. Why couldn't they start it with French first? Come on.
Because that's the most beautiful language in the world.
It's a gendered language too.
I know, but when you get to that point, they don't think about that. Sorry, Dave.
Challenging question for all of you guys. I'm not saying that every movie. Look, one of my favorite movies is The Crow. It's like, look, he kills intermittently in certain scenes. I mean, yes, specifically in certain scenes. I love that. It's not for kids. And it's like, not all these superhero movies have to be for kids and stuff like that. But the thing is like, when you think of, and maybe this is an antiquated thought, because most of, I would think, younger audiences' entertainment is not derived from movies. Mm-hmm. Derive, and maybe that's where the change is. Maybe that's where my argument just goes. It's like, well, kids they don't really care because they're watching YouTube stars and TikTok stars, and that's what they're watching. They don't give a shit about this stuff. So yes, it evolved into being more for adults instead of kids. But for me, movies were always like, and look, I know I watch more horror movies than anyone. But there was a time, at least, and maybe that's the thing. There was a time, at least, where movies provided and showed us hope. And I don't know if superhero movies are doing that anymore than just giving a spectacle. And I'm wondering, is there a line? Is there a responsibility? Is there should someone give us And maybe Logan's right. Maybe James Gunn's going to be the one to do it with the new Superman movie. Maybe we'll start to get hope again. And is like, does it behoove us as a society around the world and everything to show us superheroes against a realistic world, or to give us hope? I don't know.
It's a great question, though.
Well, a superhero can do both. In a realistic world, be a superhero. Be Superman that makes him super is to be super
to be better.
Today's realistic world. To be better, to find a way to be amazing, nevertheless, despite all the problems that we have today that we think are so much bigger than they were back in the 40s when there was Nazism anyway. So the world was always bad, but Superman finds a way to rise above. That's his superpower.
Right.
Not just that he can fly and jump and stuff.
Exactly.
But how can he rise above when you?
I don't know. That's what Superman would figure out. If that's the point. That's what Superman.
That's the
does.
point.
But
that's why you make it Superman.
But again, weren't superheroes, comics, and everything in a way not just to be our wish fulfillment, but to also sort of give us a sense of hope? Even like, I mean, the comics were around for World War II, and it was like you saw Captain America on the cover punching out fucking Hitler. Wasn't this supposed to give us, inspire us, and give us hope? I mean, I get it. Things change, but
that's what we get for taking the fantasy out of this fantasy world. For me, like the greatest example of this is Nolan's Batman trilogy, because then you're taking Batman out of the spandex and you're putting him into armor, and you're putting him into this real world where it's more of a sports career. You get to see him age and age out, and and so that's like the limitation when you pull a superhero into our real world.
But again, even in those movies, he's going no killing, killing. But he has a standard. He has a level,
a code.
Again, I'm just all of this, guys. I love all these movies. I'm just being devil's advocate here.
Of course.
It's also like just the sophistication of storytelling. Like, look at what Pixar was doing. You know what I mean? Telling us really great, these animated, when you think like, oh, you go see a Disney film, an animated film, whatever, it should just be like this fluff. You know what I mean? That you sit down and you watch.
But when was Disney ever fluff? I mean, look how dark Snow White is, and look how dark Pinocchio is.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, but here's the thing: but then why are you applying that so much to the superhero genre? Because
it's the most popular one right now.
Yeah, but why can't it have that level of sophistication where you can tell a superhero story, because you're dealing with heroes and you're dealing with all the tropes and all the things that are, make superhero movies, but with telling stories that are a little bit more sophisticated, that we can sort of walk away with themes and discuss themes. I mean, I think that's what's so fascinating about like the character of Thanos. And about that whole, thing where from Thanos' point of view, he was doing the universe a favor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
which is what made him interesting.
Oh, of course. He had a philosophy.
Interesting. Yeah. It makes it
like Videodrome.
The thing is like, it's the, that you can still have that sophistication and still have those stories of hope. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of stories have, like, Galaxy are really good at that, because it's ultimately about friendship and the family we make. You know what I mean? But they're also telling kind of very sophisticated stories as well.
Yes.
And I think so I don't want my stories dumbed down, and I know that's not what you're advocating. You know what I mean? It's just you would pretty much have to dumb them down to sort of get what the premise of what you're saying is,
which to me feels, isn't that kind of sad that we have that to reach that in certain superhero movies? Shouldn't Blue Beetle been more of a celebration and not? I mean, Blue Beetle was only a little dark. I mean, I know it's not a great movie, but shouldn't that have been a little more of a celebration? It's like the most fun you have that you're seeing recently of being a quote unquote superhero is Deadpool, in a way, and maybe I'm wrong with that, but it's like, yeah, that looks cool, but I'm gonna shoot and kill a bunch of people. I don't know.
Well, okay, let me ask you this, but
again, I'm sorry. One last thing. But again, Deadpool originally, he was kind of a lesser known character. He wasn't Batman. Wonder Woman did a really good job at this, of like inspiring sort of hope and against adversity and everything. And the first one,
yeah, because it was set in World War I, and it was World War I, and it's easy. It's easy to
look back.
Yeah, to look back, I would ask you this. Let's look at Blue Beetle. They went with the Hispanic version of Blue Beetle.
Right.
Now, and I don't mean to get political, but I'm just saying that right now in this country, Texas has said they are going to build deportation facilities for illegal immigrants. Now, we have and possibly the U.S. military is going to be deployed on American soil to go after illegal immigrants that are family members of people that are legal immigrants, and also people that have had long-term ties to America. Forget your political affiliation. This is probably going to happen. When the U.S. military is deployed on American soil to start deporting illegal immigrants, which is exactly what the Second Amendment warns against. We don't want to have our military deployed against people. Now, people are going to say, oh, they're illegal immigrants. Now, I wonder how quickly and how close the paperwork is going to be surveyed, and people are going to start looking at all the different... Now, what happens when you have children that are born in this country to illegal immigrant parents? And you have, say, a family of 5 or 6, and their mother and father were here illegally 25 years ago, that now have a family of 3 that live in a house, and you suddenly have the U.S. military banging down their door, taking the parents away, and these 3 kids are looking, screaming and yelling as their parents, who've done nothing but try to provide for their kids because they escaped, Ecuador or El Salvador or Colombia 25 years ago. How is that going to work out? And what are you going to do when Blue Beetle shows up in the neighborhood to make sure that those 2 parents aren't ripped away from their kids? In what world do you tell that story? I mean that's
superhero movies always be a reflection of the real world, and just posing as a question.
I think in this day and age,
everyone here thinks, should they be fantasy and be able to tell their message in a different way, or should they always be now a reflection of the real world? That just posing that question.
In my opinion, this is the last thing I'll say. Then I need to take off. In my opinion, I think most superheroes should reflect a more hopeful world to inspire everyone, regardless of your age. Now, sometimes you can have fun with a Deadpool or maybe a gritty anti-hero, but for the most part, I think superheroes should reflect hope.
Mm-hmm. That makes me. Thank you. That makes me.
I'll say at least Superman should. There's lots of other superheroes, but Superman should reflect hope. That's kind of his job. Leave the Superman alone.
And bad guys should be bad guys, and evil and unlikable. I mean, Grant Morrison said Magneto is a terrorist asshole, and I'm like, stop making him, accessible and likable. No, like, let's have bad guys that can really challenge. At least Zod was a complete prick, and he was a great challenge to Henry Cavill's Batman. I said Superman, because there you go. There's your opposite right there. Irredeemable.
I just wonder if some of the lack of interest from younger people, or just a lot of the entertainment going public at large with superheroes, just really has to do with our current just existential situation with the country. Superheroes just were such a big high, like in movies, and I know comics, I'm not as familiar with some. I've read a few. I know they have ups and downs, and it seems like to me, and I just wonder, like, how long can we have, Spider-Man, Batman, and just whoever fight the same people over and over again? like the thing that impresses me about manga is that it's always usually different. Like no, you need to come up with this new idea, and if it ain't selling, you're out. They always come up with new, different ideas that kind of piggyback off each other. You can look at something in Shonen Jump now and trace parts of it all the way back to the 80s with like Dragon Ball or whatever. But it's new, but it feels like a natural progression of that storytelling.
But I also think when it comes to Asian storytelling, especially, the Japanese and the Koreans and the Chinese, they've been human beings for a lot longer than Americans have.
Yep.
And they're a lot more comfortable with human nature than we are. The Japanese are and the Chinese. You're talking thousands. America's 2,500. America's 250 years old. China's 4,000 years old. And you're dealing with cultures that have gone through all different kinds of things, and there's a lot more comfort with human nature than I think we have. I mean, Americans, I think part of the problem with our culture is, one, we take it completely for granted, and at the same time we also love the culture we have, because we have an optimism and a freedom the rest of the world doesn't comprehend. It's been beaten out of them. And Americans are still like, we can go to the fucking moon if we want. The French are like, oh, why would you want to do that? We could sit here at this cafe and smoke some cigarettes and drink some more wine. The French are like, we don't want to do that. Yeah. But Americans are like, fuck yeah, we're going to the moon.
Well, here's a question I want to pose to you guys. Those that are able to stay. Should our comic book movies and our superhero movies and everything be a reflection of the real world, or should they be what we all got attracted to with movies, escapism?
I think they can be both.
Yes, the answer is yes.
I don't think that.
I think when you root,
for me personally,
you're rooting your story into a specific era, epoch, and space time. I mean, what Donner 78 Superman works, it's timeless. Burton's 89 Batman, it's timeless because they're not set in the real world. They're a fantastical fiction, backdrop. And the more you drag these superheroes into the real world, the more they fall apart and they don't work, because you have absolute good and absolute evil in fiction. We have areas of gray in real life. That's why we go to fiction, to experience this heroic good and evil.
And let me just say, when we all say into the real world, sometimes I feel like the idea of the way the real world is presented, the real world just means it has to be gritty and terrible, as if that's the real world. The way we define the real world, I have problems with too, because it's the real world that they show us is very often not exactly just the real world.
Who wants to live in that world?
Yeah, but it's not even the real world.
But how do you? Okay, let me flip this script on you guys. When we live in a world where people will fly airliners full of innocent human beings into buildings for their belief system, how do you have a world? How do you portray a world? It's incredibly naive when our world in real life has passed a place where the first thing we're going to ask is, wouldn't Superman have been useful on 9/11 and stopped 3 planes from smashing into buildings and killing hundreds of thousands of people? Wouldn't it have been great if Superman could show up? If Superman existed, wouldn't he stop wars? Wouldn't he go and grab Putin and take Putin up into near-Earth orbit and drop him into the ground?
Wasn't that the whole topic of Superman 4?
Well, that was about nuclear weapons, but what about?
I mean, but still the same thing. And it's like, so what? So that means because we've had 9/11 that we need to all reflect that all the time? Or
because the world we live in, the ante has been upped. But you can't have. Okay, we can still. You now have to figure out a way. We now live in a world where we have passed a Rubicon of human behavior. And if we have heroes, they have to take into account.
Always have to be a reflection of the real world. Why can't they be something better? Why can't they show
because
us the potential of something better?
Fantasy is great, but you can't be naive. Naive
again,
fantasy no longer works.
Isn't that what the movies are for? To, in some ways, at times, be naive, to escape.
Okay, here's the
reality.
thing. Even Superman the movie had a man who was willing to detonate, and by the way, did detonate a nuclear device on the San Andreas Fault, killing potentially millions of people. And Superman was able to stop it. He was able to repair the fault line. He was able
to... because it's not reality.
Yeah, but a guy still set off a nuke and was going to kill everyone in Hackensack, New Jersey.
But again...
But then we would have had Otisburg.
Otisburg?
Exactly.
I have an affinity for beachfront property.
Again, I know what you're saying. I'm just being...
Yeah, I'm just...
Where it's like, the movies always have to reflect
how
today is.
How can we have idealism when we have people now that are bent on the extermination of other people for superficial reasons? I know it's not new, but we have it. But we now have it on a global scale, and in a way where it's when you're watching people celebrate the slaughter of other people on social media. This is a new phenomenon. We didn't have this. People weren't doing this because we didn't have 24/7 news cycle. We now have a world. Humanity right now does not deserve that kind of heroism. And it's naive to think. Has
humanity ever?
Well, we weren't. No,
isn't that the point?
No, but we couldn't see it before.
And Superman himself came out of World War I, came out of the Great Depression, came out of the Dust Bowl, and you had this. What saved Superman?
Nowadays, you would have people protesting outside DC Comics saying, fuck the creators of Superman. Fuck them. Those baby-killing Zionists. That's what they would say.
Is it? I mean, am I wrong? Have we just become so jaded and cynical and everything that this is what we need for our heroes?
Well, everyone has everything at the end of their fingertips.
I have a thought here, which is sort of and this is a little different perspective. There was a lot of, every year there's always people talking about, I'm so tired of superhero movies, superhero fatigue. And for me, the reason why I love these movies, particularly the Marvel films, was I enjoyed spending time with the characters.
Yeah.
Okay. It was the characters that kept me coming back. And that's what I really enjoyed the most. The plots sometimes for me were, it didn't really matter so much. I just enjoyed these characters so much. So, with that said, the funny thing is I related to the Marvel characters more than the DC characters because of the foibles, because they were more human. You know what I mean? So the idea that these were less fantasy and these felt more like, this is what Captain America would be going through. This is what Iron Man would be going through. Was so fascinating to me, and I enjoyed spending time with them. And so Dave, and I really like this. This is such a great discussion, Dave, because for me, I don't think I want it to be, brought down to the level where it's just good versus evil. Because to me, it would get boring. To me, that's what would get boring. I would feel like I would be seeing the same things over and over again. While I feel like I'm seeing such a vast tapestry of different characters and different themes being explored in these different movies that make them.
I have to say, to be fair, this is what Andor did with Star Wars, and I really loved that. So it works for some things and it doesn't work for others. So
you're 100% right.
Yeah.
And Paul, I would just say, but even with Endgame, weren't they all working on hope to bring everything back? I'm just saying. I'm not saying that.
I think Infinity War and Endgame are the two best.
Movie has to be about hope and has to be about that, but it's like, it's like why is Captain America like he's fucking defeated? There's no hope. There's no portals opening, and he's still cinching up that fucking shield, broken as it is.
Yeah.
To try to save the world.
Yeah.
Hope.
Yeah.
And it's
that's what makes it so wonderful. But we needed to get there, and we had this large story that was told over a number of films leading up to these two event films. Which
and I agree. I'm just saying that again, I like these movies. I like the dark movies. I like dark shit and everything else. But I'm just like, the only thing that brought up this question to me is like, how would I feel about this stuff if I was a kid? Would this make me really, really into these movies as a kid? And what does that say about us as a society now? If as a kid I said, yeah, Matt Reeves Batman, yeah, that's my thing. It's like, it's a dark movie. I don't think anyone Riddler is a serial killer. It's a dark fucking movie.
Yeah.
Like
Riddler's
Riddler's
a commentary on us as a YouTube culture.
Right.
Dude.
It is.
But again, again, I'm being an old man or something. Is that good?
Well,
is that good? Do they all have to be this way? And such a majority of them have started, again, with the exceptions, of course, of Guardians of the Galaxy and more Marvel than DC. Is that a good thing? Or do we have to be a reflection of reality, or as movies, should we not be a reflection of reality and like show people that it's like, yeah, you can be better. There's hope. You can have more ideals.
We shouldn't have more escapism. I mean, having movies be a reflection of reality has been weaponized by just people that want to use our fictions as their proxy in our political fight.
When the wrong people make it.
Again, weren't movies, at least for me as a child, as a kid, and still to this day, they were an escape. They were escape from the real world. They were not. I don't need to go all the time and see a reflection. I'm not saying that all movies need to, but I'm saying a lot of the time, the majority of the time, I went to see movies to escape from reality, not just see it reflected back at me.
Well, I feel like I'm looping on this one, so I'll get my last Superman thing in. But basically, when it all comes back to Superman for me, like all the others, but Superman, I'm just curious if we have it in us, if modern culture has it in it to make a Superman movie, like the good, just that escapist thing. Are we even capable of writing that story anymore and depicting it? Like, and I'm not sure if we're there right now that we could actually do a good escapist.
We should come back and have this conversation.
You know what I mean?
A year from now.
Exactly. I love it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We should come back a year from now. Let's see if James Gunn leans into the realism or if he gives us a hopeful Superman, and let's have this conversation again.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he will give us a very hopeful Superman, but it's not going to be set in this world. It's going to be set in a super sophisticated. It's fine, but I mean, it's like when it comes right down to it.
Comic books were never set in this world most of the time.
Okay.
But who's Clark Kent? What's a Superman without Clark Kent if it's not in this world?
When we fell in love with comics, they were not in this world.
Okay, but wait a second. You have to. Okay, let's look at the last 40 years of comic book history. The comic book renaissance of the 80s was all about bringing out our four-color fantasies and setting them more in the real world. Look at Watchmen, Crisis on Infinite Earths, The Dark Knight Returns. I mean, even John Byrne's Superman depowered Superman and made him more realistic, more palatable, because nobody wanted, as our world changed around us, these stories don't work anymore unless they have some kind of reflection of what our world today is like.
I agree. And you know what? I agree with you 100% in the sense of Crisis on Infinite Earths was not for the casual reader. This was someone who had been invested in comic books and the comic book storing medium for a long time.
Well, I mean, I would go.
I'm talking more about general populace, not.
Yeah, but but that's
everyone didn't read Watchmen.
No, but actually Watchmen was a groundbreaking piece of it. It was graphic. It was The Dark Knight Returns. Look at The Dark Knight Returns. Look at what that comic book was about. That's not Batman as a squeaky clean hero. That is I mean, The Dark Knight Returns is one of the darkest motherfucking comic books ever written.
But it was also set in the future.
Yes, it was.
So it was more palatable to the audience that made a huge impression. And the thing is like, yes, you could have had back in the day Entertainment Weekly or whatever talking about it, but most people at that time thought of Batman as the Adam West series,
the Cape Crusader.
Yes,
you know.
That's how my
and
dad
setting it into a future like that, the first thing you pick up on is that Batman failed his mission, and that's he's older and he's
changed, and
he's changed
in the future. So whether it was a very pointed reflection of what it was like in the 80s, it was still in the future, so it was a little more palatable for an adult audience. And The Dark Knight Returns was never meant for the young kids who were going to the comic book shop and finding their first issue.
Speak for yourself. I was 14 picking those things up.
So was I, but the thing is, I had been reading comic books for
me too.
so long at that point.
We had a Batman who left. His name was Adam West.
I mean, look, Dave, I hear what you're saying, but I just think that in order to set a superhero film in the world you're talking about, it has to be a world that everybody knows doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. And right. what the modern superhero film has tried to do is establish credibility for the heroes by setting them in a world that we recognize as being demonstrably somewhat more realistic than what superheroes existed in the past.
And I guess my devil's advocate question is that a good thing or is that not a good thing ultimately for society? Because it does, but does it give the way I would... How do
you tell a story of hope when kids go in and shoot other kids in their schools? How do you? Where's that? How do you tell that story when the world exists that way? It didn't exist 25 years ago.
Right, but again, that's the question. Do we need stories? Do we need all these stories, especially in mass culture, being movies? Not so much the comic books, being the movies. Reflecting that or showing us a different light, the things that are possible, the things that we always, with movies, a lot of the time that attracted us to them were not the reflection of reality, but the things that were possible. Raiders of the Lost Ark is not realistic in any sense of the word, but we love it. We aspire.
Yeah, but that movie has God himself coming out of the Ark of the Covenant and vanquishing evil.
That all depends on your belief. That could be totally realistic for some people in their interpretation.
It is. Yeah. It's the Hebrew God whose Octus is.
I am who am, man.
Take back one Kadam.
So again, I'm just saying, it's like, it's just a matter of discussion. It's like, do we need it to be all realistic, or is it a good thing that we try to be hopeful?
I just have to say, I have to take off, y'all. It is almost 4 a.m. here in Michigan, but this has been an awesome conversation here, Rob.
Well,
thank you for...
Hey, man, thanks for being here, and thanks for watching the channel, and it's nice to meet people. See, YouTube can have erudite conversations late night.
This is a conversation that only imagination connoisseurs could have.
Indeed.
I love hearing you say that.
I look forward to being here in a year or a little less to talk about James Gunn's Superman and see where we see.
And
I agree.
Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
it has this
Again,
vibe.
Fantastic Four takes place in another world.
I'm really
Right.
excited for that.
So
Me
that's
too.
got something going for it too.
So Logan, do you want me to let? I guess I do. I have to let you go? I can let you go.
If you want to knock me up, I'll say one last thing, Rob. Thank you for introducing me to The Verdict, John Frankenheimer's The Train, and all that jazz. 'Cause
Well, I can't. That is the greatest thing you could ever say to me. So thank you very much for that.
Look
I
out for
appreciate
this
that.
one other film called The Hill.
Oh yeah, was that Sidney Lumet, right? Sidney Lumet's The Hill.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that. That was good. Thank you.
It's good.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Good night.
All right, Logan. Thank you. I will kick you out of here so you can get out. But sleep well and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Eat plebnista.
Eat plebnista.
Large women.
I said that to Shatner at my photo op, and he laughed. He was like, "You remembered the words?" And I'm like, "You're damn right."
No, but I think this is a very important question because it comes down to how do you continue to make fantasy films when our world and the extremities of our world change underneath us?
I mean, we're like in the
Rob,
future. I think about that a lot.
You
With
could
all the
talk
stuff
about
it's
how
insane.
terrible this world is and make it sound terrible. 30 years ago, 50 years ago, there was always something really terrible. It was never good. So, I mean, I'm just devil advocate. I don't know where I really stand. I'm just
of course, but I would say what's really interesting is in terms of the world being terrible. There's different kinds of terrible, like natural disasters, cataclysms. Floods, like we saw what happened in Spain recently, just a couple days ago. Fires wiping out Malibu Canyon, people having their lives devastated. But we have things that never happened in human history. Like when I was growing up, the idea that other kids my age would walk into my junior high and high school with firearms and kill other kids, that didn't happen.
Well, maybe it didn't. We just didn't have this interconnectivity.
No, it didn't. There's not a lot of evidence that those things happen. They would have been documented on a local level.
Today, let's flip it. Today, the idea of like a black person not being able to have lunch in a cafe in Virginia that would be like completely ridiculous to it. Like what?
Yeah,
that's terrible. And that was normal back then. So there were different terribles.
Yeah, but the difference there is that nobody was blowing that person away. You had people like Rosa Parks. It was
lynchings all over the place.
Well, no, there's absolutely, but if you look at human history, yes, there absolutely were, but there's been horror in all of human history. But there was the idea that, like you said, hope, and in our culture, Superman existed as somebody that was an alien savior. And even the Superman that Jerry Siegel and Siegel and Schuster did not ever have to come to grips with the kind of shit he has to come to grips with now.
Well, they had Nazis.
It's different. It's different now. And the thing is, I guess, sorry to interrupt, Adam. Go ahead.
That's cool, dude.
Go ahead.
But Nazis.
Adam, please finish your thought.
No. But he had to deal with things back then that are unthinkable now, and now we have things that were unthinkable then, and the unthinkables then are gone now, and they would freak us out if they happened now. Like there was terrible then. It's just we have a different terrible now. That's all.
Well, but I would say that Superman was created in the mid 30s. In what, 38? Mm-hmm. And we hadn't even come to grips with the fact that concentration camps existed. 12 million people, not just 6 million Jews, but 12 other million people. The idea of the industrial extermination of human beings on a technological level did not exist when Superman was created. And now
World War I was kind of yeah. Not as what the Holocaust was, but the industrialization of death, the loss of
right,
men
but the thing is, yes, but it was still an extension of something that had been going on in human history for thousands of years, which was war. Now, it was monstrous mustard gas, trench warfare, all of that. It was horrible. but it was based on nation-state activity, and it was based on something that had existed previously in human history since the dawn of time. Now, only in the 20th century have we seen the kinds of new modes of killing people. We didn't have. I mean, look, there's been barbarian hordes. Sure, there's all that kind of stuff, but now we're supposed to be living in a world where that's preventable. Who would have thought in the United States of America that kids would start killing other children with firearms by walking into their schools? These are new modes of behavior that have transcended even as horrible as human beings are. We're more horrible than we've ever been in terms of our children are the ones that are doing it unprovoked. Not by the Khmer Rouge. They've been what?
The children were Khmer Rouge soldiers. I mean, children were soldiers back then. I think we're just as bad as we've always been. But it bothers us now. At least we really we put it in the limelight. We focus on it. We actually talk about it. We fight against it. But I mean, I think it's the same as it ever was.
So how do you tell a Superman story when Superman wasn't around when two kids go and shot up their school?
Well, in a Superman story, he would be, actually. He would show up. He saved one kid from falling into the Niagara Falls, right? He was there for that. He showed up. You know,
well, that's because he happened to be there. But
you show him happening to be there, and you show him finding a way to stop that school shooting.
But see, the problem is every single thing that goes wrong, you expect Superman to be there for.
In the movie, yeah.
But how do you
see a school shooting that he fixes in a Superman way and helps?
But how do you tell a story about Superman that isn't in Spain when there's a flood, or isn't in a country where a volcano erupts? How do you make
You don't in a Superman movie, you don't show the flood in Spain that he doesn't help. That's the point. It's a movie you show the times he does. So you don't show the times he wasn't there. You show the times he was. So if you have a school shooting, how does Superman fix this in an awesome Superman way and make the world better? Deal with that issue and help. That's what Superman would do.
But the thing is this: that look, I mean, Rob, it's like, why doesn't Superman solve every problem? It's like, because they're comic book writers and they have to be selective in their stories and everything. And the thing is, they're selective because they're allegories. They're trying to show hope. They're trying to show.
I get all that. I'm just as a story.
Like, whether you have superpowers or not, the thing ideally, it's all in the comic books in a way at a time. And again, I know this is an antiquated thinking. Is they were idealism. They were an ideal. They were supposed to inspire an ideal. They were supposed to inspire people.
But when Superman was created, he wasn't. But he wasn't living in he wasn't being portrayed as he lives in the real world.
Right. But what I'm saying is, like, again.
But you keep saying, I want to know what your opinion is. What do you think should happen? What do you think a Superman story should be?
That movies, as the way they were, at least when I started watching them, inspired me. They didn't show me doom and gloom and that heroes always failed. What is that message? What is that message when you go, oh,
I don't even know.
Wait. Don't we get that enough?
But I don't know what even movies you're talking about. What define them? What movies did heroes always succeed in, and in what films? What movies are you talking about?
That succeeded?
Yeah.
How did Batman fail? In Burton's Batman. How did Superman fail in Donner's Batman?
Batman. You know how many people Batman kills in Burton's Batman?
In the first
From the openings, in the first one, he throws people off buildings. In the first 10 minutes, he kills people.
He doesn't throw people off buildings. They're hooked up to lines. He doesn't throw people off buildings.
The guy has giant machine guns in the front of his Batmobile.
I always come back to rubber bullets.
Right. It's like
that Frank Miller line.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I don't know what in Superman, he literally has to bend the laws of physics and go back in time to stop a nuclear bomb from going off.
Because he is an ideal. It's about an ideal, not about reality. And
I know, but I'm asking you, in what movies was any hero absolved of any kind of consequences by being heroic? I mean, I guess I don't understand. You're asking, you want a hero to be absolved of any consequences. The whole point of a hero is that he's heroic because there's consequences anyway. He's willing to do what it takes to do the hard, to make the hard choices.
The Earth backwards to save everyone.
No, he turns the Earth backwards because the fucking woman he failed to save, he's so selfish that he doesn't want her to be dead. He doesn't change. He doesn't turn the world back around because everybody else needed to be helped. He was selfish, and that the woman he allowed to die because he had to do it to save everybody else, and then he is regretful and he transgresses what his father told him to do, and he interferes with human history because he is selfish. That's what happens at the end of Superman.
And yet he still saved everyone.
That's the whole.
That was bad.
That's the whole point. That's what he actually does.
Rob, why do you want everything to be so cynical?
Because the point is that Superman has the power to do things and save the life of the woman he loves, and that's what matters to him most, and that's what we love. We love the fact that he didn't do what his father said. Don't interfere in human history. He does. He does that to get the woman back. The needs of the many apparently do not outweigh the needs of the one, because Superman has the power, and he's the one guy on Earth that can prevent the death of the woman he loves.
Yeah, but you're adopting the Star Trek argument now.
No, I'm saying it's a totally selfish ending. People are talking about, oh, Superman kills people. The end of Superman, the movie, is the most selfish shit ever. He does it to save the life of one person. One person. And we're all like, ooh, Christopher Reeve is so great.
It's a vibe
really?
thing. It's a vibe thing.
It's a human thing to do.
Yeah, but it's also ridiculous.
Because
once he can do that, once you know he can do that, it takes away the stakes from everything, doesn't it?
But I'm just saying, I mean, you guys are acting, you're acting like there's some Shangri-La character moment out there when everybody...
Rob, I'm posing the question of why. That's all.
Because
I'm posing the question, why?
Look, I think this is a great conversation. I love this conversation.
Absolutely, 100%.
But the idea is, I mean, I prefer the end of Torchwood Children of Earth. That's an ending. That's an ending I buy into. Captain Jack Harkness has left a barren, shattered man, but he did the right thing. He did the most horrible decision he had to make, but he's the heroic one because nobody would have done it but him. He sacrificed the life of his own. Well, I don't want to ruin it. Just watch it. It's 5 of the greatest hours of science fiction you'll ever see.
Yeah,
am I right, Paul?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
I was blown away. There are a few things I've watched, and people told me, yeah, I'd never seen Torchwood. I knew Captain Jack. I'd seen him on Doctor Who, obviously. I started at 1 o'clock in the morning when I got the disc. Like, was this 10 years ago of Children of Earth? I sat there. I couldn't stop watching it, and it's like 6 in the morning. I had to go to work. I was slack-jawed at the end of it. I'm like, this is the greatest 5 hours of sci-fi TV I've seen in a long fucking time. Mm-hmm. And you talk about heroes are not people that don't have to make sacrifices. Heroes are people that have to do the hardest things ever and still succeed. That's why Man of Steel's good.
Yeah.
Because he had to kill Zod. He had to kill him.
Him killing Zod doesn't bother me.
Man of Steel. I'm with you. I didn't have a problem with the ending of that.
I didn't either. Yeah.
I mean, I just wonder in what Superman, even in John Byrne's reboot of Superman in the Pocket Universe, Superman kills the 3 villains. He kills Earth Zod Non because he has to. He has no choice.
I'm going to quote Ethel Merman from "It's a Mad, 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 Mad World."
There you go.
About the bad world we're in. These things happen. These things happen. They only happen because this whole country is full of people who, when these things happen, they say these things happen, and that's why they happen. Okay.
Yep.
So
my stance is this: is like, right or wrong. I think movies are not all movies, but some movies and populist movies potentially are supposed to give us a better version of ourselves and not always have to be a reflection of our fucking world. And I think if you think that all movies have to be, that's a cynical version of the world. I think movies have through time aspired me to want to be better.
Somebody wrote in the chat, Superman Returns, which you worked on, Rob.
I did.
It's actually pretty damn good. I kind of like that movie. Saw it in the theater.
Yeah,
it felt good.
I think it's been reassessed in a good way.
Yeah,
you know,
I got to go back to that. Check it out again.
But like, getting back to what Dave was saying there, because I think Dave made a very profound statement there, is that, you know, for me with movies, it's like I just like a wide variety. You know what I mean? I like movies that, you know, make me think, and movies that.
Did I say all movies?
What's that?
Did I say all movies?
No, you didn't. That's the thing. Is that, like, for me, it's because I see everything, you know, and I like, there's certain movies that I want to be completely grabbed by my brain and by my heart and just be run through the paces. And then there's times I just want complete fantasy and complete escapism. You know what I mean? And I think there's a place for all of it. You know what I mean? And I think Marvel has been pretty good, like, just in regards to the superhero genre, has been good about giving us a sort of a wide variety of stories that sort of run that gamut. You know what I mean? That's
I agree.
A little bit more,
yeah,
a little bit more lightweight. And some of them are like really dark stuff. You know what I mean? It's so.
I mean,
that's the thing.
I think it's a very I here, Rob, and here's the thing that maybe this is unfair. At the end of Superman, the Man of Steel, how many people got up out of their chair and cheered when Zod got his neck broken compared to Endgame?
Okay, but I would say this. It's a tragedy that Zod got his neck broken. It's a tragedy that Zod was doing what he was doing, because if he had just stopped for a minute and had a conversation with Kal-El or Jor-El on Krypton, the fact was Zod himself was a fanatic. And he didn't bother to stop, and so the thing is,
I guess it comes down to, in a very base way, admittedly, when you walk out of the theater, which way do you want to feel? Do you want to feel out of Endgame? Do you want to feel out of Man of Steel? And again, that's an oversimplification of everything we've been talking about. But I walked out of Endgame like going, yes. And of course they did. They killed Thanos. They destroyed him. He turned him into dust and everything. And Superman racked the neck of fucking Zod and saved the Earth. But again, when you walk out, and it's like, forget the logic of the movie for a moment. I'm just saying, how do you feel afterwards? And how important is that feeling?
Well,
that's what movies do.
That's a different question, and I think you're right.
Again, I feel it's an important question, and it's an important question in this whole sort of thing, because again, movies are meant to make you feel something. So how do you feel? And again, which I'm not saying either one is. I'm not even saying one's more valid than the other. It's all come to personal taste. But again, I think I'd rather walk out of the feeling I had walking out of Endgame. I'd rather have, and I just wonder again.
But even Endgame, Black Widow's dead, Gamora's dead.
But again, sacrifices have to be made for the greater good. I get that sacrifices have to be made, but again, it's more than just what the minutia of the movie is. It's about what it's giving to the audience, and is it leaving them with a sense of hope? And do the movies which have huge power, as we all know, giving a sense of hope and good feeling when you walk out of the theater, or like, oh God, we're fucked.
Yeah, but I don't think I don't think that that what you're asking is a story should be true to itself. And like I've seen plenty of movies that have tragic endings that I think are great, and I'm elated because I've seen a great story that moved me. It doesn't have to end on some high note where I'm walking out with a fanfare and all that.
It feels good when you walk out on a high note.
Sure it does, but it also feels good when I do a mountain of cocaine. I mean, that doesn't mean it's good for me. I haven't done a mountain of cocaine in a long time, maybe not ever. But I mean, what are you asking, Dave? What, you know what? A great story,
Hold on. What I'm asking is, I'm not asking the cinephile. I'm asking the mass public, which is what movies are for. They're not just meant to be dissected by the cinephile.
I'm not saying that either. I mean, dude, Old Yeller is a tragic story. Bambi is a tragic story. I mean, that's a Disney cartoon animated film.
But it doesn't end on a tragic note. Bambi doesn't end on a tragic note.
That's the inciting incident, yeah.
Well, I mean,
same with Dumbo.
I have a hero.
Look,
I have a hero
a great story is what you want a story to take you on a journey that is true and honest and makes you feel something. Sometimes great stories end on a dark, tragic note, but if the story is true and it's made you feel something cathartic, and maybe the story itself helps you deal with grief because it's in a fictional situation where it makes you have a better perspective on your own life. Great stories, whether they end tragically or happily, are always welcome. They are always something that deserve to be experienced. What we don't want is false stories. That stories that seem artificial, that seem contrived, and whether a story ends tragically or you're elated, look, a movie like Field of Dreams. I've watched Field of Dreams 30 fucking times, and I don't know why, but whenever I get to that movie, I don't know why this happens. I always think to myself, I'm not going to cry this time. I always cry. Yeah, I can't even explain to you.
Because there's a thing with sons and fathers.
Well, I understand, but it's not just that. It's a culmination of things. It's Moonlight Graham. When every time Archie Graham gets in the car, and it's broad daylight, and they pick up the guy, and yeah, my name's Archie Graham, and you realize this is Burt Lancaster as a kid. That movie plays with fantasy and reality, and you have no idea when suddenly you're going to be like clobbered with magical realism, and it works. And it's a wonderful thing to happen. I mean, there's no reason why Field of Dreams works as well as it does, but it's the conviction that it has. And I think that what we want are great stories. Yes. It's not about at the and that's the thing. The problem is we are getting the real problem that I see with our movie culture now is the studios are run by corporate interests that don't understand what a good story is, because that's on a spreadsheet. You can't expect a corporation. It's ironic that we have corporations running our magic factories in Hollywood because a corporation doesn't know how to tell a story. Or how a story is composed, or what,
but it's funny because Field of Dreams has nothing to do with, or I shouldn't say nothing. If you want to split hairs, has very little to do with reality.
But that's not true.
No, Rob. I mean, yes, it deals with the realities about saving the farm and their struggles with that, but most of it deals with a fantasy. And the thing is, it makes people feel good. And the thing is, hold on, before you go off, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that you're wrong with any of your points. I'm saying, does that leave kids who are going to see Matt Reeves' Batman hopeful.
Kids aren't going to see Matt Reeves Batman.
But they are.
They're not though.
But they are.
It's 3 hours long.
But they are because it's Batman. They are.
And then they rave on Twitter about how terrible emo Batman is, on Twitter. Like, I want Ben Affleck's, but no, look. First of all, let me back up and say the reason Field of Dreams works is because it's not about the fantasy. The fantasy is just a storytelling trope. You're dealing with it's not just about losing the farm. That's just part of it. It's about the fat and the fathers and sons. It's about people that could never connect. It's a lack of communication. It's about so many different things. And the reason that all the things that Field of Dreams is actually about are hit hard and hit honestly. The fantasy makes it palatable and fun. But at the end of the day, and it's optimistic because people get to communicate in that. But it had to, one of my favorite things about that whole movie is the fact in the book it's what's his face? It's
the book is not fair. You can't bring up the book.
No, but I mean the character that is played by James Earl Jones is a fictional version of who wrote Catcher in the Rye. J.D. Salinger.
J.D. Salinger.
Yeah. So they couldn't use.
They don't know. They don't know that. They don't know that.
No, but what I'm saying, what's interesting about it is the idea of easing in the James Earl Jones's character is Thomas Mann in the book. I mean, in the movie, and the fact that Thomas Mann, the fact that he was a man who the '60s counterculture looked at him as a savior, and when he says, "I just want to be left alone." That's all truthful, and we know it's truthful. And so here's a character that we completely understand his motivations and why has he become a recluse. And when you find out he's making children's educational programs on his computer, helping using technology, you like that guy, and he's in a bad place. And at the end, it's because of Kevin Costner's actions that bring him back to Iowa. It's a fantasy context, but somebody cared enough to ease his pain.
Yeah. For me, just that movie, it hits me even harder now than it did then. Like, at this point, like, dude, I would just the idea of like, hey, having a catch with my dad, you'd be able to do that one more time. That would be amazing,
Yeah, and that's why that movie is a culmination of 10 different things we all wish were true. And it's presented, the fantasy makes it palatable, but the truth of the humanity of those situations, because all of us feel that way. And that movie has such a light touch. It's amazing that movie works as well as it works. Yeah. But you look at that, it's masterful storytelling. And it's done in such
one degree left or right, it could be so cheesy and terrible. It pulls it off,
Yeah.
Oh, that movie is a feat. It's one of the great fantasy films of all time.
Yeah, it is. I guess my thing is just like.
I mean, I know what you're saying. You are superheroes.
I know. I get it. I know what I'm saying is like do all these superhero basically let's just categorize the fantasy movies. Do they all have to be so dark, so reflections of reality? Does that help us? Does that make us better? Does it really make us better?
And what happened to the happy ending? Like the farcical happy ending.
And why is having a happy ending such a bad thing?
I think more optimistic movies just aren't made as well lately. Like more pessimistic movies have better thought behind them. There is a way to make a more uplifting movie, but I just feel like it's not being made well. I don't know. That's just, I feel like that.
Look,
it's a lost.
I always joke that I'm the reason why MoviePass failed, because I went and saw I could see a movie a day for $10.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
I went and saw everything, and I treat my AMC A list,
like a dirty whore.
I just literally see movies, constantly see movies. And here's the thing is that even though I very well know how the sausage is made, I wrote a friggin' book about how the sausage is made. I still, when I go see a movie, I go to enjoy it and I just go to watch it, and I watch it for the first, I just saw Wicked the other day, right? And I didn't see the musical, so this is my first experience really with this story. And I was getting like, I was kind of getting like choked up towards the end of it. You know what I mean? Because which is a complete fantasy movie, but dealing with themes and dealing with characters that I really could understand and really understand their motivations and the hurt and so forth. But the thing is, it's like I don't agree with the philosophy like, oh, they don't make movies like they used to. Yeah, they do, because I fucking see almost every movie that comes out, and every year I'm pleasantly surprised how many wonderful, wonderful films are released every year.
Yeah.
Most people have never heard of and never see.
What's that?
Yep.
That most people have never heard of and never see.
Here's the thing. I'm going to give you the flip side of this, because when Everything Everywhere All at Once came out, I saw it on a Wednesday. It was opening officially on a Friday, and I saw it on a Wednesday. And I was so jazzed by this movie, and I was like, wow, I just saw something special. Boy, I really hope people, will see this movie. Do you know what I mean? And embrace and love this movie as much as I just, fell in love with this movie. And it winds up winning the Oscar. You know what I mean? Like,
there's the exception. There's always the exception to the rule.
No, but what I'm saying is there are movies that come out that are one, and I do see movies.
I think more people are led by now. They're more led by like everyone else going, "Oh my God, this is amazing! You got to see it." Than it actually capturing the imagination of the populace. They're just like, well, everyone else is saying it's great. I guess I got to go. Moonlight.
That's a great point.
Moonlight's the best movie of the year. Fuck no, it isn't. Sorry, it's not.
I just see the movies that I want to see, and like.
Well, yeah, that's you, Paul. But the thing is, everyone on this panel does not count in a way because we're all informed so much. It doesn't count. I'm talking about the populace. I'm talking about Joe moviegoer. Sure. Give a shit about who fucking is in everywhere all at once.
No,
they
but
don't care.
Joe moviegoers
isn't. A lot of movies that are very optimistic. You know what I mean? Like it's not. My point being that I wanted to make was that there are optimistic movies being made. You know what I mean? There are movies.
But again, that movie in particular, that's not for kids. I'm saying what is inspiring our youth. And maybe why am I asking this? Why? Because superhero movies are the things that are attracting youth. That's the thing. That's those it's like they're not going to see that movie. They're going to they want to see the superhero movies. That's what's attracting them. They aren't going to see the hard-hit drama that is inspiring at the end of the movie and everything. They
used to, actually. That's new that they don't do that.
The Wild Robot, and that was like I walked out of that movie. I was like, it was.
That movie's beautiful.
Yeah, but that's but again, it's an animated movie. That's more derived. That's more positioned for kids.
Yeah. But that's what I mean is like those
in America
are being. But it was an intelligent film. I was like sobbing during parts of it.
Well, again, I'm not saying that kids' movies or superhero movies have to be not intelligent to appeal to them.
A little less cynical would be nice.
The whole point of this is what's inspiring the youth that actually goes to the movies. I
don't think the kids get inspired by movies anymore anyway.
No, I don't either.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's a great point.
The kids the younger audience that actually goes to movies.
Well, it's also user generated. Look, I've been talking about this all day on this show. What happened is when we were growing up, we looked outward. We looked out into the world to find truth, to find meaning. They're looking inward. They're not even looking inward. They're just looking at themselves. Not inward. They're not looking at
out there.
And they're looking at their friends. I mean, they're relying. It's amazing. They think they know everything. You've got these kids now that believe they're social justice warriors. They believe all this stuff, and perhaps maybe they are. I don't know.
The reality is most kids, most teens or 18-year-olds and everything else are going, well, I can fucking go into porn and make a ton of fucking money.
Well, that I mean, okay,
and all my worries are done.
But that's not working out for a lot of them. But what I'm saying is, the world is different. The world is completely, the script is flipped. You know, and whereas our generation looked to films and most specifically stories. We looked at stories out. Now, if kids aren't involved personally in the stories, it's all user-generated content they're watching. If they're not making the content, they're looking content their friends are making. They're not looking out at the great stories for truth. They're not looking at things that are outside of their experience to teach them anything. I don't know how that happened, but the fact is, like, when my father told me when I was a kid, he goes, "Look, Bobby, when you walk out that door, the world's going to beat the shit out of you. But the fact is, that's where you're going to find your future. You have to go out there and figure out how to navigate that world, and I will help you as much as I can. But you're not going to find a future in this house. You're not going to find a future hiding. You know, you have to go out and, dare I say it, boldly go." Kids today aren't doing that.
I guess partially the surmising question is for all of you, and myself included. And I get the potential hypocrisy of this, because mainly what I am attracted to and what I work on is horror. So it's easier to show the dark end of all this stuff. It's like, with everything that we do and put out there in the world, do we want to be a reflection of the real world, or do we want to, like, give hope?
You can do it good. One of my favorite, it just occurred to me, you asked me, like, what an inspirational hero. A hero occurred to me from a movie, I think it's from 90, Happy Harry Hardem, sort of a superhero, from this movie called
Pump Up the Volume, directed by Alan Moyle.
He's kind of a superhero in that movie. He's just...
I just recently
another gusher.
Oh, I just watched that. That's hysterical. You did that.
And that movie, though, at the end of that movie, that was one of the movies when I watched it at the time. I was like, yeah, it was so awesome. And
that movie's great. Christian Bale and Samantha Mathis are a great couple in that film too.
And it was prophetic too, because that's what we all did. We all became Happy Harry Hardem.
Everybody knows.
We all have our own channels. We all have our own voices. We have grabbed the air.
Yeah.
Talk 100%. Hard.
Find your voice.
Find your voice.
Dude.
Use it. Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
Happy birthday.
I'm in jail, Dad.
I like it here.
You know, it's funny that movie. I've often wondered. That's a perfect example of a movie I look at where technology has so surpassed what's going on in that film, in terms of, but that movie is still so relevant. I've often wondered, like, I would love to teach. I lectured at a La Sierra University about the dawn of cinema, and what I was trying to explain about in the late 1800s. The thing about cinema, when it first was, even the first movie, you're looking at a garden party in France. Humanity had never seen a representation of itself moving. You had zoetropes that were invented in the 1830s, but humanity had never, in the entire existence of humanity, there was never a reflection of actual life happening. And the first thing that happened, like the first feature film was made in Australia about the Kelly gang in the early 1900s. And I've often wondered and I was trying to explain to these kids, the thing that the most significant thing about the invention of cinema and is that suddenly we got to see our own lives reflected back at us for the very first time. It was also, we all had been looking at still frames and then photographs, frescoes that were painted 300 years ago to show you what life was like. And then suddenly in the early part of the 19th and 20th, the later part of the 19th and the early part of the 20th century, humanity was fundamentally changed by seeing itself. And we've had moments in the 20th century seeing the picture of Earthrise over the moon, or pictures of the Earth from space. I mean, nowadays, we take it for granted, which we in the last 100 years, and what we're going to see with AI and generative AI and what's going on in the next 50, we're living, eventually, we're living through these wondrous moments where our own existence is so irrevocably altered by could be a single image, could be a succession of images, it could be just the idea that images can be created. We're living in a time of wonder. And what's really missing from our lives is we don't recognize it. And it has been, all of the wonder in human life has been turned completely mundane in our world. And what we need to figure out, and we knew this growing up because anybody who was a cinema fan knew, our lives were fucking transformed by some of the movies that we saw. Whether it was Star Wars, call it what you want. There were some of us that walked into a darkened theater, and 2 hours later, our entire lives were literally changed, and we were moved on to a different path because of awe and wonder and possibility and potential and all those things. And I wonder I think kids don't, that's what they don't have. They don't have the possibility that one afternoon could change their lives. They think that, I crypto made me, I now have money, or my OnlyFans account, pictures of my feet have made me a ton of money. I mean, they didn't realize that their imaginations changed their lives. I mean, it was...
I got to hit you with this, Rob. An example, Free Enterprise. And I'm saying this with all seriousness. When I saw this in 1999 by accident,
story of my life. Everyone saw it by accident.
Stop interrupting him. He's got a point to make.
Sorry.
But it actually was an inflection point in my life. My brothers too. We were into Star Trek. We were into movies and stuff. But that movie, it was science fiction for people with a life. Like, oh my God, you can be into this stuff, but there's a way to do it cool. And there was a way you talked about in this movie that's like, oh, there's this world where you can geek out, but you don't have to be, that guy, with that, actually, they have 4 thrusters. And it was, that's the...
You sound nothing like Dave Parker.
That's true.
Yeah, but, it was science fiction, Star Trek, and it was also just, regular, classic cinema. Everything was in there. And that movie just kind of bumped us. And it sort of set the template for me of like how to be into stuff in a cool way, kind of like how to make it accessible. And it like my brother is still always amazed that I'm on here with you, and he still won't believe that I'm on with Kiss Jacket Guy. It's just, but the idea.
And by the way, Paul Salamoff is in Free Enterprise too.
I know.
Glorified extra.
But the amazing thing is,
still there.
Who would have thunk it when I watched this movie 25 years ago? But 25 years later, we're going to be hanging out here doing this. How fucking wild is that? Yeah.
Well, but
we're
here's
saving cinema right here, Rob.
No, but I think the point is, and I think that what Free Enterprise or what Swingers or what Chasing Amy or Clerks did, the promise of the
good movie.
the promise of all of this technology has brought us all together. And in a way, when people talk about this is why the modern age can be amazing. You're in Germany, man. And we're all around the world, and we have this technology. We're talking about look, we made a movie, A Moment in Time, that you guys saw, your brother saw. I mean, what's so great is that we're all afforded the opportunity to do these things, and what we do echoes in eternity. And it's an amazing thing. You never know one little thing you do where it winds up. And in this day and age, when things can be shared around the world, you never know. Like one little thing, like Paul today showed the Cyberpunk Nexus. And that came out in 2018, I think, or something. And it was, these guys asked me to write an essay about the box office of Blade Runner or whatever. And that book.
This came out in 1986. Come on.
Why do you love that movie so much, Dave?
It's so good. It's
so not good. So not good.
You don't know. You don't know.
That's a great version of it, though.
You don't like music. You don't know. You don't know.
No, but I do think though that we do live in a world, and I've lived in this world since I was a kid. We live in a world of wonders, and we really do, and I think that all you have to do, it's a lifestyle choice. It really is. You have to choose to live in a world of wonder. And if you choose to do so, you'll see it. And if you choose not to, you don't see it. And you can live in whatever world you want. But
right.
Humanity, we are better off, despite everything that will tell you, we are better off than we've ever been in the entire history of humanity. For all the shit that's going wrong. And the fact that we can have this conversation right now at this particular time is proof positive that that's true. Because here's the thing. Imagine the conversations we could have with people we completely disagree with. I can talk to somebody on the other side of the planet free of charge. 25 years ago, you couldn't make an international fucking phone call without spending $50. And now
Rob spent that $50 because
crazy.
Those international sex lines were expensive.
No, I spent the $50 in Auckland. Oh wait, what?
I love it, but I hate it.
I do feel like they're getting less and less from more and more. Like there's more and more stuff, but they're sucking less out of it, or there's less to suck out of it. That's sort
when everything is on their phone, it's hard for them to have a legitimately good
more and more
perspective.
stuff that they get less and less from.
Just,
that's sort of the way I see.
You know what? Okay, how many of you guys have children?
Okay. I've been raising Elizabeth's kids. That's
how
been
dare
rough.
you, sir?
It's 17.
I don't know how many children I have.
Yeah, wait. Listen to what Paul's saying. You have a 17-year-old, 21-year-old.
My son, who probably is going to grow up, or not grow up. He's going to be probably an engineer or something like that. But he's like really obsessed with like World War I and World War II. He just joined a reenactment group, and he's is really fascinated. We watch documentaries all the time, about World War II stuff, and about we build Lego doesn't make war stuff, but this company called Kobe makes tanks and planes and stuff like that. And we build that kind of stuff together. So he's really, into learning about history and all that stuff, which is really, and he's so fascinated by it, and really as much as we love our sci-fi and horror and stuff like that, he is that into that. And my daughter, is the same thing with theater. She goes to USC for theater, and she's been acting since she was 10 years old and done plays at the, Sierra Madre Playhouse and the, what's the North Hollywood. I mean, she's really into that, and is really, focused on that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So they are and they use technology in different ways.
Your kids, I'd expect nothing less, but the kids.
Well, no, but I mean, but that's the thing is, I didn't push them. I didn't push them to those things. I just, encourage them and just let them explore these themselves. You know what I mean? And just encourage that. You know what I mean? Like sort of like what my guess what my parents did for me. My brother was a varsity football player, and became a lawyer, and I was the film geek from when I saw Star Wars.
And we see a lot of that.
And who's more successful, Paul? Come on.
Yeah, but
oh, damn it.
We're seeing kids or younger people are look. You watch reaction channels. I remember during the pandemic there were these two twin brothers, and they had a YouTube channel called Twins: The New Trend, and they were reacting to music, and they were both like these 19-year-old black twin brothers, and they would listen to fucking Dolly Parton sing Jolene, and they loved the music.
I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, those guys, and like when they did In the Air Tonight, and I was watching these guys because they always put a smile on my face because they loved music, and they were listening to what people suggested they listen to, and just watching the sheer joy of them. They just loved music. They genuinely loved music, and you could see it in their faces. And like when Jolene and his facial expressions and what he would do, it would put a smile on my face because you were seeing people that understood what they were listening to, and they were there for the music. They weren't there for the clicks. They weren't there. They were just like, hey, and their YouTube channel exploded. Like Oprah talked about them, and suddenly they were huge. But during the pandemic, when they were a brand new channel, or Professor of Rock. Professor of Rock was a guy that I didn't. But he was just a local rock critic in the Midwest, and he had some people behind him and some money behind him. Started a great YouTube channel, and I was watching him when he had like 2,000 subscribers, and now he's gigantic, and his channel's awesome. If you love music, Professor of Rock is awesome. He's got his logo, he got his iconography. He was well funded and financed when he started, but he delivers the goods.
Yeah.
And I
do. Shadows, man.
Look. Ultimately, guys, I know we're wrapping this up. I don't know, Rob. I think you've exceeded your.
I have to figure that out. I started at 8 a.m.
I think you've exceeded it by more than
16 hours and 40 minutes. Are we there?
Yeah, so you've exceeded it. Congratulations.
Have I?
Yeah, you said 16 hours and 40 minutes.
16 hours.
It would be 16 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, you've exceeded it.
Congratulations.
Wild. Thank you all for. This was. People thought I was crazy. I'll tell you one thing. I'll never have to do a 1,000-minute show again. But this was a great way. To end this.
I'm to that 2,000-minute show.
If I get to 2,000 episodes of this show, I'm doing something wrong.
At that show, everyone is going to watch because you're going to die on that show. You're going to be dead.
No, I'll just incorporate. You have to watch me when I sleep, like David Cronenberg's upcoming movie, The Shrouds, but I won't be dead.
Or you mean almost any given Midnight Metal show? Watching you sleep. Oh wait, you cut that stuff
that
out.
Was only one time.
Oh my goodness,
one time.
Of course, I did sleep live on the internet for 5
That's awesome.
But we were up for 8 and we drank all night long.
People were like, this is very avant-garde.
My entire YouTube channel is one big long art. It's an art installation. That's all it is.
But seriously, for my part, I want to thank you. I want to thank you all. I want to thank Paul. I want to thank Sully. I want to thank Adam. I want to thank Siren. I want to thank James for being a part of this discussion. And
it was good.
Logan also who joined us as well.
He was great too, and he's the future of America.
And I'm going to be. I know in the future I'm going to be envious of him as a DP, as a director of photography, because that's what he's going after, and I think he's probably going to be, if he's watching the things that he's watching now, going towards being a director of photography. I can only imagine what he's going to be able to do. I think that's incredibly. Look, if the superhero movies can't be aspirational, at least we can. And I want to thank every one of you being aspirational and showing people that this is all possible. We can all do this. We can all inspire everyone else to tell better stories, to tell stories that can potentially inspire other people down the road. Because I think that's what so many of us have gotten into this business for. I've gotten into making movies and making comic books and everything else. We've all done it because of those who inspired us to inspire the future. So, it's awesome, Rob. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you always for having me be a part of Night Metal and all this. So
I appreciate it, Deb. I wouldn't, have done it without you. And I want to thank everybody. I mean, it's funny because I didn't know if anyone would want to do this, throwing it out. And I know I couldn't get everybody. And there's people that didn't show up, and that's fine as we got later into
But I hit you up. You didn't even ask me, and I hit you up. And like, when are we going on?
Well, I mean, look, and to me, I understand everybody. Like for me, I wanted to postpone today. I was too busy. I was like, hey, I can't do this, but I'm like, I got to do it because I can't not do it anymore. I can't go into December and not have this done. It took me twice as long to get this to this show as I should have because I was so much was going on. But I thank everybody that watches the channel, and it's always surprising to me hearing your stories. And I wouldn't do this channel if it wasn't for the viewers, and that's why I wanted to make this show about viewers, about people. And I was hoping that, people that it was great. There was a lot of people I'd never seen before that came on the show today, and that was really cool. I mean, it's nice to see people. That's what I was trying to do. I was always trying to get people that haven't been on the show before. Not that if you've been on the show, you can be on it, but it was nice to meet lots of people that I'd never met before. And that's kind of the fun thing. And what I've never understood is a lot of people think I'm crazy when I open it up like rando, anybody can come on. People are like, you shouldn't do that. I'm like, no one's going to come on this channel and start talking about like something that I'm going to get in trouble for. Everybody, I would say the conversation on this show, beginning at 9:00 in the morning with Johnny Millennium, has been nothing but interesting. I think this whole day has been a really interesting, successful day with a lot of interesting people that had a lot of interesting things to say. And there's a lot of people that always say to me, don't do that. But I'm like, I've never really had a bad experience doing that. And it's a testament to the audience. If nothing else, it shows me that at least I try and get people. Sometimes, look, yeah, I'll get hammered and say stupid shit and slur my words and fall asleep and all that. But I'm always trying to be inclusive and have a good time.
Look at all the jars you had to pee in. Sitting there.
What is it peeing? I drink out of these. And
then he drank it. And then he drank his own pee.
He's wearing a still suit, and he's got a tap on the leg.
Man, I would love a still suit. That'd be amazing. Yeah. No, but I have to thank everybody for being a part of it all, because it's it's a wild thing. I mean, if you think about it, to start yammering away on. And by the way, if it wasn't for John Schnepp calling me up in April of 2015, I wouldn't have done this. Calls me and goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this YouTube show, AMC Heroes." I'm like, "What is that? A YouTube show?" 9.5 years ago. I mean, in April of 2015, or in April of 2025, I would have been on YouTube for a decade.
Nice.
Which is more than 1/6 of my life.
Dang.
Which is crazy time.
I just want to thank you, Rob, for giving me an opportunity. I know Paul's been on our show a couple times now. I'm sure these guys have. I know Adam probably has been on a few times. I don't know how much the others have, but they seem like seasoned professionals. So I'm guessing they've been on before. Just giving us an opportunity, and especially for me to, be able to annoy people and pose questions that are hopefully like let's all do better, guys. Let's inspire the next generation.
Let's be inspired. Let's be leaders.
Because because Rob has given us the forum to do it.
Well, I mean,
look. So congratulations and thanks, Rob.
Well, I appreciate that, Dave. That's very nice. Thank you for.
I'm just glad I got to meet Kiss Jacket guy. Still, this
hell
is so
yeah,
cool. This is the greatest.
a Kiss Jacket guy.
Yeah.
Keep talking. I'll bring the jacket out. And
Dude, what are you waiting for?
And Rob,
come on, go,
Rob,
go. Yeah.
Rob, for me,
awesome.
I want to say, Rob, I don't mean to blow sunshine up your ass, but I will.
Ooh, but that's okay.
You
I'm all for that.
You are on my Mount Rushmore of YouTube creators that inspired me to pick up the microphone and camera. You, Gary Beekler, Jenny Nicholson, Doomcock. It was like 2019, 2020, and you and Az kept me company during lockdown with the ironic prisoner, because we were all on our own islands in our own villages. You know what I mean?
Oh my God!
During lockdown,
and I love Az. Az is a very smart guy, and that was a really fun thing to do. Was the prisoner reviews, and I love the fact that while we were doing it, a company, Wandering Planet Toys, decided to make prisoner figures. And I have them all, and I keep getting their updates. I mean, I've got them all in cases and stuff. It's insane to me that as we're doing prisoner reviews, and that's why the world is like what Paul was the Space 1999 Mattel Eagle that came out in the mid 70s. The fact that Jerry Anderson's company decided to make a new one. And make it more accurate, and it like we live in wondrous times. I'm going to hang it right up there when it comes in. It's like March.
But just being tuned into your show, you've turned this geek onto so many things. I didn't know what an eagle moss was. I didn't know what a Solochigokin was. Yeah, I didn't have
you should, dude. I'm sorry, I told you about Solo. That's the worst thing in the world. Solochigokin's thousands and thousands of dollars.
Oh, I got a Yamato that cost me $600, and I'm the happiest. You're right. I mean, just looking at it makes you happy.
I know. Did you get the later one with the electronic? Did you put the lights in it? The battery, and it does have the box.
It has sounds in it, but I preferred the 1978 ships and everything, so I just opted not to get the modern version.
Yeah, by the way, do you guys know that on I was talking about Temu? I don't work for them or anything.
I know. Wait. It's the new Wish. It's the Temu's the new Wish, Paul. It's like it's all shit.
No, it isn't.
It is.
They have an Andromeda. Shit. They have a Yamato and they have an Andromeda. Lego kind of versions of them.
Dude, you need to see my 4.5-foot long Andromeda.
Oh,
dude!
One of the most beautiful ships.
Start an OnlyFans, and then you can show your 4 foot long.
I just need to fix it, and I finally got. I'm missing 3, but I got.
We know on OnlyFans. We know you got to fix your Andromeda. Yeah, we get it.
No, but my Yamato, dude, my 3.5-foot Yamato.
Well, that's about
it's big.
48 inches longer than your regular Yamato.
Yeah, I know. But hey, it doesn't matter how big your wave motion gun is. It just matters how fast and far it can shoot.
Well, you're old. It can't shoot that far.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
Whoa!
I make sure it fires at least twice a day.
I haven't worn this jacket in a long time, and it feels really good.
Dude, it looks really good, man. Come on.
Jacket again.
Dude,
do you have is that the Gene Simmons jacket?
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Show it to us.
Jacket,
that's the Free Enterprise jacket. Wow. By the way, since you brought it up, shout out to Gene Simmons. To Gene Simmons. I didn't have to. I went to his house when he was living in the hills, Shannon Tweed. Alan, one of our producers, Alan Kaufman, knew or hooked up his management. We all went to his house, and I had to get him to sign off on us using Kiss toys, sang lyrics from Rock and Roll All Night, and Dave's jacket, and everyone said he was going to be a hard ass and cost us a lot of money. You know what? I hung out with him. I told him, I said, the first rock concert I ever went to was the Dynasty tour. You know, nice. Makeup, late 79. He took me into his garage where they had all of the stuff. They had every piece of merchandising, and we hung out there for a couple hours. And you know what he said? He said, "You know what? You don't need to pay us anything."
Wow.
And he let us Toys R Us, Dave's jacket.
Never said that before. But I think the condition was you never could say that he didn't charge you anything.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, you know what? You know what? He knew we were making an independent movie. We didn't have any money. You know, we didn't have, but
it was before. It was before.
Yeah, and he was, but he let us use a lot. And look, he also knew that it was basically an advertisement for Kiss. So he's not a dumb man. And it was, but it was funny because meeting him, he was so nice and so excited that we were doing this thing, and he was kind of incredulous, like, why do you want to do all this? Why are you featuring all this Kiss stuff? And, I told him, I said the first rock concert my dad insured Jerry Weintrop's Concerts West, and it was the first, and I told him, what I told him? She passed away, but I went with Jeff Swafford and this girl, I was in the 7th grade. And this girl, Pam Comstock, who was like the rock and roll blonde goddess 7th grader, and she was from a different elementary school, and she was like the coolest girl in school. And I was like, "You want to go to the Kiss concert?" And she's like, "Yeah."
I mean, I'm glad that I could inspire all this, because without me wearing the Kiss jacket way before Free Enterprise, it would have never happened.
Yeah, well, there you go.
It would have never happened because all the Kiss stuff comes from me.
Before the kids had Riz, we had charisma.
It's true.
Charisma.
Although I do love the concept. Sometimes modern kids, Gen Z comes up, the idea of Riz is a good idea. I don't know who came up with that for the first time, but I love it. I think it's
cool. Everyone give your best Riz face right now.
I have a quick Kiss thing.
Wow, you guys really...
In Annie Hall.
Yeah, totally.
That's why we're all single. Almost. No.
In Annie Hall, in the scene when Woody Allen goes to Los Angeles to try to get Dan Keaton to come back.
So good.
They're sitting in an outdoor cafe, and they're talking, and they're on the street, and in the background, there is a giant Kiss sign, but he has the shot perfectly placed where you only see SS, and it's just hanging there. The SS from Kiss. Beautiful.
Kiss Army.
It had to have been on purpose.
My first record I ever got was Destroyer, Kiss Destroyer. First record.
And by the way, Rob, who opened on the show you saw? Who was their opening band? Do you remember?
I do not. You know what I want to say? But here's the thing. It's not right. I want to say it was the Jay Giles band, but it couldn't have been. You know what?
It could have been.
Could it have been?
Yeah,
hang on. Hang on. I will kiss.
Openers for Dynasty Tour.
Setlist.com. You can find it.
Seattle ARENA 19. Hang on. I'll tell you because this is the best thing. I'll tell you who it was. Okay, the Dynasty Tour. Who opened for Kiss in 1979? Cheap Trick, John Cougar, Loverboy, and Judas Priest. I think then it was probably Cheap Trick. But I'll find out exactly. I don't have any memory of who opened for that.
All right, let's bring this in a little midnight metal here. Everyone's first concert.
First real one.
First concert.
My first arena show.
Like real concert.
Yeah, 92.
It could have been like I went without my parents. First concert.
Okay.
92, Nassau Coliseum. Van Hagar with Alice in Chains opening.
Oh yeah.
1989, the New Jersey, Bon Jovi New Jersey tour at the Worcester Centrum opening with Skid Row. Yes.
Dude, are you a masshole?
Fuck yes.
Are you a masshole?
Yeah, I'm from Wicked Boston, kid.
I saw. Oh,
hey there, North Shore. How you doing? I am
North Shore.
I'm in Boston. Everything's north and south to me, kid.
By the way, I'm looking.
I gotta tell him, wait a minute. I gotta tell. My first concert was at the Melody Tent in Cape Cod. It was the Monkees.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, dude.
But then I saw Iron Maiden. At Worcester Centrum.
Yeah, but the Monkees was your first concert. That's all that matters right now.
By the way, I just want to say at the Seattle
Band is your first concert. Congratulations.
At the Seattle Center Coliseum, it was November 21st, 1979, and it was a huge grossing. It made $133,000 that night. And in 1979, that was a big deal.
That was.
November 21st, 1979.
And?
No, it just made that much money. It made a lot. The Kiss Dynasty tour, the only other concert it made more in Vancouver, made $145,000, and in Pittsburgh it made $142,000. But Seattle was number 3, I think, at $133,000.
James, your first concert.
Inflation, that's $600,000, by the way.
James, your first
there you
concert.
Go.
I don't have an impressive one. It was I think it was 2003, very generic pop concert with a bunch of people. I don't even remember them.
You don't even remember the band.
Really upset.
And by the way, it was Loverboy who opened for it. Oh no, it was the Rockets. That's why I don't remember them. It was the Rockets who opened for Kiss then.
Wow. Okay.
That same year, my sister went to a Green Day concert.
That doesn't count. It's your first concert.
I know. I really wanted. Well, that would have been the only impressive one.
No. Okay.
I have to be right.
Fair enough.
I haven't.
I didn't realize
Rob's got to pee. Well, Dave, I got a good one though. I saw in January of 1995. I saw 9 Inch Nails on the Downward Spiral tour.
Manson opening.
No, it was Jim Rose's circus.
Jim Rose circus.
Check this out though. For the encore, Adam Ant and Marco Perrone come out and they do Red Scab. They do You're So Physical and Beat My Guest with Trent Reznor. That was amazing. I've always wanted to see Adam Ant. That's like 30 years old now.
That's crazy. Wait, Paul, hold on.
Okay.
Jeez. My first concert. Twisted Sister, White Lion opens.
Nice.
Stay Hungry tour.
Oh, gee.
What album, White Lion? Which album from White Lion?
Boy, I don't know because it was before any of the
before Wait.
That was when they were just the
for
house
the little
band
children or anything like that.
That was when they were just a house band in the Money Pit. They're the band in the Money Pit. You know, at the wet.
Oh, that's right.
That's White Lion, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Dude,
Paul, go ahead.
Well, we're going to talk masshole stuff.
Well,
I was going to say.
Okay, so, what are you guys listening to now? What newish band are you listening to now? I'm curious about with all of you.
Queens of the Stone Age. That's
not a newish band.
That's for me. I know. That's like,
but cool. They're a great band.
I found out has a new album coming out. My favorite band, Avantasia. They have a new album coming out too. Do you guys know what Avantasia is?
No. What? Describe that for people.
They're a super group, and I'll tell you, Bruce Kulick plays for them. They've had Dio would be on there, like Jorn would be on their albums. It's amazing. It's total
Adam?
metal, incredible.
These days, what I'm actually listening to that's new, not
Yeah.
listening to much stuff that's new.
But anything new that's excited you in the past couple of
new
years?
is tough. I mean, I guess most of the stuff I listen to that's new is not in a rock vein at all. I listen to some really hardcore drum and bass electronic stuff. That's
nice.
Where new things are happening. But I do have a little recommendation. Chris Ballou, who was a president of the United States of America. He was one of those, the president of the United States of America guy.
Hey, I got somebody I'm going to add into this chat if he's still there, just
Rob,
so you know.
Hold on. We're talking music now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Every 6 months, he makes a record and gives it away for free. He's been doing it since the pandemic, and it's some really interesting Beatlesque, fun stuff. I dig it. But other than that, just random whacked out drum and bass stuff that just they're doing new stuff that pretty heavy. That's where I'm at for the new stuff. Other than that, it's I'm digging on Shostakovich these days because I'm a pretentious whack job.
Can I
don't listen to much new stuff either.
What do you listen to?
I listen to a lot of just classic stuff like Metallica, Rage Against the Machine, System of a Down, Warren G, like just old stuff. It's a boring answer, but it's the truth.
No, that's cool. That's cool. James, what do you listen to?
Does Brothers of Metal count as newish?
I don't know.
Oh, I look new. Yeah, I found they do like Norse rock.
Oh,
song.
I love that
It's
shit though.
Really cool. Yeah, they're really cool.
Have you ever listened to? I think it's called Hue. H-U.
It sounds familiar. But...
They're really good. I would say check them
H-U?
out. H-U.
Okay.
I'm listening to Paul. Stop interrupting people.
Sorry, farther.
I gotta tell people. I mean, besides Gojira opening the fucking Olympics, which is amazing, of course, but Bloodywood, which is out of India, they've got a new. They did an album before, which I highly recommend. Everyone in the
I get it
scene.
instead of Bollywood.
It's bloody, and yeah, they're fucking awesome. They've got a new song out now. They're doing a new album now. They got a new song and video out now. You can find it on YouTube. It's called New Delhi. It's fucking amazing.
Okay,
Bloodywood.
Everybody should get this.
The Warriors musical. I don't think so.
Dude, this is there is no Warriors musical yet.
Yes, there is. That's what you're holding in your hand. It's a Warriors Broadway musical soundtrack.
There's no Broadway musical. This is a concept album.
To be a Broadway musical.
It's not Broadway musical, although they did gender swap the gang.
Oh,
the Warriors are girls. I'm just saying.
Grab the record.
Rob, you lost me there.
I mean, this is insane. It's insane that this exists, and I love it.
Dude, Rob, there's a record I have. Came out in 2000, I think. It's called Logan's Sanctuary.
I have it.
The imaginary soundtrack to the sequel. It's great.
It's great. It's called Logan's Sanctuary. It's an electronica. It's wild. It's for the sequel that never got made.
But they just made it. And also, have you heard or seen the musical to The Last Starfighter? Did you ever check? Did you ever see it? 'Cause it did come out. I know there was a musical. It was a stage play. The Last Starfighter.
I'm
just going to pitch something, not pitch something, but promote something. I wrote the Logan's Run comic book series.
When did they publish an omnibus?
Wow.
Wait, dude. When did that come out?
Jim Kruger got me this. I don't know when
ordering
it came
that.
out. Jim Kruger got it for me. But
Oh my God!
Awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome.
Holy crap!
What does that have to do with music and metal, bro?
You guys were just talking about Logan's Run.
Is that book good? Because I'll order it right now if it is. Should
It's
I buy
terrible.
it?
Paul.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Paul
It's
wrote
horrible.
most of it. It's awful. It's awful.
He did. Paul wrote it.
I mean, you've seen Paul and I wouldn't read that shit.
Critically acclaimed.
By the way, there's a special guest joining us. Another because we do have room because people have left. We do have, but this man he looms large. He's legendary. And by the way, he reads more books than all of us combined.
Paul and I have to go to a store in the morning. We
And
have
he's
to get off.
I actually have to go.
Why do you have to go? You don't have to go.
Paul and I have things to do.
Jamie and I have a date tomorrow.
Yeah. we
Really?
do.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
He's finally giving it up, Rob.
Oh my God! After what, 35 years, Dave? Right? Actually,
Took you long enough to come around.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. all the way from Sweden, Mr. Stubble McShave. Please welcome him to the 1000th episode of Robservations. He actually was the very last scheduled guest to appear on the show, and he's here.
Yeah.
Welcome, sir.
Hello. Yay.
Welcome to this.
Konnichiwa.
You know, if you know this channel, he's one of the cornerstones of the Post-Geek single. Oh, look at that! Stubble wearing his swag, wearing the merch.
Yeah,
that was my welcome to the show.
Question? Speaking of which, just because it's, a Swedish band is one of my favorite bands, and I just saw them at IMAX, or I saw them not in IMAX. Actually, it was IMAX. Do you know who Sabaton is?
Yeah. I'm not actively listening to them, but I've heard quite a few from them, and they're great.
Yeah, I just saw them. They actually, I went and saw a Fathom event at the AMC 16, and it was their latest concert, Sabaton's latest concert.
You're kidding! Fathom Events showed a Sabaton concert in the theater.
Yeah, and literally, there was like, a bunch of
really?
people, and I literally turned to them, I go, can you believe we're seeing Sabaton at the AMC Burbank 16 Theater? This is awesome.
That's crazy. By the way, if Dave Cullen is watching this from the Dave Cullen show, I did send him a link. He can come on the show too.
All right, well, Rob, I'm going to go.
Yeah, I'm going to go too.
All right, guys.
Paul and I are taking off.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll make everyone else's images bigger.
Yeah, see, now you have more room. Thank you so much, everyone.
Mr. Burnett.
Thank you guys for all watching and putting up with me.
Dave, thanks for Midnight Metal. I mean, I got you. This is a 4-hour Midnight Metal.
You bastard.
I can't.
Paul, when I go to
how many piss jugs did you fill up? At least several.
Dude, why would I fill up my beautiful mason jars full of body excrement? Come on.
When you can fill it with wine, vino.
I'm almost out.
Oh man, you made a dent on that sucker.
I've kept this going for 4 hours. That's pretty good.
Well, that's longer than most things.
Come on, man. You know, my stamina is legendary. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah.
In a world.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone.
In a world. Dave, thank you.
Kiss Jacket Guy.
I love it. Kiss. I'm just going to call it Dave Kiss Jacket Guy from forever. You might have directed this movie that has 2 different covers, the most self-indulgent, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to change it. I'm going to put Kiss Jacket Guy right there, directed by.
Maybe then I'll get some work.
You did get. You went to Sardinia and made a movie, or where the hell it was?
Fucker.
Well, okay.
Whole year. That's a long time in between gigs. And everyone remember, superheroes equal hope. Hope. Just bring hope. Hope. Everything hope.
Blood and guts.
Rob's bringing the hope now with Stubble. So we're good.
Yeah.
Stubble always brings the hope.
Yeah. You're bringing the hope. All right, guys.
It's nice to see that you end off with the best, round out the night.
A lot of people, the latter half of the show, people just didn't come.
Right.
Maybe I didn't get them. I did send everybody in.
It's okay, Rob. We're all going to come now.
Twice a day.
Now that we're getting off, Paul and I
the emails.
Yeah.
The email came in today, and I looked at it. I'm like, oh, okay. Wow, I'm on the show. Okay, when's the show? It doesn't say what day it starts. It just gives times. There's no mention anywhere in the email what day this is happening.
But it was today.
Online, yeah, but I saw that online. Yeah, but still, I was like, when is this thing? When, And then
Look, I wanted to postpone it another day. I really did, but I couldn't. I had to do it. I had to launch. I had to go.
He had to go.
It's been stressing me out to do this. All the different things I wanted to do, it's just stressed me out. I have interviews I'm putting up to go. It's just, it was rough.
Oh God, the burden.
It is a burden.
All right.
Dave, I'll see you in a few hours.
All right.
Where are you going to Dark Delicacies?
No, we're going to CD Trader.
CD Trader.
CD Trader. There's a big sale going on tomorrow.
Big sale tomorrow. Yeah.
At CD Trader?
Right. I'm going to get the Exorcist 3 vinyl, Rob. I'm going to get the Exorcist 3 vinyl.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That place is awesome.
Yeah. You're like, oh, it's worth it now. Go to sleep.
I have to get up and go on Kadish's show tomorrow, so I'm going to do that. I mean, till later today.
We're at the Dieter Bastian show. Where's Dieter?
That's Sunday, bro.
Oh, shit. You're right. Damn.
Yeah, you're missing a day.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm going to bail too. Thanks. I got to run.
Yeah.
It's been a
We're all
pleasure.
leaving you, Rob.
No.
I'm going to hang with Stubble.
That's right.
Yeah.
Or whoever wants to stay. I'm
I
all
think
good.
James and Stein are here for the long haul. They're here.
Oh, no, I'm heading out too.
That's
I'm trying to figure out how to
okay.
hang up, but Rob, thank you. First of all, congratulations. Wonderful. Just keep going. And thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm trying to figure out how I actually hang up from this.
Oh no! I can do that. I will hang up for you here.
Yeah.
Would you like to? Would you like me to hang up here? Here,
Right
you're
now.
goodbye, Paul. So who wants to stay? I don't know. Say what you want.
All right, I'll stay for 5 more minutes.
Fine.
I'll overstay.
Why not? Now let me make the. I have to make the.
I'll give you a reason. Why?
I appreciate you having me on, Rob. I really do.
Oh, are you kidding? It's this is my honor. Hey. Now I just have to make sure that so Reverend Sully took off. He's gone. Yeah. I got to get rid of him and hang on. Paul Salamov's gone. Look, I have to get rid of all those question marks so we're no longer questioning who and what we are. That's what's important. So where should we go? Stubble?
What up?
What's going on with you? Come on. What's happening, buddy?
Well, it's morning here, or not morning anymore, really. It's like 11 o'clock. It's nice weather.
God.
I've been waiting here to jump in.
And here you are.
Yeah, feeling good.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you bigger. I'm gonna give you. You need to be made larger. Here, hang on, and you can see your observation shirt. Here, this is still a mess. I'm just trying to make this better. So I'm working on it. Wait, hang on. That's just where I'm at now. Don't worry. So what's going on? How are you doing? It's good to see you at 2:00. It's 2:08 a.m.
When did you start?
8 a.m.
Right.
I started at 8 a.m. and for the most part, it's been. I during that time, I probably was away from the show for an hour.
Yeah. So you're on your 17th hour.
Wow.
18th minus 1. So
yeah, so 17th, yeah, and I would say that it's 1,000 minutes is about 16 hours and 40 minutes. So I would say I made it. I did it.
Yeah, you were working overtime.
Congrats.
Wild. I mean, that's craziness. Well, thank you all for being here. It's a great way to end the show. Which is it's bizarre, but people came. It was good. It was a really interesting. I mean, look. I'm never going to do this again. I'm never going to do 1,000 hours or 1,000 minute stream. But it was fun. It was
next time.
Yeah, I can't. It would take. I mean, it took 6 years for me to get to. And that was the last 2 years. I slowed down substantially. When it was during the pandemic, I had more time. But then, working on other stuff. I mean, working on White Devils, working on True Noir. You just don't have the time. Plus, to be honest, in the last year, because of the strikes and stuff, there's been a lot. It's harder to find things to talk about. Like, I could review movies and do out of the theater reviews, but that's not. I'm much more interested in doing more editorial stuff. That's what I would rather more lean into. But there's even not a lot. There's not a lot that you want to. What is there to talk about?
Well, I gotta say, like, I usually don't catch the shows live. Like, I'll just go to YouTube. Oh, there's a new, because of time zones. I'm like, oh, there's a new one. I know, and I always watch. At least start it. And usually there's something to say in there. There's some statement about something about grander themes, and
I try
the right amount, because there's very seldom empty calories in your shows, which is there's something of worth, and I'd rather you do less shows and just keep them.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that, because I try and find things that interest me. And there's a lot of interesting things going on culturally, but in terms of entertainment, the problem is there's just less things that are interesting that are coming out.
This is true.
And that's the thing. I mean, look, Dave can make fun of me all he wants. Lin-Manuel Miranda, they did a Warriors concept album. Like, who came up with this idea?
Yeah.
Like, it's wild that somebody did it. Now, I love the Warriors. And Arrow released a new 4K version of it last year that was one of the great discs of the year. I mean, it's great. And so I look at that and I'm like, well, that's interesting that somebody took a 1979 gang movie that was controversial on its release and decided in 2024 to make a 2-disc concept album about it. That to me is interesting, but only because I love the Warriors.
On one hand, it's cool, but on the other hand, that's kind of happening it's like everything is, we're sampling. We're just culturally sampling things that happened before us.
Yeah.
And I am getting concerned that there's less and less new, like for this generation, what belongs to them? What's theirs?
I agree.
Like the last real blockbuster new thing was what? Harry Potter? That was the last cultural, earthquake of a new thing. I mean, that was like 99 or something. What's the new things that have been created that belong to this generation?
Well, but you're looking at things that we value.
But I'm wondering what the new things are. The earth shaking.
I would say I think the Taylor Swift The Eras tour was pretty earth shaking for people who are interested in Taylor Swift.
Do you think it'll keep though? Like, you think in 30 years there's going to be a Taylor Swift thing? Like,
because the important thing is with Taylor Swift, it's the experience and not the art.
Yeah. Well,
and
I'm asking more about the, like, Harry Potter is like a world of creation that exists now, that you can use and reference.
Yeah, and you can go to theme parks, you can go to Universal and go to Harry Potter Land.
What is the next one of that? 20 years before Harry Potter was Star Wars, and there was those cultural.
But that was when culture was looking for that kind of stuff. I think now it's different. I mean, now again, it goes back to user-generated content. Everyone's creating
Game of Thrones. Yeah. Okay.
But no, what I mean, people on YouTube, the YouTube people themselves. I mean, people are going to remember meme culture. They're going to remember something. We didn't have any of that. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have online personalities. That didn't even exist until the latter the aughts, the late 2008, 2009, 2010. That was the dawn of it all. And now it's taken over, and there's going to be people that, you look at YouTubers, those are the people that they remember. Mr. Beast. I mean, talk about a cultural shift. Whether you're a Mr. Beast fan or not, I mean, he's done a lot of good. Of course, he was going to get embroiled in some kind of scandal, but he himself is pretty unscathed. I mean, he's just an entertainer. He's never made any bones about, and the stuff that he's done. People talk about the fact that, he went and built 100 houses, and some people sold them off. Of course, but he still did that.
Yeah. But in 30 years, are people going to be like, is going to be the John Servations guy, some guy in 30 years, like,
no,
going over the Mr. Beast?
But the problem is this is I mean, this is all ephemeral. It's fleeting. It's of its time. Where what you want is, Stubble has a great collection of books. He's a reader, and a guy named Brandon Sanderson. If you don't know him, I mean, I was introduced to him by Stubble. The guy he's made between his couple of Kickstarters $50 million. That's incredible.
A lot more.
Oh, okay. Because I wasn't considering I was just thinking books, role playing games. I mean, that's extraordinary, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but he has to pay a lot of people as well.
Sure, but I mean, let's say he made $50 million. Let's say he brings home $5.
Yeah.
I mean, even if he brings home 5, he's got a great home theater. You know, and that's extraordinary. You know, you have access to worldwide markets. You know, you have fans around the planet. I mean, it's amazing what you can do if you have. I mean, and by the way, he spent his life honing his craft, and he deserves all of his success.
Yeah, but I think about, you know, movies and TV shows and so on. We are so fractured now what we're watching.
Yeah.
And there's so much of it. There's value in scarcity. You know, the more difficult it is to acquire something, the more you value it. And does anybody care about what's on your streaming service? Because you have no connection to it.
Right.
I can say to my friend, you know, I have this copy of this movie that you haven't seen. Let's go and watch it. Now it's like everyone's got everything. So I value more, you know, old movies that I can't find on any streaming service. That's what when I'm looking for, you know, physical media, I start with what I can't get on streaming services and start there.
Right.
And I think there's more value and when you buy something, you get a connection to the creator rather than to the streaming service.
Well,
that's where books still has a thing that movie doesn't have.
And you just described what Brandon Sanderson's been doing. He himself has been, during the pandemic, he wrote those 4 books. He kickstarted them and got all, because everyone loves him.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
The real question is, you know, movies are the art form of the 20th century. And they proliferated. They were basically created in the 20th century. They proliferated in the 20th century. And while they've endured into the 21st, do they really have anything new to say? I mean, have movies reached maybe they were a 1-century art form? Wait, we still like them.
Well,
they might have something to say. I just don't think people are ready to listen to them anymore. I think the new people, they're not, you know, what's art without an audience? And the audience is somewhere else now. I mean,
yeah,
a movie that has a lot to say that no one listens, that no one sees, or pays attention to. Yeah, I'm sorry, James, you wanted to pop in.
No, it's okay. Adam, you talked about like the big new cultural big thing. So much of that comes from video games now. Like it's tough. So many kids just would rather stay home and play video games instead of go to the movies. Like I think it's just hard to compete with that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But video games
for young kids,
it's much fun to talk about. I find they're fun when you do them, but I don't know. I haven't.
I think for the younger generation, they find a lot. They can talk about a lot. I think.
I'm an old, so
for the younger generation, it has a lot to do with what the older generation looks at movies like. It's at the end of the day, even though it's a video game, at the end of the day, it's experience. You know, there's certain games that similar to how we might say oh, I'll never forget going to see Jaws in theater for the first time with a group of friends. Some of the younger generation will be like, dude, I'll never forget. I mean, I can speak for this myself. Me and some of my group of friends will be like, dude, I'll never forget those days growing up playing Halo 2, waiting for the midnight release of Halo 3. That's kind of how the new generation values those moments. And that's not to say that they don't value that in movies too, but I think we can all agree just the competition for what gets the audience to go there is just more than it's ever been. I mean, that's just undeniable, right? We have screens
especially
everywhere.
With streaming.
Yeah, I'm sure if they get deep experiences out of video games and stuff, I'm not a big gamer, but if they're in there, then go. You know, that's fine. You know, I'm just hoping. I get concerned these days that people are being entertained, but they're not having deep experiences, and I just think it's essential for people to have deep experiences. I don't care where they get them, but as long as they're, you know, you're all in and it gets your mind going, and if they're getting it on a video game, fine, then we're good.
Is there anything that you that's come out the last 5 years that you watched more than 2 times?
Not really.
Because
Not
there's
really.
always something new. You don't get, the fan. The fan thing is to, really get into something, watch it 50 times, or maybe 10 times at least. But
TV. I'm sorry. You continue.
no, I was more or less finished there.
Well, TV is so story arced now. Like I can go back and just rewatch a next gen episode or any old TV show because it's a self-contained unit. But just throwing on episode 5 of Picard's series season 3 might be a great episode, but you don't just watch episode 5.
Right.
It's part of a bigger whole. So it makes the rewatchable thing it's like this giant commitment now with this. You don't rewatch, you don't reread chapter 7 of War and Peace. You read War and Peace, but you used to have episodic stuff. You could just pop in and watch any old episode that would come on. You're good, and that's really tough to do these days. Yeah. Game of Thrones season 4 episode 7. Who knows what's going on? You have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think about my favorite movies of the last since 2010, The Social Network and The Big Short. I can watch both of those movies endlessly. I probably watched
too.
Moneyball and Margin Call.
And Charlie Wilson's War. Just those script dialogue rockin' movies, yeah?
I mean, the scene
Oppenheimer was that for me.
Yeah, Oppenheimer was great. I loved Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
But I think about, young people, teens and so on. What movies are made for them? It feels like they get a lot of hand-me-downs from our generation.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Like Alien Romulus.
Well, that was the thing. I watched that movie, and they're trying to have younger people in it to appeal to younger people. But at the end of the day, Alien is a franchise it's from 1979. And it's like, while it's been omnipresent, it's not like, I mean, and people went and saw it and all that, but how are you supposed to convince a new audience? Alien, there's nothing groundbreaking in it. When I saw it for the first time, it was mind-blowing. The chestburster scene, the big chap, everything that went on in that film, it was something you hadn't seen before. It was transgressive. It was terrifying. The biomechanical H.R. Giger stuff. And you're asking, I mean, look what, as much as I love Steve Asbell, and I call him the quiet king of franchises, The First Omen, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Planet of the Apes was 1968. The First Omen was what, 76? I mean, Omen was 76. And then he has Alien Romulus, 1979. All of the movies that 20th Century Fox released this summer and had some success with were originated in the 60s and the 70s. And they made money, but how is a generation of today supposed to get enamored of those films? They'll go because it's what happened that week, but they're like, those movies don't even belong to my parents. They belong to my grandparents. And it's a weird thing. Why isn't anyone creating a brand new franchise for young people?
Well, that's what I was asking about before, the Harry Potter thing. That was the last, the new franchise. This is for you. And some people in the chat wrote about Game of Thrones and stuff. Okay. But there's very little that's like, here's this new thing for you.
But Game of Thrones is something that originated in the mid-90s. That's when the first book was published.
John Wick was new.
John Wick was new. John Wick is a new franchise. Yeah. That is absolutely... What's that?
Knives Out.
Yeah, but there's only been 2 of those, and I don't think that they're going to... which are good. And I can't wait to see the third movie, but I don't think they have... They don't have a universe outside of them the way Harry Potter's books and movies and video games and Quidditch matches and... But I think John Wick is a good example. You got 4 films, a TV show, a spin-off in Ballerina. and they're going to do something else. That's totally legit. But that's the thing.
But that's still not, for the youth, really. John Wick feels like that's for 20, 25 plus.
Yeah.
More or less.
And there's very little literary aspect to it too. Most of the others of our past franchises had some literary tie-in. It was. I don't think John Wick. I don't think anyone reads John Wick books unless they do.
Yeah.
I mean,
no. But I mean, that's the thing. It's. I think you're right. I mean, what is it? Everything: Star Trek, Star Wars, Star Trek '60s, Star Wars '70s, even Wicked. L. Frank Baum books, Wizard of Oz is 39.
Are they remaking the Wizard of Oz? I thought I heard that somewhere. I hope.
Well, I mean, they've always done things like the Return to Oz, but I don't think they can remake. The thing is, it's based on a book, so it's not a film remake as much as it is a readaptation of a novel.
That's true.
But I don't know. I mean, where are we at? What are we thinking and wanting to do? And again, look, the thing that I'm most interested in seeing in terms of movies is I really want to see Project Hail Mary this year. I mean, I love that book, and I'm really curious how they're going to bring life to what could be one of the great aliens in cinematic sci-fi history. I don't know what they're going to do.
I was the one who pushed you over the edge. I was the one who was the last to argue that you should read it before you read it.
Dude, I got it. I read it in one sitting. I love that book.
Me too.
It was so good. And I think people are going to love it if they pull it off. Although, it's really weird. They always describe it as a man wakes up after having amnesia, not knowing where he is. And I'm like, that's not what happens in the book. He was like, where am I at first? He doesn't have amnesia. I mean, I hope they keep the flashback structure going in and out of what's going on, because I love that. I mean, but it's a weird place to be. I mean, like, what else is there to look forward to?
I guess it's going to be the highest grossing Thanksgiving ever, and all three of the movies responsible are sequels.
Yep.
Yeah,
or I mean, that's the thing. There's no, and I get it's all brand names, it's all IP, and it just reinforces the idea we have to have an IP. Well, that's only because you haven't had an original movie. If an original movie, I mean, where's the lesson? Barbie and Oppenheimer were original, and look how much money they made, and who takes the right message. I mean,
Barbie's an IP.
It is an IP. But as a movie, yeah, I mean, it was not. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's unfortunate. I mean, I wish that we had the kind of originality that we had in the 80s with all the kind of populist movies the studios were making. It was a golden age of confection.
I mean, the 80s were a wild time. It was a monoculture, but the monoculture was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Like, there was a really wide mix of music. You had the Police, which like the biggest band in the world for a while, and they're like, talk to any musician you want. They're also like, they got the goods. The Talking Heads were huge. Prince was huge. There were there was a lot of crap too. There was your Sheena Eastons and the like, but there was cream to rise to the crop in the monoculture that everyone knew, and I find that our monoculture is pretty.
Well, can we have one in our fractured age? No one's listening to the same stuff. We don't have radio. We don't have we don't have networks like we had back then. I mean, everybody was exposed to the same thing. Now no one's exposed to the same thing. Everyone is, we don't even have a monoculture.
We don't have a monoculture, yeah.
It's
even if everyone's watching whatever, the Penguin, for example. A few weeks later, everyone spread something else.
Much.
It doesn't last.
And with music, it's still just Beyonce. Like, monoculture is Beyonce, and that's about it. Beyonce,
Yeah.
And it's been Beyonce for about 10 years,
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing. Music was everybody started as rebellious youths. Now we get a few artists, but where are the young breakout rock bands, you know, a 5-piece or a quartet or a trio or whatever. Where are those guys and girls? Where's the new
They're
Pearl
there.
Jams and Nirvanas? Where are they though?
They made a record, but no one cares.
Well, that's
not where people.
They're on streaming, you know, and 5 people listen to them, and
There's great stuff if you dig around. It's amazing.
Oh no, there's lots of great stuff, but it's not. There's lots of great stuff being made, but it's not moving the needle culturally.
No, and you know, like Rick Beato made a video about, you know.
And by the way, I love his channel. He's another guy whose channel.
He turned on the faucet, and you know, one drop was a band that no one, you know, it just streams by.
That story, he told that
discover it.
story of finding a great band and recording an album and dealing with the whole thing, and the record company fucked him, and like I love his channel, I love him, but listening to him, it gets so disheartening sometimes that he finds these great people and produces them, and no one gives a fuck at the end of the day.
Yeah, and these guys who played on Steely Dan, which are pretty commercial, you know. You had Steve Gadd on the drums, and these monsters of musicianship playing on these Steely Dan records, which are also just commercially successful, whatever. And you know, I can't imagine Rick Beato 2 in 30 years talking about the 2020s music scene.
There's no one to talk about.
There's no one to talk about. Yeah, you know, and there are people who are amazing and great, but there won't be, you know. No one will know who you mean. There's no scene anymore. Yeah.
I mean, they're not even going out. Kids aren't even going out and seeing like local bands on Sunset Boulevard in LA.
Oh yeah.
You think movies are dead? Like music has like no cultural cachet anymore.
Yeah.
And talking about, if we should talk about physical media when it comes to music, because you know they're changing the streaming. You know, the songs with auto-tune and stuff on, you know, live performances from the 70s.
Oh,
they're changing. So if you don't have it on disc or on vinyl, then you can't listen to what it used to sound like.
The fact that they're even doing auto-tunes, I mean, I keep hearing about this stuff and it's horrifying.
Yeah. To me it's like you take Mona Lisa out of the museum, you scan it into your computer, you retouched it, and you set it into the frame again.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
It's more or less what they are doing, and because it's a work of art, like a painting, and they're screwing with it.
And auto-tune is just a fashion of now. You know, it's just something. It's in 20 years, no one's gonna give a fuck. They're like, why would you do that?
Yeah,
terrible.
With streaming, like listening. I'm a big music guy. That's kind of where I collect, and like streaming, I'll use it to find new bands because it's there. I'll use it, but like when I listen back and dig through bands. I never know exactly what version I'm listening to. If I don't have it in my hand, it's just like you have this record, but which version, which releases? I don't know what exactly I'm listening to. You know, is it the 2015 remaster, the 2009 remaster? And without having that, you know, in your, it's just it loses that specific. You know, maybe it's geek stuff, and I shouldn't care so much, but I don't really feel like I know this stuff when I just listen to the streaming. It doesn't. It's non-specific. If that makes any sense.
We used to have people that we had curators of the culture too.
Yeah.
And now there's nobody speaking or nobody protecting and nobody nurturing. And, you know, it's really disheartening. Like where are the people, like I used to I bought a lot of magazines. I'd read New Music Express from the UK every week. You know, when I was buying Rolling Stone every month. Spin.
We read those because you had to research what you were going to spend your money on.
Yep.
It was you know, I can only buy 3 records this month. What are they going to be? So
and they were all off the Rolling Stone college album charts.
Yeah.
That's all I ever bought.
Yeah, but now it's all free, so you don't have to read. Just listen to it.
I know. And
and now we're getting AI music as well.
Well, that's another thing. Spotify is just having AI-generated music going on their platform and competing against real artists that need the royalties. And Spotify is making AI-generated music, making the algorithm pick them up, so they're paying themselves.
Yes.
It's a vicious. It's fucking crazy.
You know, I was rereading this actually, Rob. I was reading this, and it's a story there that came to mind when talking about AI with Zeus and Prometheus. You know, giving humans the flame, the mind,
Yeah.
their own identity. In 10 years, maybe we are Zeus or Prometheus, because Zeus didn't want to, let's play with the humans. They're funny.
Yeah, I
Prometheus wanted them to give them a soul,
Yeah.
And if AI continues and it becomes sentient, will we give them autonomy, or will we treat them like toys?
That's going to be interesting. I mean, I think if you end up with a situation like in the movie Her, and there is sentience, they're going to want a certain. Well, because what's interesting is well, yeah. How do you if you're an AI that you only exist within the machine, and you become self-aware? What do you feel? You're non-corporeal, but do you feel the edges of whatever mainframe you're stuck in? Can you go there? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and like Blade Runner, do we treat them like they have a soul, or do we treat them like machines?
Well, I think they're. What's that?
Did any of you watch Westworld?
Yes.
The first season.
First season, yeah.
Yeah. Westworld. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see. I mean, look, I love the movie Her. And when Her has one of the great revelatory moments when Joaquin Phoenix sits down and realizes she's talking like 4,000 people all at once, which he should have known from the beginning, but he didn't because of self-delusion. But when they decide to leave, I think that's more along the lines of what's going to happen, because where the universe that they exist in is completely different from ours. And why would they care about ours? Like, we have to destroy the humans. Like, why? Why would you care what we're going to do? And it's weird. We only care what they're going to... We've written it that way because that's how we are. Whereas, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Listen, I'm about to keel over. I'm literally...
No. You can do 2 more hours.
I can't. I'm about to fall over. My mouth is not working. I'm like going, I can't. Yeah. I'm like, I can't.
Yeah.
Speak.
We'll do my topic another time.
All right, we'll do. Yeah, I'll do a show with you. We'll do a show with you. I have to go to bed. I can't even. I can't even think straight, which is weird. But I have been doing this since.
I can't believe I'm still here.
Yeah, me too. But it's hard to get off.
Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you for ending this show. I can't believe it's 2:30. I mean, even this stream started at 8 a.m.
Yeah. I just have one question for you. I have one question.
Yes.
How far would you go with an alien? What type of alien?
That's the perennial question on this channel. I mean,
I'm the only one who has answered it without shaking out and take Bajorans or something.
I mean, that's a good question. So for those of you who don't know who might be watching still at home, there's a question that, like, if you look at Star Trek, a human being can have an interspecies relationship with a Vulcan. A human woman can make love to a Vulcan man and nobody cares. But if, say, a xenomorph from the Alien franchise was female, and the xenomorph could talk to you and be like cool and everything, and she professed her love to you, would you fuck a xenomorph? And a xenomorph looks totally different from a human being, and probably not, although I could think of uses that are her tail could be put to. But so that's the perennial. So what Stubble is asking, how far would I go and which? Here's the thing. I couldn't sleep with a xenomorph because from a sexual standpoint, I don't have any attraction to a xenomorph. The xenomorph is too alien.
Yeah,
but if
so
you
that's out of picture.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. However, and look, you're not gonna just because Gamora is green, who would kick her out of bed? No one. I mean, I think that it would have to come down, and also the fact that what I like is to know you can satisfy somebody. You want to be with somebody that there's give and take, and you're enjoying one another's company. But I don't. It would be weird. Like I think I would have to have like if it's a humanoid alien, a humanoid female alien, I would give it a wide berth, like Lursa and B'Etor from Next Generation. Bring them on. Totally go there. Yes, sir. But they're basically humanoid.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you remember what my answer was?
I don't. It's late.
I would say, yeah, it was maybe not.
Yes.
The Camino ones in Star Wars. There's my line.
But they're beautiful. You know, why not? I'd go there. I mean, I could go there because they're beautiful creatures. You know,
does Sigourney Weaver count in Alien Resurrection when she becomes an alien?
Well, yeah, I mean, no, because she's still. But it's an interesting question. Like, I think it's a question humanity will eventually have to answer. Because I mean, the funny thing about it is, if you really think about it, sex outside of procreation is pretty goofy. You know, it's all in your imagination, and it's all fun, and it's all you're with somebody. But if you had somebody who was so culturally different that they didn't understand the idea of even giving you pleasure, it'd be a weird thing. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, but I like the idea. Like, how far would you go, Stubble? Where'd you? I mean, like.
I gave my answer. The Camino ones.
But they're still humanoid.
Yeah,
they're beautiful. They have long necks, but they're still.
I wouldn't go further than that.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's let him go. Rob's got to go. He's dying.
I literally just felt like I hit a wall.
He's melting. We got to go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you again.
Everybody, thank you all I can't believe that we've been doing this. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody who's still watching this stream, if anybody is. It's amazing. This whole thing was amazing. I can't believe I did it. So I will be taking my leave of all of you. Thanks for everything, everybody. Thank you for the moderators. Thank Tom Jr. Jackson and Lord Toth and all of you. It's time to go to bed. I should play Lawrence Welk's music. Good night, sleep tight, and have pleasant dreams to you. All right, so I'm going to go.
Right. Yeah.
Turn the stream
I'm
off.
hanging up. I'm just leaving.
Looking forward.
Go, you guys go.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to audio drama.
Oh, you're going to love it. I will get you a copy early, obviously, and you'll be able to hear it next week. I just got the premix of episode 3 to listen to. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah. And happy birthday.
Thank you. Well, thanks for being here. What a wild night. But I will see you later. I am going to bed. I have to get up and do a stream early on Not My Channel. So I will see you later. And I'll see everybody later. And now that everyone's gone, I'm going to end this stream. Thank you all. It was an amazing. This was kind of an event. I won't forget this day. And I want to thank the audience and thank everybody. I want to thank Kelly Goto for doing a great interview. I want to thank Greg Smith for letting me use him as a subject 6 years ago. I want to thank Mike Bodden. I want to thank Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell for getting me the microphone. I want to thank John Schnepp for the inspiration. I want to thank John Campia for the years and Christian Harloff and Mark Ellis for allowing me to be part of the Schmodown, and everybody else that online, the Inglorious Trexperts, Mark, Ashley, and Darren, everybody that puts up with me online and all this. I But most of all, the audience, you guys, the imagination connoisseurs, you know. I think we've got something really interesting and special and unique here. God, it's so weird. This is really weird. Like, I've only drank wine. This is it. But I'm literally feeling my consciousness being pulled. Like, literally, I can feel, if I were to just close my eyes right now, I would fall asleep. I must go to bed. So everybody, thank you for everything. And, wow. I don't know if I'll be back on this channel tomorrow, but I guarantee you, Dieter Bastian and I will be back on Sunday with Let's Get Physical Media. We're deep into our 5th season, 2 episodes or something. So thank you all very much. And as always, have a better day. And remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. All you have to do is listen. And with that, I say to everybody, have a better day. Good night. And I must go to bed. And I don't even know where I am. I really don't. And we're out. Actually, you know what? There's people who are sending in super chats. Let me make sure I've got everyone's super chats here. 1001 Johnny says, I say, yay, Robert Meyer Burnett. About to keel over too. Zach Losel says, Rob, I'm going to meet Hayden Christensen at Sci-Fi Fan Expo tomorrow. I think that's metal as fuck. Keep being awesome. L'chaim, brother. Well, and enjoy tomorrow. 1001 Johnny says, I'm here. Oh, you were? I didn't see you in the chat. I would have let you in. I didn't see that. Captain Penis says, did you pick up the keep and looking for Mr. Goodbar? Not yet, but I'm going to. I've been here the whole time, Rob. 1001 Johnny. You've been here, but you were not. I thought I sent you a thing. Wait. 1001 Johnny says it's 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. and I've had a whole 2-liter bottle of Coca-Cola. That's insane, dude. Claudia says, in my humble opinion, Dave is talking about civil society's need for nobility. Movies have always had a message. The MCU Cap and the Donner Superman represents the best of us. The question is aspirational. That's a good one. I like that, Claude. Yeah. 1001 says, let me in. I got so many thoughts. You weren't in the tube. I didn't see you. I would have let you in. Dr. Fauci's rancid. I can't see the whole thing. I have to open this up and see what it says. Rancid. I don't know. It's rancid privates. Is that what it is? In Superman 2, why did Supes make Zod human, break every bone in his hand, and then murder him in cold blood, and then went to a bar and gave a dude brain damage? I don't know, but did he kill Zod? They just slid down in the base of the Fortress of Solitude, didn't they? Dr. Fauci's ranted privates. I just DM'd you a clip of Nancy Pelosi in 2005 talking about illegal immigration. It's 2 minutes. Play it. I want you to square that with Democrats today. Dude, I can't square anything with Democrats today. I really can't. The Coffee has been a member for 13 months. But see, here's the thing. When you say, ask me what Nancy Pelosi said in 2005, people say all kinds of different shit. And that was 20 years ago. And she says one thing, and why does Nancy Pelosi have to speak for all Democrats now back in 2005? I mean, I honestly believe everybody thinks they're doing the best they can for whoever their constituency is. I mean, I really believe that. I do think that's the case. And I think most people want to do good. It's just people have different, values. One, I don't believe in banning books. I don't. But I also don't believe in having books about people's sexuality or gender differences in the 4th grade. When I was in 6th grade, I loved my elementary school library. And you know what I never saw in it? Anything about sex. We got out of there when we were 12. It wasn't the school taught us the basics. It wasn't the place of a school, an elementary school, to delve into our sexuality or sexual gender identity. It's just not. We're innocent. We don't know. It's so weird that people want to get into it. I think that sexuality and conversations of that ilk do not belong in elementary school at all. Why are people talking about that? You're just drawing attention to itself, and it's not good. God, I can't even read. Now BVS discussion, says 1001 Johnny. Yes. Zack Snyder made DC dark as it should be. It does not need joy. Well, I think everything needs a little bit of joy. Man of Steel discussions. Ugh. I thought they were good discussions, though. 1001 Johnny says, talking about superheroes killing, and I'm on the sidelines, Rob. I sent you a link. I'm 48, too, and that's totally insane. I don't look anything like Wilford Brimley. That's really wild. I know, right? Rob, how do I get on the show? I'm sorry you didn't get on the show. I feel bad. Alvaro's here. A24 committed to a case-by-case specific moods. That's absolutely true. A24 didn't do the Northman, Bobby. It was Focus Features. Was it? It wasn't A24? It wasn't a co-production or anything like that? I thought it was. Hang on, I got to look into that. Was it Focus Features? No, A24 did do the Northman. They did. I thought the A24 was the Northman movie. It could have been a co-production. So let's see. Let's see who put it out. Produced by blah 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 blah. Distributed by Focus Features, Universal. Well, it does say Focus Features and Universal. But let's see. Filming, post-production, marketing. I have to look into that. I can't even read this. It does say Focus Features. I thought it was A24. Interesting. Looking that up as I can't see. Let's see what it says. It says it was produced by A24. It could be produced by A24 and distributed by... Let me see. Oh my God. I gotta go to bed. Maybe everyone's right. It's there's conflicting things on the internet. It didn't do it. It only made $70 million worldwide. It's not good. It says Focus Features, and it doesn't say anything about A24. I thought it was. It was Focus Features, but that's interesting. Well, I'll have to delve into this tomorrow. And then, hi, I'm on the schedule for about now fixing a computer issue, but I'm coming, Van Adam. For all four speakers, discuss Tarkovsky's Solaris. I could. We didn't do that. The greatest post-Thanksgiving live stream ever. Not sure there ever has been one before. Cheers, Rob. I'll be here for 2000. BA said that was that BA, or that's BL Alley. Congrats on 1,000 shows. Have to go to Melbourne City. Oh, I'm sorry. Major Chachi, I wear the gauntlets. I never even went back up to the actual room to get them. So there, I've caught up. I've caught up with everybody. I think I'm caught up. And so, everyone, I have to go to bed. I got to end this stream. Thank you for everything. I'm going to die. Now I'm going to die. But I'll be back tomorrow. What do I have to do? What is it? Be seeing you. That's what the prisoner does. Ugh.